I originally thought my father hated me, always wanting a son. But fate forces me to live with him, filling my heart with contradiction and unease. However, when I was forced to move into his home, I discovered an astonishing secret to my father and stepmother. Their true identities are not human. Chapter 1 Author's P. O.V. Skye frowned just as the door of the car was opened and the wind hit her face. She didn't want to be here. Her parents had been divorced for as long as she could remember. She lived with her mother. Her mother was a short petite woman. Her father hates her. He always wanted a boy. The news had hit her like a dagger straight through the chest. From that moment onward she had refused to meet him, or acknowledge his presence at all. She didn't want to be a burden on someone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her mother didn't know that she had found out the secret she was keeping only to save her from the pain, but she found peace in the painful truth. Her father had remarried and had one stepson, and now she was being forced to move in with his father. His father lived in Basin City with his family. She shared no similarity with her mother, but the same petite frame mother than that she was walking copy of her father. Blonde hair, pale rosy skin and deep blue eyes. Tears came into her eyes as she thought of her mother who passed away 2 weeks ago due to cancer. She had screamed and sobbed as doctors gave her the news. It was difficult, very difficult. She was depressed. Then there was the issue of custody. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She thought her uncle would be given the custody, but the court had said that her condition wasn't stable and they wanted to hand her over to someone who would keep a close eye on her, and that's when her dad came into the picture, and now, here she is, going to start her life in Basin City, with a father who never wanted her. She looked at her father as she gets out of the car. Followed him was a woman with brunette hair and pale brown eyes in a yellow sundress and flats. Her hair was in a braid. She guessed she was the woman whom her father married. Skye, this is my wife Linda. Her father said, nice to meet you. Skye said out of courtesy, and the woman grins. To be honest, she seemed more kind and trustworthy than her father. Pleasure, she replied. They look at her smiling and she shyly looks down, not knowing what to do. Let's go inside. You'll love your new room, baby girl. Her father said. Linda, can you please show Skye her room while I pick up Blake from the school? Her father said, and she nods. Enthusiasm, Linda makes her way up a flight of stairs, and Skye noticed that she didn't even flinch during her course as she lifted the 2 heavy suitcases with her. She enters a room whose wall was painted in dark purple. The curtains were a light shade of purple, whereas the queen bed in the middle of the room had a blue bedspread. The room was fairly large with a big window and a big bookshelf. There was a small closet and a door that probably led to a bathroom on the other side of the room. Linda placed the suitcase on the floor. I hope you like your room, Linda said. It's very nice. And thank you for all of this, Skye said when a yawn escaped her lips. Skye mumbled. Okay. Make yourself comfortable, and if you need anything then we will be downstairs. I think I'm going to take a nap, but thank you, Skye said. She stretched as she closes the door. Suddenly she felt as if something was watching her, right through her soul, making a shiver go down her spine. She looked out the window when spots a pair of yellow eyes looking at her, and the next moment it was gone. She thought she's just imagining, so she kept the thought aside, changed her clothes and went to bed. Chapter 2 Author's P. Oh, these skies opened to someone shaking her awake. As soon as her eyes opened, she finally realized that she had a speeding heartbeat. Looking at the person, she relaxed a bit. Hey, Linda, Skye said, looking at her. Her voice came out raspy and her throat was dry, not to mention that it felt a bit sticky. Skye, do you mind getting washed up? Your father is having a few important guests over, and I would love to introduce you to them, Linda says. But Skye could sense the nervousness in her voice. Something wasn't right. Sure then, I guess, Skye says, watching the woman leave the room, her suspicious gaze following behind. Linda soon exits the room and closes the door, leaving but a click of sound as the door shut fully. Skye not wasting another minute. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She lazily walks to one of her suitcases, opening it and fishes for something presentable. Finally finding what she was looking for, she grabs the white and royal blue dress and matching sandals and makes her way to the bathroom to shower. Minutes later, she comes out dressed with her hair blow-dried. She goes to the dresser and pins a few of her strands back and applies some baby pink lip gloss. Not bothering to put on makeup. Taking a deep breath, she looks at the time. 7 in the evening. She examines herself in the mirror. She looks presentable, but that dress had a lot of emotions on her. It was the dress she wore on the day of her mother's birthday. Today is before she died. She twirls in front of the mirror, making her hair flow around her as tears began to fill her eyes, and she shakes her head. No crying, Sky. No more crying. Taking a deep breath, she went to the sofa by the window and makes herself comfortable. Her eyes travel to the dark open space in front of the house. She just sat there watching how the leaves of the trees danced in the strong wind. After about 20 minutes, she heard someone calling her name, bringing her out of her trance. She walked down a few flights of stairs and makes a left to the living room. Her eyes widen as she reached there. Her father had a boy, probably 15, in a headlock while Linda scolded them. "James, let go of Blake before you hurt him." Linda shouts at her husband to let go of the bleach blonde boy while her father just laughed. "Come on, Linda. I'm just showing him how to do it. Besides, he's going to be a beta," her father says, making her furrow her eyebrows. "What's a beta? What's a beta?" Sky asks in a faint voice, and everyone stops dead silent. Her father quickly lets go of the boy. She looks at her father for an answer. "Oh, it's nothing, darling. Let me introduce you to Blake. My stepson," he says, and Sky nods, giving Blake a short wave. "Blake, this is Sky. My daughter. I told you about her, remember?" he says, and Blake nods. "I'm sorry about your mother," he says, and she nods, not knowing what to say. "Blake, go get changed. We are having guests over," Linda says, and Blake raises his eyebrow. "Who exactly?" he asks, and James answers. "Alpha, I mean Liam," he says, quickly eyeing Sky, then back to Blake, who nods. Something didn't feel right. What did he mean by Alpha? After a few minutes of them staring at her, she finally says, "I'll be in my room." And with that she leaves them. They're going into her room, closing the door softly. They were keeping secrets from her, and she knew that. Everything felt blurred and hazy. She frowns when she heard a knock on the door. "Come in," she says as the door opens, and she looks up to see her stepbrother. "Oh, hello," she says, and Blake smiles. "I just wanted to see what you were doing." Blake says, "Nothing," she replies. "Do you mind if I come in?" "Of course not," Sky says. Blake smiles at her as he makes his way to the sofa. He stares at her for a few minutes in the awkward silence. Finally, "I wanted to know more about you, since we're going to be spending a lot of time together. Besides, you must feel pretty awkward and bored here, not knowing anyone. So how about we play 20 questions? Sky asks, and Blake nods. "I'll start. How old are you?" Blake says excitedly, causing her to raise an eyebrow. 17. What about you?" "I'm 16, he replies. "Okay, so what's your favorite color?" Blake asks. "Black," she replies. "It's my turn," Sky says, and he grins at her while she thinks of a question. "Any middle name?" "I'm not telling. It's embarrassing." "Come on. It's not like I'll tell anyone," she says, finally in her comfort zone with Blake. "Leslie," he mumbles. "Wow, Blake Leslie Hudson," she says, and laughs, and Blake groans as James enters the open room. He was dressed in a pair of white shirt and black pants. "Everything's okay here?" her father asks just as the doorbell rings. "I should go get that," he says, and leaves the children there. "Come on. Let's go," Blake says. "Aren't you coming?" he asks as he notices that she didn't stand up from her place on the bed. "Yeah, in a moment." He nods and goes out of the room. After a few minutes, Sky finally decides to go downstairs. As she walks down the flight of stairs, she decides to stop and eavesdrop at what they were saying. Liam. It's so nice to meet you. She hears Linda saying, making her confused at that word again. I'm here to see the human and to make sure she isn't a threat. A voice replies, making her gulp. Don't worry, she isn't. Blake replies for her mother. What do they mean? Chapter 3 Skies P. O.V. I hope, Blake, as your position of the future beta, you'll put the pack first, then your family. Liam replies. Her beta? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know I respect the position. Blake replies, to which the man whom I assume Liam nods. I can't see his face clearly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We've to go now. It's an emergency. Liam says, causing my heart to beat quickly. But Alf, my father was cut in between when I heard the front door being opened and Liam leaves the house. Father and Blake follow him out. I make my way back to the top of the stairs and walking down as if I haven't heard their conversations. Who was he? Oh, there you are. Your father, Blake and our guest, had to leave due to some work. Linda says, but I could sense the nervousness in her voice, not to mention the cold sweat on her forehead. Are you all right, Linda? Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She says and grabs my hand, walking into the living room. Linda let go of my hand, just as her eyes dart to the guy whose back was facing us. Now, who's he? Linda was dead silent as the man turns around and I finally notices his pale blue eyes and strong jawlines. He was lean and dressed in a black fitted suit. His eyes landed on me, then he looks at Linda, who was shaking, clearly intimated by him. What are you doing here, G. Gabriel? Linda asks as the guy starts to walk towards me. My heartbeat quickened as the Gabriel stopped only a foot away from me. He continues to stare at me as he extends his hand out. Gabriel, he says, Guy. I said and shook his hand. His hand feels weirdly cold. His hand traveled to my wrist and grabbed it in a painfully firm grip, while my eyes just widened and I struggled to get my hands out his grip. Gee, Gabriel, what are you doing? Linda asks him. Revenge. He growled as he stared at Linda with his red eyes, and I was beyond shocked at his sudden change of eye color. Please let go of me. I try to get my hand free with my other hand, but that just makes more pressure flow through him and he grabs my other hand in even tighter grip. He was out of control. Tears began to roll down my face as I struggled to get my hands out of his grip. Please help me, I said, sobbing while looking at Linda, but all she did was look down at the ground. Shame that she couldn't stand up to the strong, merciless guy. That's when he pushed me with so much force that I hit my head with the wall in front of me and falling on the ground unconscious like a ragged doll. I'll be back. He barks and vanished. Chapter 4 Offers P. O.V. Linda races toward her side and tears fill her eyes as she examines her blue, black, probably broken wrists and the ever-bleeding wound on her head. Sighing, she made her way out of the room, taking out her cell phone, calling the doctor. She sat beside Sky's bed, who was still unconscious, both of her wrists in a brace and her head covered by a band aid. It was shocking and painful for her to admit, but all of this happened to Sky on the first day she moved here. But what worried her more was how she was going to explain what happened to her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She couldn't give out the secret of this town and risk her head. Taking a deep breath, she covers her face with her hands. What was Gabriel doing here? Enthusiasm. Linda looked at the time on Sky's nightstand, which showed 2 in the morning. James and Blake came home just as the doctor left, and Blake was a bit giddy after she told them about what had happened. Blake checked on Sky twice but was disappointed and a lot scared when he got no response. It was shocking how he had bonded with her in such a small amount of time, and after tonight vowed to never let any harm. After a few more minutes, she hears footsteps approaching Sky's room and looked up to see James in the doorway looking at Sky with sorry. He looks at his wife, who looked like a wreck. Quietly he made his way to stand behind her chair, with his hands on her shoulders. Darling, get some rest. You look tired. he says in a hushed voice, and Linda just nods. Yeah, I'll be there in a moment, she says softly, touching Sky's wrist brace as she hears his footsteps retreat. Sighing, she gives another look at Sky and takes a deep breath before leaving the room, making sure the door was wide open so she could hear Sky if he ever called for her. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, Liam paced in the dungeon, clenching and unclenching his fists, looking at the rogue he had tortured to death. The rogue that had made the mistake to cross Alpha Liam Kane. The realization had finally dawned upon him that his mate was a human. But how could this be possible? Never in centuries had a werewolf been mated with a human. It was impossible. The very first time when he laid his eyes on her, he knew that she's different. She was looking so beautiful and calm while staring out from the window. But when he went to Blake's house, his senses filled with her intoxicating scent, and he was sure that she's his mate. His wolf was restless and wanted to mate with her, but he had to control his wolf. Otherwise he would end mateless. Not that he would let that happen, but he didn't know how long he could keep his wolf down. Any moment his wolf could come out and claim her, killing everyone that comes in his path. Sighing, he finally decided to take a shower and then go to bed. With that he leaves the dungeon, giving a fleeting look at the corpse. At around 7. Then, Sky's eyes fluttered to life as rays of sun beamed down upon her in the room she lay in. She stared at the ceiling of the unfamiliar room inside. Her head was throbbing, making her want to touch it, but as soon as she moved her wrist, she wanted to scream in pain, but she felt like someone her voice. She finally brought her shaking hands to her eyes and they widened. Both her hands were in a wrist brace. How could this happen? She couldn't remember a thing. The last thing she remembered was talking to Blake. Chapter 5. Sky's P. Oh, Fee. I ripped the sheets off my body and found that I was in a dress which was stained with blood. Slowly I get off the bed, making my way to the form at the corner of the room. My head was covered in band. On my head was a bruise on my calf, not to mention the bruise on my upper arm and the wrist braces to top it all off. My hair was matted with blood and looked like a rat's nest. I gave myself another fleeting look before slowly walking back to the bed, flinching at each step. I finally sat down and took deep breathing, trying very hard to remember a single thing, but nothing came. After a few minutes, I hear feet padding on the hallway floor just outside my room, and I turned my head to the door, trying to get a glimpse of the person. Blake gave me a small smile as he saw me. Can I come in? He asked, and I nodded, returning him a smile. So, how do you feel? He asked very gently and slowly while sitting on the sofa I was facing. Like I fell from a building, but no worries. So how much do you remember of last night? Blake asked after a few minutes. Not much. Actually, I was hoping you could tell me. The last thing I remember was us talking, then the doorbell rang and you left, I said, and he takes a deep breath. You slipped and fell down the stairs. That sounds like me. So clumsy. Say you up for breakfast? If you feeling okay to walk? He asked and I nodded, enthusiastically. Yes, please. I'll be down in a moment. Let me clean up first, I said, and he nods. Leaving the room, I made my way to the suitcases, vowing to unpack today and grab a random comfortable outfit with fuzzy bunny flip-flops. Quickly making my way to the bathroom, I showered after stripping out of my bloody clothes. With very difficulty, I might add, because of the broken wrist. My wrist stung even with a slight movement, but I managed. After a few minutes, I came out dressed in a pair of pink and white yoga pants and a loose white top. I clipped my hair into a single messy and twisted bun. I made my way out of the room and glared at the stairs a bit as I made my way down. I noticed that the house was very quiet, which was okay because I had lived in silence all my life, living in an estate without a single friend, a mother who was always sick and an uncle who practically lived with us. Life was great, even though I spent it with practically only 2 people, but it was spent in happiness. I finally reached the kitchen and spot Blake, who was sitting on the counter looking at his phone. He was in his sweats and a t-shirt. He looked up at me and smiled. So, what do you want to eat? He asked, and I looked at him astonished. You know how to cook? Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But Mum and Dad refuse to eat whenever I cook. Some people just don't recognize talent when they see it. He says, swatting his hands like a girl, causing me to raise an eyebrow. I guessed the reason, but was still curious how bad he could cook. French toast, I said, and his face lights up. Coming right up, he said, and finally starts taking out the supplies. So where is everyone? I finally asked, reason being I wanted people in the room to help me if I got food poisoning. Oh, they're all sleeping in. They stayed up late last night. Very worried about you, he said with his back to her as he stirred something. I felt a bit shameful that they went out of their comfort zone for me, but I had no control over what happened, and to be honest, I certainly can't remember falling down a flight of stairs. With that, both of us fell into silence. I was watching Blake cook and he was humming a tune. It was partially awkward. After a few minutes, Blake happily skipped towards me with a plate in his hand and placed it in front of me. My eyes widened as soon as they landed on the food. What is this, Blake? I asked politely, and Blake laughed, patting my shoulder. Your French toast, silly, he replied, and I just stared at the plate. The thing that Blake claimed to be French toast looked like a soggy dark brown mess. How bad can a 16-year-old boy's cooking be? Tell me how they taste, he asked, and I shakily grabbed a fork because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I stabbed a small piece of the blob and placed it in my mouth. The food tasted horrible. Are you okay, Sky? Blake asked. Wow was all I said. So how was it? He finally asked, and I just looked at him with an uncomfortable expression. I didn't want to hurt his feelings, but at the same time didn't want to lie to him, so finally I said, I'm lost for words. And Blake's face lit up. I would have hugged you if you weren't bruised up, he said, smiling. I unsurely smiled back and gets up from the stool. Where are you going? Unpacking, was all I replied as I made my way back up the stairs. My appetite completely gone. I closed the door behind me as I entered my room. I looked at the huge suitcases and the 2 cases and the 2 duffel bags at the corner of the room. Sighing, I made my way to the suitcases and unzipped at the very place on the floor. After I had finished unpacking my first suitcase, I was exhausted, my wrists killing me. I groaned loudly as I sat on the floor, leaning on my back against the wall. My eyes began to drop close. I could hear the doorbell ringing, but I was so tired that in moments I was out. Liam's P. Oh, I rang the bell once again, impatiently tapping my foot and looking at my watch. I am a busy man, but never too busy for my beautiful mate, who knew nothing about me. As soon as the door opened, I barged in, not hesitating for a moment, causing Blake to raise his eyebrows. Is there anything you need offer? Blake asked as he looks at me. No. I'm here to check up on you and your family, I replied, taking a deep breath. Letting my mate's intoxicating scent filled my senses. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm here to check up on her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where is she? She's unpacking and she doesn't remember anything that happened last night. I suggest we keep it that way for some time, Blake said, and I lowly growled. Gabriel is going to pay for it. I nodded and made my way up the flight of stairs, following her scent. In seconds I was standing in front of the door that was practically radiating her scent. I slightly knocked on the door, which I never did before, but I wanted to come off kind and sweet in the first encounter. I knocked once more but didn't get a response. Slowly I opened the door and stepped in, looking through the room. My eyes scanned the unmade bed, and then they landed on a figure on the floor, lightly snoring while leaning against the wall. She was holding what seemed like a dress in her hand as she slept. She was unpacking. A smile made its way on my lips, which is very unusual for me. I need to control myself, but I can't help it. She looked like a kitten. My cute little innocent kitten. I made my way towards her, oblivious that she's a light sleeper. While walking towards her, I stepped on something, making a large squeaky noise through the room. I cursed under my breath. Just as her eyes opened with a jolt and she frantically looked through her room, Just as her eyes land on me, she opened her mouth, and before I could do anything, she screamed loudly. Blake rushed to her room and shakes his head as he saw me gripping my hair in frustration. Why is this person in my room? Sky, this is Alpha. I mean Mr. He was there at our house when you fell and dumb. He helped you, so he was here to check up on you. Blake said, unsurely. Sky, nice name. Is he a doctor? She asked Yes, he's a doctor and was checking up on you. Blake said, Sky's P. I looked at the person, whom my stepbrother claimed to be a doctor. I noticed his tall and well-built figure, emerald green eyes, strong jaw, then his snake-bite piercings, and then my eyes travelled to his exposed arms, which were completely tattered till the knuckles. He didn't look like a doctor. Honestly, he looked like a gangster, but something about him seemed familiar. I took a deep breath and get up from the corner. Well, I'm completely fine, I said, and the person who claimed to be my doctor raised his eyebrows. I don't want to be anywhere near this person. He looks scary. I'll believe that after I've checked you properly. I stiffened at the edge in his voice. He made his way towards me and I took a step back. But then I stopped, taking a deep breath. Our eyes met as he moves towards me, but this time I don't move away as he grabs my hand and undoes the wrist braces, checking my bruised wrists and putting them back on. He does the same with my head. Why is he so close to me? I uncomfortably looked over at Blake, who was not noticing me. You're okay and the braces will be off soon, he said, and leans as if about to kiss me. But he stopped halfway, much to my happiness. I looked at his eyes and they were bright yellow, causing me to widen my eyes. Yellow eyes. I'll see you later, Sky. That's all he said, but it didn't seem like it was his voice. As he left the room abruptly, I stood there stunned for a few minutes, then shook my head, getting back to myself. My feet carried me to my window and I looked out at the open space that was shining underneath the scorching 11 sun. Something didn't seem right. This guy wasn't a doctor. I was sure of that, and I could swear his eyes changed color. But why would Blake lie to me? Something is off about this place and I'm going to find out, but until then I hope I didn't encounter the scary. Did Mr. Kane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 6, Skies P. Ovi. Rest of the day I unpacked my remaining suitcases while my father and even Linda babied me, practically running after me and getting me anything I wanted, so I didn't have to move at all. It was awkward but very sweet at the same time, but from time to time I'd go and stare at the open space outside my window. Something felt so different, so foreign about this place, as if it was holding a big secret. Blake had left the house somewhere around 1 in the afternoon. It bothered me how calm Dad and Linda were about it, and every time I tried to ask where Blake was gone, I'd get irrelevant or no answer at all. It bothered me that Blake's disappearance didn't bother them at all. I sat on the sofa in front of the window in my room, after having dinner with my dad and Linda without Blake. A book was in my hand, but it had failed to occupy my mind as I peeked at the open space out of my window every once in a while. Something about this place fascinated me, pulled me towards it. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it had something to do with the lies my brother told me. Maybe he lied to me for my own sake, but what possible danger would it be if he had told me the truth? I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if that guy wasn't a doctor, but then there wouldn't be an explanation for him to be in my room. I took a deep breath and looked out of the window again, expecting to look at the same open space, but this time something caught my eye. Just at the edge of the forest, I saw a figure ran by within human speed. Followed the figures were 2 furry dog-like figures. I quickly got up and leaned my torso out of the window, watching the last glimpses of the cat and mouse game before they disappeared from my line of vision. I stayed like that, my torso out of the window, as I looked at the open space with curiosity and tried to make sense of scene that happened seconds ago. What were those things? Sighing, I got in and closed the window but and continued to look out. It was dark and silent, the only noise being the faint chirping of the crickets. Minutes went by with me standing in front of the window, looking at the forest, but nothing happened. A yawn escaped my lips and I finally decided to go to when suddenly I heard Blake scream and I saw that afflicting Blake in the ribs. And I noticed that figure was, in reality, a guy, maybe 23. His back was to me but I could still make out his pale skin and inappropriate sense of dressing. The man was wearing a long coat over his hidden attire in the scorching hot night. I watched in horror as the man looked at Blake before taking off his coat and throwing it on the pavement. Rather arrogantly. The back of his white shirt was bloodstained, making my eyes wide and uncausing me to gulp. I was too shocked to move or react. I looked at the man, scared as he cracked his knuckles, causing my heartbeat to quicken. He was about to kick Blake when suddenly he stopped and swiftly turned around. He stared at me but the only thing I could make out about him was his red eyes, pale skin, and his blood-soaked clothes. He grinned at me. An evil grin. Keeping eye contact with me, he reached down to the side of his shoes and took out 2 daggers. As soon as my eyes landed on the shiny objects, I ran downstairs and called for Dad and Linda, but got no response. Nobody was home. Where were they? I need to save Blake. He can't die. I ran towards the guy and Blake and stood in between them. Blake was laying unconsciously soaked in his own blood. "What do you want?" I asked, trying not to cry. "Revenge," he replied calmly. The man waved the daggers at me and smiled innocently. In a flash, he ripped Blake's head off, causing me to yelp as I clamped my hands on my mouth as I took deep breaths, trying desperately to breathe. Even though I succeeded, my breathing was heavy and tears began to stream down my cheeks. "Blake." The guy started to laugh loudly, as if mocking me, making a shiver go down my spine. I wanted to run away, call the police, but it was like as if I was nailed there, paralyzed. I know that I'm going to die soon. Chapter 7 Skies P. Oh, V, I need to get out of here. Oh, you're not going anywhere, my love. You see, darling, you're of quite useful to me and I have some plans for you. He said as if reading my mind, and his teeth extend out. They were sharp like fangs. I was shocked and couldn't leave the man's appearance. He wasn't human, but that was least of my issue as I looked at him for split seconds before running towards the opposite direction, but in seconds I was in the air as he threw me, causing my back to hit against the wall. Every single ounce of oxygen was knocked out from me as I tried to get to my feet. "It's a pity how you humans are so fragile," the guy said. "W, what do you want from me?" I asked him. "Revenge," he said, and grabbed my hand, pulled me up and over his shoulder, but before he could grab my legs, I bring the heel of my foot back hard, hitting his nose here in a satisfying crack. The guy screamed as he dropped me on the ground, gently clutched his nose with the other hand, before letting it go and laughed like a maniac as black liquid rolled out. "Why isn't his blood red? You humans think you're so mighty. Let's see how you get out of this," the guy said, and lunged at me and tackled me to the ground, kicking my stomach with so much force that I rolled in the air and my front hit the wall. I coughed as the man was front of me in seconds, laughed as the blood came from my mouth. "Now be a good girl and come with me, or we could do it in my way," the guy said, and tears began to slide down my face. "W, what are you?" I asked, and he shrugged. "Not human. That's all you need to know for now, love, and just for a heads up, no one is human in this town but you. No one. Keep that in mind while you're here, darling. Now let's get going," the guy said, and without warning grabbed my arm, whirled me up, oblivious that during his blabbing I had grabbed a sharp stone from the ground and without a second thought chucked it into the guy's neck. "You bitch," the guy screamed, barely fazed, but it brought me just enough time to run, ignoring how every inch of my body screamed in pain and agony because of the limit beyond which it was being pushed in this condition. Within a few seconds, the guy was standing right in front of me, and he had his dagger in his hand and was about to stab me when Liam came between us. He was looking furious, but the guy just vanished, giving me a dark look. Not human. Liam's POV. I took Sky back to her home. She was scared. A bit too scared to even move. "What happened?" I finally asked her once she calmed down a bit. I don't know. He just came out of nowhere. He killed Blake. He was so fast and strong with scary red eyes, and he said he wants revenge. Her voice was barely above a whisper because of the pain she was in. She was practically limp on the sofa, looking pale, covered in blood. I took a rag and wiped a bit of blood from her forehead. I felt pity towards the poor broken girl and tried to bring her in for a hug, but stopped as soon as I heard her hiss. How bad was the damage? Hey, it's fine. He won't hurt you anymore, I said and tried to calm her down, and she took a deep breath and looked at the jug of water on the coffee table. I quickly understood and poured her a glass of water and bring it to her lips so she sipped it. Just enough for her throat to get rid of the dryness. Now I want you to take off your shirt so I can look at the bruise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skye, I need to fix you up or it will get worse, I said to her when she doesn't move. You could get an infection if it isn't treated properly. I promise I won't hurt you, I added, and she nods on her judgment. She slowly started to take it off, but due to her pain, she couldn't. I realized it and I grabbed the hem of her shirt, taking it off, leaving her only in pajama and bra. I'd have been turned on if I wasn't too concerned about her. I looked at her torso with sharp eyes. It was horribly bruised with a cut on her side which was left untreated. God, Skye, how did this happen? I whispered, and she looked at the ceiling. He kicked me, she answered simply and flinched when the tip of my fingers brushed against her stomach. So smooth. It's going to be okay. I'll fix you up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I found the first aid kit in the kitchen and came back to her. Do you know where Dad and Lindy are? No. I can't tell her the truth. Oh, I'm really worried about them, she replied. Now I'm going to clean your cut and it will hurt a bit, okay? I said, and placed the alcohol-soaked cloth on her cut without waiting for an answer, causing her to scream. I continued to work on her side and back, mumbled how sorry I was and that it would be okay while she screamed from the pain. Finally, I was done and she was sobbing. Shit, it's done. It's done, I said and stroked her hair as she quivered. Thank you, she said, and I chuckled. Are you thanking me for hurting you? I asked teasingly. She just smiled. I don't want to be alone, she said, and I looked at her. I'll stay with you if you're comfortable with it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you. I really appreciate it, she replied. Do you want me to take you to your room? I asked as I noticed that she was going to pass out any moment. Yeah, but I can't walk, she replied. No problem, I said, and scooped her in my arm, taking her to her room. You're really nice, she mumbled before passing out. Chapter 8 Author's P. O.V. Everything was black and white as if she was in a movie. She looked at her surroundings and she noticed she's in her father's house. But then why was everything monochrome? She heard voices from somewhere downstairs. She follows them out of her room and down the stairs into the black and white living room where a girl stood. She was exactly like her. Same hair. Same everything. She was her. But how could that be possible? She goes to her other body and touches her. But to her surprise, her hand goes right through her. She looked at herself and saw that her reflection was wearing the same white and blue dress she had woke up in, bloodied and bruised on her second day at this place. Linda, she says, going to her stepmother, but she didn't reply. It was like she was a ghost. Was she dead? She didn't remember dying, for the matter. Finally deciding she wasn't, she looked at the scene in front of her. W, what are you doing here, G, Gabriel? Linda asks as the guy walked towards her reflection. Gabriel, the guy says while extending his hands, and Skye watches as her reflection look at it. Then behind him to Linda, who just nodded. Skye. The reflection says, and places her hand in his and traveled to her reflection's wrist and grabbed it in painfully firm grip, making her hiss in pain. Gabriel, what are you doing? Enthusiasm, Linda asks him. Revenge. He growled as he stared at Linda, and there was a sudden change of his eye color. They were red. Skye woke up with a jolt. She was breathing heavily from her mouth and finally looked at her surrounding to find that Liam was gone. He had left early in the morning so he could get ready for his day. Without a second thought, she got up and made her way to her closet. Ignoring her headache and dizzying head, she takes out the dirty blood-stained dress. examines it, and to her horror, the bloodstains were identical to that in her dream. She looked at the bloodstained dress. Just by looking at it she began to feel nauseous, and the next thing she knows is she had thrown the dress back into her closet before rushing to the bathroom, puking her guts out and maybe something more too. It was freaky how she remembered every single detail of that blood-stained dress from her dream. Flushing the toilet, Skye got up and went back to her bed, snuggling comfortably to the covers. Now her mind was whipping up all different types of possibilities. There were mysteries and secret everywhere. She was confirmed for a fact that she was being left out and lied to by everyone. Trust anyone and everyone who was nice to her. Give 100 chances and then get crumbled up and thrown away the very next day. She trusted Blake. The thought of Blake made her sad. She was not able to save him, but she has to be strong for herself, for Linda. But the million-dollar question on her mind was, where were Ed and Linda? Had something happened to them too? She frowned. She was going to give them a piece of her mind when she'll meet them. She jumped in her spot as soon as she hears tapping on her front door. She opens the door. Outside her home stood a man no older than 25 with pale skin. Those were the only things she noticed in her shaken state. "Oh, may I help you?" she asks as she looks at the man. "Oh, I really don't need help." "Love. The question is, do you? You seem awfully lonely here," the person says as she nervously chuckles as she looks behind him. Something about the stranger screamed danger. "Nope. I'm fine," she says, and the man gives her a smile, which looked more sinister than friendly. "Okay, may I ask you a favor?" The guy asks and she nods, just wanting to get away from the guy. "Oh, lovely. I want you to give this to Liam Kane. I bet you know him." The guy asks as he extends an neat envelope towards her. "I'll give it to him," Skye replies, and the guy smiles. "I'm very thankful for your kindness," he says, and is about to go when Skye realizes that the envelope had no name on it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." "But you forgot to write your name on the envelope," Skye says, and the guy turns around. "Don't worry, sweet Skye. I can assure you he'll recognize me," the guy says before continuing to walk, and Skye carelessly nods when suddenly her breathing stops as the guy's words finally registered in her mind, and she quickly whirls around to get a glimpse of the man as her face goes pale from fear. Chapter 9, Part 1. She never told him her name. She went to her room. She was looking at the envelope in her lap. She was tempted to open it, but she would never. That was not her property. But then why would someone involve her in it? Technically, they could have given it to Liam themselves if it was that important. Something was extremely wrong, and Skye couldn't help but wonder that everything was connected. The secrets, the inhuman voices, the quietness, pale figures, inhuman strength. The attack yesterday. She had the answer. She knew what she thought these people were, but she didn't find it logical. Ever since yesterday, her mind hadn't stopped thinking of the words that particular pale guy said before beating the crap out of her. No one's human in this town. The guy even admitted that he wasn't a human, and his appearance proved it to some extent. Then what was he? She closed her eyes, scared, not bothering to move. Suddenly she hears screeching of tires, and she looked out her window to find that a black Lamborghini was parked outside her house. She looked at the letter in her lap and got out of the bed, grabbing it along with her. She opened the door. "Good morning," Liam says, coming to her smiling, but she doesn't reply, her mind still on the envelope in her hand. He noticed her nervousness but didn't say anything. "Are you all right?" he asks her, and Skye come out of her trance. "Sorry, oh yeah. I'm fine. Is there anything bothering you?" Liam asks, and Skye stares at him for a moment before looking at the envelope and extending it to him. "A guy came a few minutes ago. He told me to give this to you," she says as Liam looks at the envelope, his features getting hard as he took it from her. "Did he told you his name?" he asks as he opens the envelope. "No, he said you'll recognize him," Skye says, watching Liam's eye go dark as he scans the page before he looks back at her. He never expected this to happen. It was too soon, but they didn't have time. If he let her in dark any longer, his pretty little mate would be used against him. "Skye, we need to leave." Liam says he rips the paper and let it fall to the ground while Sky looks at him bewildered. J benign. Carter offers P. Oh, excuse me, she says as Liam's eyes dart around searching for the person who gave Sky this envelope. Get in the car, he says as he grabs her arm and Sky flinches. Let me go, she says struggling, but Liam drags her to his car and quickly pushes her on the passenger side, slamming the door shut before getting in the driver's seat in super speed and starting the car. What are you doing? Sky asks and Liam looks at her. She was crying, but Liam doesn't answer her as he takes out his cell phone, dialing his Gamma's number. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jake says, his voice tired from working all night. Jake, send a team too. Jake, help me. Sky screams, cutting him off. Liam glares at Sky as she continues to scream for help before he stops the car and slams his other hand on her mouth. He was furious, but not at her. He could never be mad at his little angel. Now, as I was saying, send a team to get the town sealed. No one gets in and no one goes out. Put everything on high alert, he says before ending the call, waiting for an answer. Alphas proved to be very possessive and were never the patient type. When it came to their mates, their possessiveness was 1,000 times more, but Alpha Liam was a dangerous exception. He wasn't only extraordinarily strong but also merciless. He never once spared a trespass without an explanation. This was the reason there weren't any humans in this town, its occupants only being werewolves. Now why did you scream? Liam asks softly as he looks at the tear-stamped face of the girl beside him. Removing his hands from her mouth, he waits a few seconds, but when she doesn't reply, he sighs. I know you're scared and that's okay, but I'll never hurt you. I know I'm taking you by force, but that is only so I can explain to you what's going on. I know you want answers and I'm willing to give them to you, but you need to cooperate. Liam says, but Sky doesn't reply as he starts the car and began to drive. Sky takes deep breaths, giving fleeting looks to Liam every once in a while. She didn't know what was going on. She was scared. Suddenly the car stops in the middle of the deserted road with forests on each side, drawing Sky's attention to Liam, who was clenching and unclenching the steering wheel in nervousness. Come on, he says gently before getting out of the car, and Sky followed, not wanting him to hurt her. Where are we going? Sky asks him after a few seconds of following through the forest. Not that she expected an answer. To her surprise, he answered her. There's a clearing in here. We need to go there, he says, and Sky's curiosity rises, but she doesn't question as they walk through the dense forest. It was thick and the trees were more closely packed together with wild plants growing. This was nature in its rawest form. After a few minutes, the forest began to thin out and they stood in the middle of a gorgeous clearing with lush green and purple flowers covering it. Liam stood with his back facing to Sky, taking deep breaths. This was it. Now or never. Sky, would you believe me if I told you I'm not a human? He says, now facing her. Both of them only inches apart. Sky stops breathing and looks at him. She didn't know what to say. She didn't have an answer. What are you? To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her instincts screamed at her, but she wouldn't word that out loud. I know you have a theory, Sky. I want to hear it before I reveal you the secret that everyone has been keeping from you. Your father, Linda, Blake, this town. It's all born to this one little piece of information. Liam says and twirls a lock of her hair between his fingers. She stood there like a statue, not breathing, not saying a word. Come on, Sky. Liam says his hands went down his side and he took a step back to give her some space as he urged her to tell him. She took a shaky breath and looked anywhere but him, so she didn't have to meet his intent gaze. When I moved here, I thought this town was ordinary, but they're only a week after I started to notice strange things. Inhuman growls. Extraordinary strength and speed, along with uncomfortable looks at me if I was out of the box. I heard these strange terms people called each other, but what caught my attention was what you were addressed as. What was that word? Oh yes. Alpha. I did a bit research here and there and I got nothing but the facts that in a community of animals, mostly wolves, the individuals hunt and do tasks together in a pack with the leader called Alpha, and then yesterday that guy killed Blake in front of me. Sky stops and looks at Liam, who is giving her a fawn. You're close. Continue. He says, and Sky looks at him dead in the eyes. I've seen everyone in this town work collectively, keeping to each other. I think that you and everyone in this town have wolf-like instincts. Their strength, speed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sky says. And Liam questions. You're their leader. Sky replies, looking at his expression. Both of them stay silent, looking into each other's eyes as Sky feels that her heart was going to jump out. Finally, she closes her eyes and waves her hand in the air dismissively. This is just a stupid theory. It's nothing, Sky. Liam cuts her off, but she doesn't listen. No, it was just as stupid. She continues to rant when Liam lets out a loud wolf-like howl, and Sky looked at him shocked. His eyes were yellow and he was breathing heavily. Sky, we don't possess wolf instincts because we are them. We are werewolves. Liam says, but it wasn't his voice. The voice was deep and hissing. It was scary and low. Sky began backing away as she looked at him with fear in her eyes. She wasn't prepared for this. Was he going to eat her? Why, you're not completely a wolf. I mean, why, you are a bit human. Sky says, stumbling upon her words as she tried to buy herself some time and find some sort of defense, but there was none. Giving into her instinct, she turns around and tries to run away when she saw him. Blake. Chapter 10, Part 1, Author's P. Oh, D. Blake, Sky screams. I forgot to mention one tiny detail, Liam says, and roughly turns her around. What was he doing? She needs to go to Blake. He's alive. Sky, he's not Blake. Stay away from him, he says, and his eye starts to change color again. What do you mean? And what tiny detail? Sky asks. On cue. His backbone bends to a painful angle and she hears cracking of bones. Out of instinct, her hands clamped on her mouth as she watched him grow out of his clothes, leaving them in shreds. Black fur grew on his skin, and no later a very big and very black werewolf stood in front of her. The wolf's gaze was intent as he watched her every move. No, she says, shaking her head as she staggered away from him, cutting her palm on the sharp rock underneath her. Blake walked near her and she let out a loud sob. Stay away from me, she sobs, not caring about her bloody and bruised hand. Trying desperately to get up but failing miserably. The effect of painkillers had worn off and now she was hurting. She gives up and begins to cry on the ground, looking at the dark wolf and Blake, who are now looking at each other. She can't trust anyone. She's confused. She's going to be dog food. Blake ignores her and continues to come near her, and she sobs louder with each step. Please don't hurt me, she says, and tries to roll away, but Blake puts his foot on her shoulder, preventing her. Dear, your little mate is going to pay for your mistakes, Blake says, when suddenly Liam's large wolf burst out, killing Blake, causing a yelp from Sky. Sky looks into his eyes with nothing but fear and begins to thrash while Liam gets on top of her, trying to lick her face to calm her down, but nothing worked. She screamed from pain, and Liam finally realized his mistake and got off, nudging her side, and she screamed again. Gee, get her away, she sobbed, and she began hyperventilating. Liam's eyes filled with worry as Sky's bloody hands went to her throat. She desperately tried to breathe, to get any source of oxygen into her aching lungs. Liam nudges her side, and she tried to scream again, but nothing came out of her mouth as her eyes rolled back in her head and her body relaxed. Liam is not going to let him hurt his mate again. He's going to kill him. Chapter 10, Part 2. Author's P. Oh, V. Sky woke up gasping for air. She wasn't a fool to forget the event that happened prior as she scanned the room she was in. It wasn't hers. To be honest, a room like this didn't even belong in her house. It was too dark. The walls were grey, whereas everything else that inhabited the room was black. She was lying on a soft bed with silk black sheets and a comforter draped over her. There was no question on who brought her here, but what he wanted to do with her was the real thing on her mind. Would he kill her? Tears filled her eyes as she lay back down on the bed and covered her head with the comforter, which gave her some feeling of safety. Silent tears fell down her cheeks as she closed her eyes, shut, letting her thoughts consume her. Maybe this was a death presenting itself to her. But she doesn't want to die. There was so much she hadn't done yet. She got up from the bed, removing the sheets from her body when she realized she wasn't in her clothes. Her heart began to pound even louder when she realized that. Who could have changed her? She looked down at herself once more and saw she was in a huge shirt and a pair of boxers. Both of them smelled like cologne. Very strong and familiar cologne. Liam. Maybe he did something to her. Dizziness took over her as she grabbed the bedpost for support and slid down on the floor. Grabbing her head in her hands, sobs began to rack through her petite body. She sniffed every now and then until she felt tired, but even then content to leave this place. She finally gets up, tears still flowing down her cheeks as she went to the dark room to the door. No need to think of anything drastic. The front door seemed like an easy idea. She would just need to get out of this room and find her way through the house. If someone stops her, she could just ask them the reason for being held. Hostage. Easy peasy. Skye pepped herself as she took deep breaths and turned the doorknob and sighed from relief when it turned and the door opened. Taking a deep breath, she looked out to a long staircase which led to a wide hallway. The lights were off and the only source of guidance was the moonlight that peeked through the windows. Sniffling, Skye slowly padded down the stairs, gripping the railing. She was lucky that the floor was carpeted. She looked beyond at the hallway which turned to the right. There were 8 rooms in this single long hallway, for on each side there was a large grandfather clock against a wall which was striking 2 in the morning. Maybe this wasn't her best idea. What if she got lost? But then she didn't want to stay another minute in that room like a pretty little princess waiting for Prince Charming. All defenseless for someone to come do something to her. Murder. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skye shuddered as she quickly passed the hallway and turned right to find another 8 set of rooms, but paintings covered the walls here. She wondered how big the house was and why would Liam need such a big house. She was tempted to open the rooms but didn't abide by her thoughts. She was on limited time right now. After many twists and turns, Skye found herself wandering another hallway. She had gone down another flight of stairs and she wondered how much more to go. She walked through the hallway and to the left, and to her surprise, unlike all the others' hallways that had 8 rooms, this particular had only 1. The walls of the hallway had no decoration whatsoever and dim orange light peeked from under the door frame. Someone was in that room. Skye covered her mouth with her hand and tiptoed towards the door, staying glued to the opposite end of the wall so she doesn't cast a shadow on the ground and give away her presence. She fucking fainted, Linda. I expected her to take it that bad, but she fainted because I came close to her. Because she was fucking afraid of me. She's my mate. How can she low? She hears a familiar growl and her breathing stops in her throat as soon as she hears Linda's name. Give her some time, Liam. She needs to come to terms with this information. What do you expect? She just found out that every living soul in this town is anything but human. Not to mention half-dogs. She'll come through sometime. Besides, she would faint when, Linda says, but Liam shushes her. Shh, do you hear that? Liam asks and Skye's heart beats faster. What are you talking about? Linda asks and Liam takes a deep whiff. She's here. Liam says and Skye stiffens completely. She was caught without even making a sound. Their instincts must be very sharp. Skye, you can come in. Linda says and Skye begins to dwell upon her options. She could either go through the door and face them, or she could either run in the opposite direction. Get out of the house and most probably to her freedom. Skye, I'm going to count till 3. Liam said and Skye stiffens 1. He says and she stares at the door. To Liam continues and Skye takes a deep breath. Liam says and she hears footsteps approaching the door in front of her. Being the oh-so-logical person she was, just as Liam opened the door she began to sprint in the opposite direction. Skye, someone shouts, but it wasn't Liam. The voice didn't belong to Linda either. She turned another corner and found herself in another unfamiliar hallway. Distressed tears ran down her cheeks. She should have just went through that door and faced them. Now she's being chased by her so-called stepmother and Liam. She hears the footsteps gaining on her, and just as she turns the corner, a hand reaches out and grabs her by her upper arm, pushing her into themselves. A sob escaped her lips as she struggles in the person's hold. "Someone please help," she begins to say, but a hand on her mouth cuts her off. "For the love of God, please be quiet. People actually sleep this early in the morning," the same unfamiliar voice says, removing his hand from her mouth, and soon escaped her lips as she looked in front of her. There in front of her eyes stood Liam and Linda, while her captor remained unknown to her. "Please don't eat me. I swear I won't taste any good," she says hurriedly as her blood-red eyes traveled from Linda to Liam. Their expression changed before the man holding her burst out in laughter, letting her go. Taking this as her chance, Skye quickly makes a distance between her and that unknown guy. She hugged herself in an attempt to stop herself from shaking as she looked at Linda with pain. She had betrayed her as she did nothing but stood and stared back. Her eyes traveled to Liam, who was glaring at the guy laughing behind her. Skye looked at that guy. He had messy blondish hair with an oval face and piercing blue eyes which all seemed very foreign. "God, she got humor, Alpha," he said, looking at Liam while whipping a straight air before he looks at her. "And to answer your question, I can assure you no one will eat you. You humans taste awful," the guy said, and Skye pales. "Stop messing with her, Reuben. She's going to faint." Liam growls at Reuben as her lower lips quiver from fear. "Skye, I can assure you none of us has ever eaten a human," Liam says as his eyes travel up and down her body. She looks sexy in his clothes. Skye notices and hugs herself tighter before looking at Linda. "I want to go home now. Right now," she whispers, and Linda looks towards Liam, whose eyes darken. "Skye, you remember how your father and I have been busy," Linda begins uncomfortably, and Skye looks at her hurt. "I'm not asking you to drop me or anything. You want to stay here. That is really cool for me. But I did imply that you show me the front door so I can help myself back home," she says, and looks at the clock behind them. It was 4 in the morning, and any time the sun would begin to rise. "That's not what I meant, but the thing is you can't go home. Not now and alone. We'll explain everything to you. Now let's get you back to the office, and Liam will explain everything to you before anyone else decides to wake up," Linda says, giving a pointed look to Reuben, who just raises his hands up in surrender. "Not my fault. I came to help," Reuben says before going back down the hallway, leaving her with Linda and Liam. "Come on, Skye, let's go," Linda says, but Skye shakes her head. "I want to go home. You can explain there," she says, and Linda sighs before looking at Liam, who nods before grabbing her upper arm and dragging her to the office with one of his hands clamped on her mouth as she screamed into it. Enthusiasm, Linda sighed and had gone to the other side of the hall, leaving her alone with Liam as he dragged her to his office. "I'm trapped in a mansion full of werewolves, and the one who claims to protect me is also the one who hurts me the most. How can I escape this world full of contradictions and dangers?" Chapter 10, Part 3, Authors P. Ovi. Liam slammed the door shut and double-locked it, while keeping a firm grip on Skye as she fuddled and sobbed at the sound of the lock's turnings. "Please, she begins to say, but it cut off by Liam's piercing yellow eyes as he clamps his hands back over her mouth, causing her to scream into it. He ignores her squirming and screaming as he walks her to the sofa, gently letting her go, only for her to fall down sobbing on it. Skye covers her face with her hands and uncontrollably sobs while bringing her knees closer to her chest when the realization of what she was wearing comes into her mind, causing her to sob even louder. Liam sighs and leans his back at the desk behind him as he looks at the girl sobbing uncontrollably in front of him. Not taking it, he closed his eyes and tilts his head back, listening to her cries. She looked so defenseless, in so much pain that it made him wonder if he had been too rough with her. Sympathy begins to build up in his heart as he hears her sobs even after 15 minutes go by, when suddenly she stops and begins taking deep breaths to calm down her hysteria. Liam opens his eyes to find her staring at him with hope. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was paler than usual, with her cheeks wet from tears which continued to overflow. Just," she begins to say, but is cut off by her quivering lips and shaking as she takes another deep breath and starts again as Liam looks at her with a straight face, his arms folded over his broad chest. I want tea too. But she gets cut off with her hysteria again, and a sob escapes her lips as more tears fall from her eyes. Home. She shudders as she tries to control her breathing. Please. Home, she says, looking at him while continuously hugging herself tighter in an attempt to control her sobs. Liam sighs and looks at the floor. Please, she says, and her voice begins to quiver as silent tears fall down her face. She must have looked like a wreck. Liam gives her another glance, and his heart begins to twist. He was the one causing her this pain. His beautiful little mate was hurt because of him, but this was for her good only. If she was to be alone even for a second outside his care, they would find her and use her against him. And he could not let this happen, but the sound of her cries was too much for him. He wanted to make her happy. Make her his, but she wasn't even willing to accept what he was. Not taking it anymore, he goes behind his desk to the mini fridge and grabs a water bottle with the top sealed, so she doesn't think he did anything to it. Grabbing the cool bottle in his hands, he looks at Skye, who looked as if she would die any moment now. Taking a deep breath, he silently moves towards her, with her watching his every movement. Just as he begins to come near her, she pushes herself into the sofa and the stream down her cheeks just as she takes a sharp intake of breath, but Liam was not going to back down either. Skye closes her eyes shut as she feels him coming closer to her. Maybe he was going to hit her. Skye's breathing stopped just as Liam crouched in front of her and gently took her hand, but quickly placed the bottle and let go when she began to shake uncontrollably. He didn't want her to faint again. Skye opened her eyes at the feeling of the cold water bottle in her hands and looked at it confused before pushing it away from her and looking at Liam, who was massaging his temples. His eyes flickering from gold to his original emerald green. It's water, and I swear I didn't do anything to it. He says, and Skye doesn't utter a single word as she just stares at him. She was getting tired by the second, and if he tried anything she would faint. Lucky for her. Her breathing had come into check, but the silent tears still flowed. I'm fine, she whispers, her throat dry, causing Liam to clench and unclench his jaw at her discomfort. Might as well get this over with. Look, Skye, I know you're overwhelmed with fear right now, but you must understand that I can't let you go back home. Liam says, and Skye's expression doesn't change. Why? She whispers as another tear falls down her cheek. We were under attack and you seem to be a person of interest to them. Let's just say it's for your own safety. Your father has been informed of this situation, and so is Linda. You will be staying here for the next few days or so until the threat is completely gone. Liam says, professionally building up the semi-lie. There must be a mistake. I'm a mere human. I'm not supposed to be into this. She says, and Liam looks at her with amusement. Well, anyone who comes into my territory is my responsibility, and after all the extreme events, this is necessary. Liam says, and Skye looks straight into his eyes. Then let me go back to Australia. She says, and Liam's eyes flickered gold as he clenched his hand into a fist. You're not leaving, and this is final. Liam says, and his voice booms across the room, causing Skye to jump as she looks at him. His eyes were piercing into her. The gold irises seemed anything but inviting. You're not leaving this place ever. The voice says, but it wasn't Liam's anymore. This was a whole different side of him as he stalked towards her, and Skye screamed, scrambling away from him, but he grabs her upper arm, causing her to stand up. Skye begins to sob as he lifts her from her arm up to his level, her feet barely touching the ground and her legs very much exposed. She closes her eyes shut as she tried to get her arm out of his grip, but it tightens, causing her to sob louder. Yo, at me. The voice seethes, and Skye sobs, not opening her eyes. Please let, she begins to say, but Liam tightens his grip on her arm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Hearts out saints say your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Look at me, he says, and his claws extend into her arms, causing her to let out an ear-piercing scream, but he doesn't let go. Skye was screaming at the top of her lungs because of the pain, but it was like Liam didn't care. His wolf was out of control because of her defiance. He grabs her jaw with his other hand and tilts it towards his face as she sobbed. Open them, he says, and his claws caress the side of her eyes, causing her to open them from fear. She didn't want his claws in her eyes next. He stared into her eyes, which was nothing but bleeding red because of her tears, but Liam's wolf was too angry. That wasn't too hard. letting her go and watches her body drops on the floor. Skye screams as his claws get out of her arm and Liam grabs her throat. "Shut up," he says, glaring at her as she tried to breathe. She was feeling light-headed as the blood gushed out of her upper arm, not to mention the amount of force Liam was putting on her throat. "Please," Skye pleaded as she felt the life being drained out of her. Maybe this was it. Death was presenting itself to her. But where was the flashback they say you have before you die? Where was the relief? The relaxation? Her thoughts were interrupted when suddenly Liam let go of her. "Let me show you something." Liam says, and Skye's body went limp. Chapter 10, part for authors P.O.V. "Let me show you something." Liam says, and Skye's body went limp. Liam was pacing in his room while tugging at his hair in frustration. He made for holes in the wall and still felt horrendously aggravated. What had he done? He was beyond bothered but angrier at his wolf. If he could, he would have killed the damn thing, but how can one kill a part of them and still want to stay alive for the love of their life? Is that even possible? He could feel his wolf whimpering, but to hell with it. It was his fault that both of them were going to suffer very, very dearly because now Skye would be shitload afraid of him. Not that he could blame her. She had too much on her plate. He had never seen her so traumatized like that. Hell. She was sobbing as if he was going to torture her. Poor girl. Liam dared to give the unconscious girl a side glance, but his heart would beat faster from pain. The pain he had caused her. She barely had a heartbeat. The doctor had told him that she was going to be okay, but she would need massive time to recover due to the suffocation and internal injuries. They had put her in an induced coma because she was too fragile, and that was better for her. In this way, she would wake up completely recovered. But for now, she looked like a wreck with tubes attached to her and machines monitoring her. The beeping of the machines attached to her created a rhythm in the room. Beep, 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 beep. Never-ending and irritating. She also looked as pale as a ghost. Sometimes Liam forgot that she was a human, weak and defenseless. This was the first time in ages he was meeting a human. He forgot how gentle you needed to be with them. Skye thinks that his father is a human, but he's half werewolf. Liam's ears perked up at the sound of angry footsteps approaching the room, and no later an angry Blake slammed the door open. His eyes traveling to Skye with pain, then landing on Liam. Liam wanted to tell Skye that Blake's not dead. What she saw that day was an illusion created to hurt her. To make her weak. What the hell you did to her? Blake shouts, but Skye was too deep in her slumber to react. Her heartbeat remained as it was. Slow. Get out. Liam growls and Blake snarls at him, his eyes changing to a freakish orange. It was extraordinary how every wolf had their unique eye color, the alphas being more dominant. "I want to know what the hell happened to her, and I don't give a damn if you kill me just because I set your mind right and prevent another thing like this," Blake says, and Liam clenches his fist. In a split second, Liam and Blake were standing face to face, glaring at each other before Liam punched Blake on the nose and Blake laughed as he heard the crack. "So man handled her," Blake says mockingly while cradling his nose that was bleeding. Even Liam was shocked from where the surge of courage came to him, but he couldn't do Blake much damage. He was a lawyer lass and he's going to be his beta. "I said get out." Liam booms and grabs the lamp beside him, chucking it at Blake, who dodges the throw. "Is that what you did to her too? Chuck a lamp at her poor self," Blake says, and Liam tackles him to the floor, punching him repeatedly in the face before Blake counters and turns them so he was pinning him. "Look at yourself, Liam," Blake says, and turns Liam's face to the full length mirror on the opposite wall. Liam looked vicious with Blake's blood on him. His eyes were gold and everything about him was inhuman. "I know your wolf is at its peak because you haven't mated with Skye, but you need to control it. Liam, our pack is in danger with us being practically hunted. 3 more bodies were found, ripped to shreds by the river where our pack hunt. I know that you want her, but if you keep doing all this, she's going to be scared of you until she can't take it anymore. Just give her some space and let her be. She'll come around," Blake says, breathing hard, and Liam blinks, his eyes back to normal as Blake get off him and slowly left the room before looking at Skye and shaking his head. Liam was up from the floor in seconds as he looked around the room. It was messed up. He looks at Skye and makes his way to her side. He mumbles as he brushes her hair out of her face and passionately kisses her forehead. She doesn't react. Not one bit. But what could he have expected? She was a human. Weak as she was and now sporting vicious claw marks on her upper arm and bluish-black bruises on her neck. Bruises that were given by him. He can't control himself anymore and it's getting difficult every passing day, but he doesn't want to scare her away either. Though he had accomplished that on the peak of everything. His mind was more than occupied. 3 more bodies found things didn't seem good. It was a question how his pack was being hunted so easily. The pack that was indestructible was falling, and he can't let that happen. Liam's features began to turn cold again as he turned away from Sky and made his way to the door, remembering the note that bastard had conveyed him through Sky. It wasn't much. Barely 10 words, but all that there was made his blood boil. Keep an eye out for the pretty little mate of yours, Kane Vesey. Out of all the things in the world he dares threaten his mate, he had some guts. Too bad they were going to be sprawled on the ground along with many of his body parts when he was going to be done with him. Somewhere, master. He is hurt in his possession. Do you want us to attack? The slave says, scared while standing in front of his mahogany desk, while the master seated behind it. His back to the slave. Even though he had done his job quite precisely, he was still scared. He remembers what his master did to Gabriel, who he had sent to bring that girl. Not only he had gone against his orders and hurt the girl, but failed to bring her to him, which resulted in dire consequences. The master fed him to the dogs while making the rest of the slaves watch with him as he cackled and laughed at the screams, and when the slave refrained, the master went straight up and ripped his head off, making a sickly sound as the bluish-black glob of sticky liquid poured out like acid. The slave looked at his master for the answer, but the master only laughed at Liam's poor attempt to protect his mate. Did he honestly think that keeping the girl caged can keep her safe from him? No, not at all. Where would be the fun in that? The master says in his voice laced with dark thoughts as revenge. The revenge he had waited for centuries. He turns around now facing the slave and brings the gold glass filled with red wine to his lips and takes a sip, thinking of the things gay to Liam's mate when he had her. His reddish, brown hair fell over his soulless eyes, which were the lightest shade of grey with specks of red to add to his scary aura. He knew every single detail about the girl. Her past, present and the painful future that was waiting for her. He hadn't seen the girl himself till now, nor had it bothered. He didn't want to ruin the surprise. He liked a little mystery to everything. I want you to keep a very close eye on her, he says in his thick British accent. The accent he was born with in the 18th century. Of course, master. The slave says and bows his head, his long hair falling on either side of him before he closed the door and left. The master smiled heavily as he got up and made his way to the window, cracking his knuckles, which were sporting gold rings, as he fixed his attire. It was all for this century, but he preferred it. His attire consisted of a pair of black pants and a shirt with heavy gold chains, in which he also hid many of his daily used weapons of amusing tortures. Knives in the latter. He drew his gaze out of the thick trees that kept him hidden from Liam's and his pack view. Not that it mattered. He could finish them with a flick of his wrist, but then where would be the amusement? The fun? The pain? He grinned sinisterly as he recalled his plan. All the wheels were set in motion. He just needed the girl and he would hear the melodious sound of the alpha withering away. Maybe afterward he could finish their entire race. They were an abomination after all. Things like them were not intended to walk on the ground. Disgusting animals. But right now only Alpha Liam Kane mattered. The strongest of their kind and his most hated enemy. Well, the only enemy that still had his head connected to his body. Liam was going to be tortured, slowly and painfully for what he had done. And who would do that better than himself? Valentine Carson, the Vampire Lord. Chapter 11, Authors P. O.V. Sky's eyes opened to the continuous sound of beeping. It was irritating. She slowly opened her eyes, squinting themselves in the dimly lit room. Everything was dark and the only light that came into the room was the outline of sunshine from the curtained window. Sky moved her head to the source of the beeping and found a monitor with tubes coming out of it. It took her seconds to realize that the tubes were attached to her and the monitor was a heart monitor. Sky's torso rose up in shock as her eyes traveled to the unfamiliar room and memories whirled in her head. Liam. Sky looked around her and saw various nursing tools, a drip and several other devices, She looked at them with hatred, and before she could comprehend what she was doing, she plunged them out of her hand rudely, like puncturing her skin, but she didn't care as she took deep breath, staggering to the full-length mirror at the corner of the room. She was in the same clothes as earlier, but they were not matted with dry blood along with her hair. She could see the faint scars of stitches on her upper arm and the fading bruise on her neck. How long was she asleep for these wounds to heal so quickly? Not that it mattered. She could die and she didn't care. No one else probably did either. She was abandoned and alone here for people to take advantage of. Beat her, fix her, and repeat right. Skye felt disgusted. She wanted to let her anger out. She wanted to scream and scream until her soul would leave her body. She couldn't deal with this. This was too much for her. She was small. Her Teton never had as much as hit a fly. She was no match of their giant semi-dog human creatures. They would wobble her up like candy and leave her bones to play fetch with. A sense of helplessness filled Skye as she quietly limped back to the bed and sat down. Self-pity overpowering her anger. She was going to die like this in the hands of the people she trusted. Blake. Linda, awful father who didn't give two shits to let her be in Australia. If she could have just rejected, other arrangements would have been made and Skye would have been with her uncle. To some extent she even trusted Liam, but he was a monster. Everyone was. They would never care for her. She would die here. Pain welled up inside Skye as she thought of her death. She hadn't even had her first kiss yet. Never went to Disneyland. Never had her first drink. Never went to a club. Nothing. She was going to wither away. As Skye's mind wandered more and more, she felt more helpless. She would never get to say goodbye to her uncle. Tears streamed down her face as she closed her eyes and shakily looked around the room. She wasn't going to give up that easily. She certainly won't go down without a fight. She took a deep breath and got up. Few drops of blood staining the floor from her hand where she had removed the tubes. The first thing she did was make her way to the window. She could just climb out and run like hell. Skye nodded at the idea and lifted the side of the curtain a bit, squinting her eyes from the sharp sunlight. As soon as her vision focused, her heart began to beat loudly. They were so high, probably 20 feet above the ground. A fall like that could kill her. She looked beyond and saw nothing but a thick forest extending into nothingness. They were so deep, she could never have wondered the forest that seemed so harmless would be her captivity. Skye backed away from the window and ran her hands through her hair. There could be something here that would help her. Anything. She looked around the room and her eyes landed on the clock. 3 p.m. No wonder the sun was scorching, but even then the weather was a bit pleasant. She needed to get out. Now maybe no one was home. Maybe she could go by undetected. But first, she needed clothes. Skye staggered around the room, making minimum noise as she opened the drawers and cabinets, but found nothing but boy stuffs laced in a lot of cologne. Everything smelled like Liam. Skye shuddered when she spotted another drawer and sprang towards it, and to her surprise she found her clothes neatly folded there along with another item. A floral cardigan. It took her some time to realize that the cardigan was actually hers. What was it doing with him? You know what? She didn't even want to know. Skye angrily grabbed the stuff and looked for the bathroom, which was at the other corner of the room. She grabbed the clothes and rushed inside, removing the sticky clothes from her body before washing her dirty face and putting her previous clothes on. At least the clothes were clean. She grabbed the hair tie and put her greasy hair in a quick bun before searching for something to pick the lock. The bathroom was huge, but she couldn't find anything worth her escape. She looked in the cabinet where she saw a small hairpin in the corner, hidden behind the toiletries. She looked at the pin carefully. It was a bit rusty, but it would do. She carefully walked back into the room and straight towards the door and turned the knob. It was locked as expected. She took the rusty hairpin and jammed it inside the lock. It had to work. It worked in the tea. All the time, surely it can't be that difficult. Skye rammed the pin inside the lock. After about 5 minutes she was going to lose hope when she heard a satisfying but faint click. Skye's breathing stopped as she looked at the lock. Had it worked? She took the pin out and slowly turned the doorknob, and to her surprise, the door opened. Skye felt hope and triumph as she looked at the rusty pin in relief and tucked it in her pocket for future use. This was it. She just needed to work things out properly. She opened the door completely and peeked her head out. Nothing but silence. That was good. She soundlessly padded down the stairs and into the same hallway she had wandered that night. Now to think of it. How long was that night ago? She'll find out later. Right now. Eyes on the prize. Skye looked at the hallway, which seemed completely unfamiliar as sunlight poured in and illuminated it. But these were the same confusing and unforgiving hallway she had to pass. She waited a moment and listened, but continued forward when she heard nothing. She remained vigilant, not wanting to get lost. Just as she was about to make a right turn, she noticed the stairway at the left. It was huge, however, it was in the corner, and someone could easily miss it. She quickly changed her route and went to the staircase, which one after another went down. Throughout the house, there was eerie silence, making Skye wonder where the inhabitants were. Not that she was complaining. The house was extremely big, more like a private estate, with posh paintings and even posh furniture. Most of it being mahogany, giving it a fine look. After the 8th floor, Skye felt exhausted but surprised at the sudden change of the architecture. There was no staircase beyond, indicating this might be the ground floor. Skye looked out and saw that she was right. The sight of the grass made her want to kiss it. She didn't spare a moment to wonder as her eyes began traveling for a door or an open window. Anything. No one was home, and she knew they would be getting soon though. She had taken a lot of time climbing down and finding her way. Skye looked around the grand foyer before going to the first door on the left. However, it opened to a huge dining room. She let out a frustrated cry before closing the door and making her way to the one on the right, which opened to a kitchen. She ushered in and looked for a back door, but it didn't have one, but her eyes did land on a schedule. She looked at the top of the paper and saw big letters in bold. Training schedule. 5 am, 7 am warm up, 9 am, 11 am defense, 2 p.m, 5 p.m. offense. How could they do all this every day? How is that even possible? She mumbled but shook her head. She can't waste time. She rushed back into the main foyer. Where could the front door be? Then suddenly something clicked. Door slides. Usually, houses with grand foyers had slide doors. She turned around and saw a beautiful glass door. She was so stupid. Happily, she began to approach it but suddenly stopped. Her smile faded when she started making the outline of a single silhouette through the glass door. It only took her a second to realize the situation. Her heart drummed loudly and she could feel her blood rushing through her body. She looked at the time and saw it was striking 4 p.m. This was too soon. She thought as she ran to hide somewhere. Anywhere to get past this single man. Her captor, Liam, was back. Chapter 12 offers P. O. V. Skye's breathing had stopped along with her heart as she clapped both of her hands securely on her mouth, so she didn't give away her hiding spot, which just so happened to be the cabinet under the table in the center of the huge foyer. Skye resisted the urge to sneeze as dust filled her nostril. The door of the cabinet had woodwork at the faint corner through which Skye peeked out into the foyer as she heard the click of the front door open. She could feel herself go pale as Liam waltzed in, looking intimidating as ever. He was shirtless with sweat tickling down his side and torso. Skye looked at his dark hair sticking to his forehead and quickly snapped out of her thoughts as he cracked his neck, and she could swear she felt it chill up her spine. He still looked very scary. Very, very scary. Some things never change. She clamped her hands on her mouth as Liam began walking towards the marble table abruptly, when suddenly he stopped, dead in his tracks, and his eyes went wide. He sniffed the air and Skye saw his eyes turn golden and he cursed loudly. "Fuck, Skye." He screamed and began to rush up the stairs, taking 2 at a time, most probably going to her prior prison. Skye took a deep breath. Should she hide or take her chances? She looked at the stairs when he left through the hole and then back at the open doors. What to do? She could feel the frustration setting in, trying to search for an answer. If she goes out she might get caught, but if she stayed here she could be found and get caught. She could hear things breaking and she closed her eyes. She could hear heavy footsteps retreating down. She felt like Liam was making a lot of noise, so she knew he was coming. She was not going down without a fight. Taking a deep breath, Skye quietly took off the flip-flops, placing them behind her before she kicked the door open and quickly bolts towards the open door, rushing out into the open just as Liam came into her view. For a moment her eyes met with Liam's before going to the surrounding beyond Skye. Liam screamed as Skye ran into the forest barefoot, gaining speed. Get back here. Liam shouts, his voice getting closer as she looks at the forest at a few distance beyond the clearing she was running on now. She could hear Liam screaming her name, but she didn't care. She needed to get away from all of them. These animals. Skye looked at the deep forest with determination. She didn't care what lurked in it, nor did she care about the consequences of being barefoot in there. All she cared about right now was to get away from Liam. Trees began to come in front of her path, slowing her down as she dodged them, going into the forest. The dirt was getting harder and her feet were probably bleeding, but there was neither going back nor giving up. Tears strolled down her cheeks as she ran, urging herself. Breathing was getting hard, but she couldn't afford to slow down. Liam was too close. Even as she swiftly changed her path, he managed to keep up, screaming at her. Liam's voice was getting crunchy and knew she was no match for him. He was faster, stronger and extraordinary. She was no match for him, but her determination was her key, her hope, her survival. Skye urged herself to go faster and faster, going deeper and deeper. Her cardigan was torn up and there was most probably dust on her clothes. But that barely mattered, and she noticed that Liam's voice had faded. Check that. There was only silence. No voice at all. Had she lost him? Skye continued to run until curiosity got the best of her, and she stopped in a small clearing with a stray log on the ground and an axe beside, making her shiver a bit. The sun was no longer scorching, preparing to set soon, but Skye's clothes still hugged her body, sticking to it from sweat as she turned around and took a few steps forward, retracing the path she had just run. Was this it? Had she seriously lost him? A sense of relief began to flood over Skye, and a smile made its way to her lips as tears of happiness now flowed. She grinned, looking at the path. She had one. For a few seconds, she just stood there, catching her breath in relief, and everything felt so easy. Like this was nothing but a small stroll out. A hearted laugh leaves her mouth as she stares at the forest and begins backing up. Time to go home, she thinks, but suddenly her back collides with something. For a moment she thinks that it's a tree, but why couldn't she feel any barks on it? And suddenly she knows what it is. She is about to scream when a hand clamps on her mouth and an arm wraps around her waist. You know you shouldn't have done that, Liam says, and Skye meekly screams into his hands and Liam's eyes. I'm sorry, but I can't let them hurt you. I'll remove my hand from your mouth, but you need to come back with me, okay? He says, and doesn't wait for a response as he removes his hand from her mouth. Then Skye pushes away from his body, staggering back. Don't ever touch me, she says, and looks as Liam's eyes begin to change color, but they flick back to original as he puts his hands up in defense and takes a step back. Skye's eyes traveled around, looking for a way to outrun him, but there was nothing. Don't even dare, Liam says calmly as he eyes her, already knowing her intentions. Could you blame me? The last thing I remember is you choking me, she says with tears streaming down her face. Liam's facial features change into pain and sorrow. I'm extremely sorry for that. My wolf, it got the best of me. I've been meaning to apologize to you for a week. However, you were unconscious. Weak? Skye asks, and Liam nods. Induced coma. Better recovery, he says, and Skye shakes her head in frustration. Can't you see that I don't belong to your kind? Skye says softly after a few seconds of staring at him. I don't care what my dad and Linda think. They don't know me. I can make decisions for myself, and I decide to leave. Please just consider it at least. Skye asks desperately when Liam doesn't answer her. Liam sighs and looks at her with sincerity. We need to get going, Liam says, not answering her. Please, Skye begins to say, but before she could finish her sentence she was thrown over Liam's shoulder like she weighed nothing. She screamed at the top of her lungs as Liam chose to ignore her scream and began to stroll the path she had ran at mere minutes ago. Skye screamed until her throat was dry. No one can hear you. Anyone that might help you at least. You'll notice people don't define me, Liam says knowingly in hopes to strike a conversation with her, but he was surprised when he heard a sob instead, followed by another and another. He had made the girl of his dream cry yet again. The sounds of her sobs were weighing on his heart like an anchor, making him stop abruptly and gently placing her on a stray log, hearing a soft grunt from her in response. Before sitting beside her, watching her sob again, he suddenly feels these extreme emotions, and it takes him only a second to realize that they were Sky's emotions channeling him through the mate bond, being so close to each other. They were strong. Pain, anguish, helplessness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He sometimes forgets how strong human emotions are. Werewolves never had such strong ones, mainly because many of them were suppressed by their strength and bloodthirst. It had always been like this. Liam is brought back to reality as he doesn't hear any more sobs but quiet sniffles. He looked at Sky, who wiped her tears, then was cupping her face in her hands as she took deep breaths to calm her down. Liam wanted to comfort her, but he didn't want to scare her away. So not thinking, he just placed his hands on her back and gently pat and stroked it, and to his surprise Sky looked at him with her blotchy eyes. Liam thinks, but she might say something, but she doesn't. She looks at him with helplessness as more tears fall from her eyes and her lips began to quiver before she finally whispered, "Are you going to kill me?" She asks, and Liam's heart shatters, but he forces out an intended to be friendly but not so friendly, laugh, and take a beautiful girl away from the world. No, that would be cruel. He says, smiling, hoping that she might smile to like she used to every time he met her before these circumstances, but she doesn't even bother. "I won't ever hurt you. I know you're scared and you feel captive, but this is for your good. I can't blame you for your fear. Hell, I hurt you so badly and I'm so very sorry for that, but I need you to look through this and be cooperative. I'm dealing with this issue with quite a fluency, and as it's safe, I'll take you back to your home. If that's what you want, okay. Until then, I'll make sure your needs are fulfilled." Liam says extremely softly. Sky looks at him for a moment when a smile comes in her face, and before he could comprehend what's happening, she hugs him. Liam feels the hole in his heart fill up with her faint happiness, and he begins to feel it affect him too. "Thank you. But can I have my cell phone back?" she adds, and he nods. "Anything you want, although we'll talk about the boundaries later," he says, and she nods. The sun was already setting and it was getting dark, and Liam noticed that because he stood up and looked straight at her. "Come on, it's getting dark and these woods aren't that welcoming to foreigners," he says, holding out his hand, which Sky takes willingly. Time to face facts. Chapter 13. Authors P. O. V. Sky walks side by side with Liam, looking at his huge bare back. His shoulder blades were prominent and strong. She had taken a look at his sculpted chest when all the overwhelming feelings had subsided, and she wasn't surprised to find an 8-pack. It had been some time since they were walking, and until now Sky hadn't even realized how deep she had run. Her feet were hurting, and it didn't help that neither of them was wearing shoes, but she didn't hear Liam complain. "Can we take a break?" Sky asks, and Liam doesn't answer as he continued to walk. He had been in his head quite a lot, and it was having its toll on her. When you be nice to someone minutes ago, you don't just ignore them later on. This should be a crime, but that would be absurd. Sky wanted to stop, but she wasn't going to get lost. Hell no. The sun had set and Sky could hear thunder indicating it would rain soon, and before that happens she would most probably like to be under a roof. However, the thought of being under the same roof as many animals weren't as inviting as she would have wanted it to be. Not that she had a choice. It was either this or Liam dragging her there. So she chose the more reasonable option, which was the only option. After a few more minutes, Sky's feet couldn't take it anymore, so she tried once again to bring Liam out of his thoughts. "Liam," she whispers. No response. "Dear, I'm tired," she says, but still no response. She reaches and touches his shoulder, causing his head to jerk as he moves it left and right. His eyes land on her. "Is there anything you want?" he asks, and Sky's heart began to beat faster to her surprise. "I was wondering how long we have to walk." "I'm just tired," she says, nervously waiting for a reaction. However, it was so dark that even if she got one, she could never see one. "We're already there," he says, and he was right, because now Sky could see the forest thinning and faint luminous orange light a distance away, but all of a sudden she tensed. It was neither because of the thunder nor because of facing the people in her dirty attire. Rather, it was the rustling she heard behind her. "Come on," Liam says when he notices she stopped walking. "Did you hear that?" Sky asks. Surely he must have. He has magnified abilities. "What?" He asks and turns towards Sky, who heard the faint rustling again, causing her to turn towards it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was there again. Did you hear it too? Sky says, turning to him, but Liam couldn't hear anything. How come? Unless... Liam's eyes quickly roamed around his surrounding, landing on the tree beside Sky, where the outline of a man could be seen. Liam quickly grabbed Sky just as the figure walked out from behind the tree. Sky could see nothing in the darkness but Liam's back, which was shielding her from view. She could hear the clinking of chains as the stranger's feet collided with the ground while walking. It took you long enough, Kane. Was this girl's presence so distracting her? I've to admit even the human is more valiant than you. At least she pays attention. Might I have a glimpse of her beauty? The stranger asks. His voice was extremely posh but sickly sweet and low, causing Sky to shudder. You'll have to kill me before I let you as much as even breathe the same air as her. Liam growls, menacingly, holding Sky's hand protectively while the rest of his body shielded her from the stranger's view. Oh, but isn't that the main factor here, my boy? I already am dead. And whose fault is that, might I add? However, immortality has a better hold on me, don't you think? Now I'll have the privilege to torture generations of your kind while you stay helpless. Starting with your pretty little mate here. What do you say, gorgeous? The stranger says, peeking over Liam's shoulder, and Liam snarls at his direction. Keep my mate out of this, Carson. Liam shouts and Carson smirks. Oh, but pretty little Sky here and I are going to have so much fun. I'll do things to her that she would beg me to kill her, and when she does, I'll suck every single drop of blood in that gorgeous body of hers. The guy says, and that's when Sky realized she was shaking violently. Stay the hell away from her. Liam screams and lunges towards the stranger, leaving her bare, but then she feels a whiff of air and finds Liam snarling angrily, searching for the stranger. Oh dear, Liam. Have my talks angered you? Well, that proves you're not wise. Wisdom comes with the acceptance, and here you are. Can't even accept the truth. The stranger taunts, and both Sky and Liam looks at the source, which seems to be above them, on a tree. Unlike Liam, she doesn't have night vision, so all she sees is a silhouette. I think you should come and face the facts that I'll rip you apart before you even step a foot near her. Liam says, to which the guy begins laughing. Sky hears the booming sound of thunder followed by lightning, giving her a glimpse of Liam's piercing good eyes, but what caught her breath was the stranger. He looked menacing, leaning casually against the tree in heavy clothes with gold chains in his shirt and black pants. The attire looked a golf version of something one would wear in the 1880s or early 1900. His hair was a nest of the messy red lock, falling over his face, but his skin, it was the palest she had ever seen. He was frightening. Sky wanted to run away, but where? She couldn't even see. The last thing she would want to smash into a tree. Sky held her breath, wanting to disappear. Still all word to Liam. You've not changed one bit. The stranger says, and Sky hears the sound of feet colliding with the ground. Maybe the guy had jumped. Even you know that you can't even touch me. You don't have the guts to finish me then, and you don't have them now. The guy says, walking, and Sky could hear the sound getting louder and louder with each step. Oh, you don't know me anymore. And I regret showing you mercy to this day. I won't make the same mistake again. Liam seethes, and Sky feels a hand grab her arm, but it was a familiar touch, and to her shock, it brought her comfort. Liam's, of course. The guy's feet stopped just as Liam came in front of her yet again, shielding her. I'm so afraid of the big bad Alpha. The guy says, taunting him before bursting into a fit of laughter, and Liam growls at him. Tell me, Mr. Alpha, have you told your pretty little mate here all the things you have done? All the humans you have killed? The guy says, and Sky's breathing once again stops at what the guy said. Human. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Suddenly Sky began to feel sick, and Valentine Carson noticed, smiling. The way you ripped them apart, piece by piece, before burning them because they were the wrong prey. Hello. And do you remember that pretty 2-year-old girl? The guy didn't get to finish his sentence as Liam lunged at him, but missed, looking here and there viciously. Sky began to hear laughter just beside her, and she screamed when an ice-cold hand snaked around her waist and pulled her to their body. Sky screamed even louder when the guy chuckled into her ear and clamped another hand on her mouth. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A pretty little thing like you shouldn't waste your breath like that. The guy says and Sky sobs. Liam growls and loudly howls in the air, signaling his pack. He wanted to kill him right now, but the thunderstorm wasn't helping. Still, he dwelled upon his options and lunged at Carson, who was holding his mate. But in seconds Carson was out of the way behind him, still holding Sky in a deathly grip. Carson had gotten stronger. Hell, he wasn't this fast 4 years ago. See, all words. Lightly grazing his lips on Sky's cheek as she shakes violently. There, I'll take good care of you, the guy says and presses his ice-cold lips to her cheek, causing her to sob in disgust. That was all it took him to give his control to his wolf as his bones cracked and grew out of his clothes. Valentine Carson smirked at the reaction. Everything was going accordingly. To complete the game, he says and throws the sobbing girl to the side. Her breathing was hard and the sound which the thunderstorm was making wasn't helping at all. She was looking for a way to run away anywhere, but she needed to get away from this guy. However, the slightest movement seemed impossible due to the darkness and all these trees. A burst of lightning illumination the forest, and Sky saw the scene in front of her. Both the guys looking at each other with murderous looks, and in seconds the vision was gone with lightning. Liam looked at Carson with a predatory glare as he lunged towards him. Carson didn't even flinch but grinned at him, and before Liam knew what's happening, Carson turned into black smoke and Liam crashed to the tree in his haze. What the hell was that? This wasn't possible. He had never seen anything like this. Liam's eyes landed towards Sky, who was crying as she tried desperately to make out a route to escape, but the darkness wasn't helping her after all. Humans didn't have night vision. His eyes traveled back at the front. The black smoke once again compiled to a figure in front of Liam, and he glared at it through his yellow eyes. You know, Liam, the tables have turned. Carson says, and Liam pounces at him again but passes through the black smoke, but this time Liam feels unbearable pain on his side. Liam turns his head and finds his side bleeding. The cut was deep and it wasn't healing. He starts breathing hard as the pain grows and looks at Carson, who was holding a very familiar silver blade in his hands. Oh, I'm sorry. My hand slipped. Does it hurt? Carson says as he crouches in front of Liam's huge wolf with mock concern. Liam spits at his face and the mock concern changes into anger as he kicks Liam at his bloody side. You will not disrespect me. He booms before taking the knife and plunging it into his stomach. Liam howled in pain and Carson laughed. Oh, what does it hurt? He says, repeating his earlier statement and smirks satisfied, already knowing the answer. What about this? He says and takes the knife out before stabbing it back in, laughing at the sound of his pain. Don't worry, Kane. You'll be okay. Can't let you die on me, right? I want you to see all that's coming your way. This is just the beginning, he says and kicks him again. Now your pretty little mate's turn him. Don't want that pretty thing to feel miss out. Carson says, smirking, and Liam's eyes widen as he tried to get up, but the poison was spreading fast and he fell back down. Sky could hear nothing over the booming thunderstorms as she staggered back and back. Another loud roar of thunder boomed as she saw Liam lying by a tree in his blood. The forest was filled with the pitter-patter of rain and her sobs, as she saw a figure stalking towards her, and it didn't take much thinking to know it was the stranger. Please, sobbing, but she was hauled to her feet before she could even begin. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't cry, beautiful, the stranger says, wiping her tears, and Sky cringed when she felt her back hit the tree. She tried to look at Liam, praying that he was going to get him away. Carson noticed this and smirked. Your mate isn't going to help you. Darling, why don't you accept that? He says and grabs her hand, pinning them, and Sky screams, trying to get out of his grip. Let me go, she says, sobbing, but he tightens his grip and nuzzles his face into her neck. Please, she says, sobbing, but he cuts her off again. You're going to be okay, he says, and before Sky knows what's happening, she felt excruciating pain in her neck. Her neck burns as Carson sucked her blood out. Her hands clenched into fists from the pain as she tried to breathe, but she was too overwhelmed with everything. She could see black spots in her vision as his teeth extended out of her neck. He could feel the extraordinary taste lingering on his tongue. No human tasted like this. Well, no creature did. Her blood. It was the most extraordinary thing ever. But why? Carson looked at the tear-stained girl and cursed. He didn't mean to drink that much. She was breathing hard as if she couldn't breathe. He brought his face inches near hers and looked at her eyes just in time to see them roll back into her head, making her go limp. Carson felt something deep inside him. But he ignored it. He set the girl on the ground and saw as the rain fell over her. With one last look, he disappeared into black smoke. Chapter 14 Arthur's P. Ovi. Skye groaned as consciousness returned to her. The memories of the event prior rushed into her head and her eyes opened in terror. That guy had drunk her blood. That was the only thing in her mind as she looked around the very familiar room of the house. Who had brought her here? She felt soft sheets over her body and she realized that nor was she only clean and washed up but also in a pair of garments. Skye brought the sheets closer to her so they hugged her body and looked around until her eyes stopped on a stretcher not far away but at a foot's distance to her right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Laid a figure, huddled in sheets. Liam. Skye remembered how he had stood up for her in the forest. How he had tried to protect her from the beginning and found himself stabbed by that cruel stranger. Skye felt something in her heart. Something she had never felt before. Was it all? Yeah, maybe or maybe something bigger. Affection even. Or just guilt for not being cooperative in the first place. Those thoughts quickly left her mind as she heard a groan from Liam, whose torso rose up in a swift second and his claws extended as his eyes roamed around the room, but to Skye's surprise, she didn't even feel scared. But a bit safe. His eyes landed on her but he still seemed alert. It's okay now, I guess, she said and watched as his claws extend back and he exhaled a deep breath. You okay? He asked as he shifts a bit towards her and Skye nods. Yeah, you. She asked as she gets a glimpse of the wound on his torso and Liam just shrugged as his eyes traveled to the window and outside to the grey sky. I like the weather. Something about the rain, he said and Skye smiled following his gaze beyond. It's lovely, she said as both of them stare out of the window. It was awkward. She was just in a pair of garments. And he was most probably completely naked because he didn't have even a single bit of mud on him. Talking casually. For a moment Skye forgot what happened a few hours ago. Who was that guy? She finally asked and Liam shook his head. I don't want to talk about it, he said back as easily, and with that, the conversation was dropped. Neither of them talking, but the silence was comfortable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ignoring the fact that she was very much half naked in the same room with a guy. Her mother would have been horrified. Skye clutched the sheets closer to her and looked toward Liam, who was still deep in thought. She takes a deep breath, then clears her throat and Liam's head quickly snapped towards her. I need clothes, she said embarrassed and blushing profoundly. Liam smirks at her and starts chuckling a bit at her cuteness, while his wolf went crazy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was all he said and continued to look at her but with a glint in his eyes, imagining all that was underneath those sheets, which Skye didn't notice as she was looking down. I'm thankful for everything you have done. I didn't know you were risking so much until I saw you hurt back in the forest, she said, and Liam doesn't reply. Skye takes this as a sign and shuts up when he speaks up. It's nice to know that you cooperate now, he said huskily, and Skye nods. Liam removes the sheets off his body and suddenly gets up, causing Skye to cover her eyes in case he was naked. Liam laughed at her innocent action as he grabbed a pair of pants and quickly slid them on. You could open your eyes now, he said as he buttoned it up and watched as Skye peeked from underneath her fingers, before taking them off completely, causing her to blush when she saw he was still shirtless. Did you plan on telling me before getting up like that? Sky breathed out and Liam shrugged, causing her to pinker than already, which was a lot. Liam chuckled and shook his head, and Sky frowned as she stared at his chest. It took him a second to realize she was staring at the wounds that were exposed, so they would heal more quickly. Do they hurt? She asked, and Liam shook his head. No, you don't need to worry about them, he said, but her eyes never left the wounds. You would have cared if that was me in your place, and I know you did, to go to such an extent for my safety, so I just want to return the favor. Well, I am a big bad beast, he said truthfully, but she shrugged it off. A nice beast at that. And you know, I really am sorry for my previous behavior, and I am willing to look past those differences. So friends. Extending her hand out, not moving from the place on the bed as the sheets were securely wrapped around her to hide her obvious neckdances, and Liam looked at it. This was something a fifth grader would do, but from all the seriousness on her face, Liam knew she wasn't joking, so he reached towards the place on the bed and placed her hands in his. Friends, he said, and shook it, causing Sky to give him a bright smile. About the clothes, she began, and Liam shook his head. Don't mention it. I'll ask someone to bring them up right now, he said before leaving the Vima room and closing the door securely, so no one walks in on his mate. He very much would like to have mated with her right now, but things were progressing. Things are going to be very well, Liam said to himself as he planned to get out of the friend zone soon and opening the concept of mate to her. But that was just a big lie as Carson smiled his wicked grin, disappearing into nothingness. This was just the mere beginning. Chapter 15, Author's P. O.V. Sky clutches the sheets closer to her as the door closed, daring to look at the garments and blushes at the black lace cloth. Who in their right mind would own such a piece of clothing? Her heart begins to beat loudly at the thought of who changed her into them in the first place. However, her thoughts were cut short as the door opens minutes later and a girl walks in. She has black hair which was back-combed into a huge bun and piercing grey eyes which were hidden under loads of black eyeliner and eyeshadow. Her lips were coated with black lipstick and the spider bites gleamed, making Sky's eyes widen. She was wearing ripped shorts and cropped loose top over a dark blue fitted tank top, which was the only colour instead of black on her. Her combat boots had spikes, making Sky gulp. Complete goth and badass. Alpha told me you needed clothes, she says, but in a questioning manner, and Sky nods hastily, breathing hard, causing the girl to laugh. You look like you're going to piss yourself, she says, setting the clothes down on the bed, and Sky jumps a bit at her roughness. No need to be scared, human. I don't bite. Besides, how are you feeling? Pretty bummed when the rest of us found you and the alpha in the forest, she says while reaching for something in her backpack and in seconds placing the death stick in her mouth, before grabbing a lighter from her other pocket and lighting the cigarette up. Taking a long drag, Sky watches with wide eyes as the girl took long drags. If that would have been her mother's corpse would have had a heart attack. The girl notices Sky's reaction and smirks. Oh, I see. The human scared. Well, get used to it, cause you're going to be seeing my shitty face a lot here. Come on. Dress up, we have got a lot of stuff to do, the girl says with authority, and Sky nods and grabs the piece of clothing, which were a combination of black and light blue denim. Sky don't even bother to look at them as she gets up, wrapping the sheets around her, and the girl rolled her eyes before laughing. You know, I'm a girl, straightened, also the person who changed you last night. So yeah, I've pretty much seen everything, the girl says, and Sky goes scarlet, holding the clothes closer to her with one hand while clutching the sheets together. I'm wearing you, Sky says, motioning towards her, and the girl grins. Thought it would spice things up. Besides, my mate likes them, she says, winking, and Sky go more scarlet before rushing to the bathroom, hearing the girl's laughter behind her. What the hell is a mate? She thinks as the sheets drop on the floor in a heap, leaving her in the lacy garments. Maybe a boyfriend or something. She shakes her head and grabs the pair of clothes, unfolding them to see what they were. Much to her dismay, they weren't to her comfort. A cropped black top and denim short shorts. Something she would never wear. It was too revealing, and the weather was a bit cold outside as autumn was rolling in. Sky stares at the clothes and dwells upon her options. It was either that or the garment she was in. Knowing the reasonable thing to do, she slips into the piece of clothing over the garments after splashing water on her face and taking the decency to comb her hair. In seconds she was dressed and feeling extremely naked as she looks at her long bare legs and her stomach. A cardigan would do wonders right now. Skye jumps a bit when she heard slamming on the door. Hey, did you die in there or something? Come out. We have things to do. The girl shouts and Skye takes a deep breath as she runs her hand through her hair, before going to the door and peeking out to see the girl annoyed. What are you waiting for? She asks as she impatiently taps her foot. Can I get a cover-up or cardigan of sort, please? Skye asks and the girl rolls her eyes. I don't own any, she says, and Skye looks at her uncomfortably. Can't you ask anyone? She asks and the girl snaps. Look, I don't, you know what? She says and walks towards the wardrobe at the side of the bed, opening it and grabbing something before tossing it to her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Wear this. Now come on, she says, and Skye looks at the sweater in her hands that smelled heavily of cologne. But isn't this Liam's? Skye asks. Yes, don't you worry. The alpha won't mind. The girl says. Skye puts on the oversized button-down sweater. The sleeves were long and Skye has to grab them a bit and the girl laughs. Oh wow, so cute. The girl says and Skye just looks away, ignoring the girl's snarky comments, and slips on a pair of black flip-flops. Come on, let's get lunch. I'm starving like hell, she says, and Skye follows her, folding the sleeves of the sweater up, so she doesn't have to pull them every second or so. They climb down the stairs, but just as they were going down, a guy, heavily pierced and tatted, grabs the girl and slams her into the wall. For a moment Skye thought that he was harassing the girl until they started making out. Skye went bright red with embarrassment as she saw the scene in front of her. From the looks of it, they were going to gnaw each other's face off. Not that they would mind. Skye quickly walks away from the girl and hugged herself, while clutching the sweater tightly as she walks down the stairs. That was awkward. She breathes out when she was sure that she was far away from them, but decided to check and turn her head around to see if she was following her. Luckily she wasn't. Now to think of it, the girl never told Skye her name. Skye shrugs and turns back around, only for her body to slam into someone else's, making her fall to the ground with sparks dingling her body. She looks at the person groaning and saw him already leaning down and helping her up. Hey, you okay? He asks gently as Skye rubs her head and nods. Yay, sorry for bumping into you, she says, and looks at him, only to find him staring at her with a genuine expression. I hope you don't mind me wearing your sweater. I know I should have asked, but I really needed a cover up. These clothes are a bit too revealing and I didn't want to roam around half naked, she says shyly, and Liam finally looks at her exposed legs and his eyes darken a bit, only for them to go back to normal the second he recognizes the sweater and laughs. You can have it. And don't worry, we'll go shopping and get you some new clothes, which might be your comfort, Liam says, and Skye shakes her head. No, please. You don't need to waste your money on me. Besides, if someone could just take me home to gather my belongings, the issue would be solved, she says, and Liam inwardly sighs. She is too modest. He would sacrifice his life for her and she is concerned about his money. How about we grab lunch? Then we can get you stuff from your house, he says, and Skye nods happily. Thank you. That would be really nice, she says, and before she can stop herself she hugs him and feels tingly again. Why is she feeling like this? She quickly let go and blushes as she regains her senses. And so does Liam before he gently grabs her hand, leading her to the dining room. Come on. You haven't eaten for a while. I don't want you fainting now, he says, and Skye just follows even though she wasn't hungry at all. The wall to the dining room was short, with the hallway empty. However, as they started getting closer to the dining room, the voices of people talking begins to grow. How many people actually live here? Skye mutters, not expecting an answer, but to her surprise, he replies, many. Soon they enter the dining room and Skye's eyes widen in shock. The dining room was a massive room with an extremely large table, occupied by at least 100 or more people who were staring at them. They all stand up in respect and Skye begins to feel giddy because of the attention. She looks at many faces but doesn't find her dad or Linda. Continue. Liam says, and everyone sits back down and begins chattering, but this time in whispers directed towards Skye. Come on, Liam says and grabs her hand, leading her to the head of the table where two chairs were empty. He helps her into one of them and Skye mutters a thank you before he settles down beside her, their shoulders touching. If you don't mind me asking, where's Dad? I haven't seen him for quite some time, Skye says, and Liam looks at her just as maids start bringing in piles of food. I sent him away along with our Zeta to keep him safe. I planned to send you with them but things got out of hand, he says, not letting out anything else, and Skye shuts up, taking this as a cue. Everyone starts buying food on their plate as Skye examines the view out of the huge window. The grass was wet because of rain. The sky was grey and the forest looks as unwelcoming as ever. She continues to stare at it, focusing on every single detail, when suddenly a figure moving in the forest catches her attention. She moves forward and squints her eyes as the figure runs again. Skye jumps as a hand touches her shoulder but doesn't remove her eyes from the forest. You okay? Liam asks during something, and Skye nods just as she gets an urge to go to the forest. It was like a force was pulling her. Yes, fine, she says, and looks at the figure that suddenly stops and is now facing her, making her go pale. She recognizes the familiar face even from the distance as the guy waved at her. You look pale, Skye. Is everything okay? Liam asks, and she shakes her head this time, not taking her eyes off of the guy. What's wrong? Liam asks, looking at her. He's back. I'm trapped in a mysterious forest where a strange man only I can see haunts me. My friend Liam doesn't believe me, but I know I'm not crazy. Chapter 16, Author's P. O.V. You look pale, Skye. Is everything okay? Liam asked, and she shook her head this time, not taking her eyes off of the guy. What's wrong? Liam asked and looked at her. He's back. Skye looked at Liam, who looked at her with an unreadable expression, before picking up his fork and continued eating his food. Skye, you should finish your food. I think the blood loss is getting to you, Liam said, and Skye shook her head, looking back at the forest, and found that person leaning against the tree somewhat smirking at her. Look, he's right there, she said, pointing towards the familiar pale guy, and Liam follows her gaze to find no one. He used his vision and scanned the forest to find nothing out of ordinary. Besides, it wasn't like Carson to show up so quickly. He was too much afraid to attack him when Liam is more vigilant and healthy. Skye, you're just being paranoid. If he was this close, we would have sensed him. You can't think that things like him can go undetected in our territory, can you? He said with pride, and Skye wanted to reply how the guy had gone by unnoticed in the forest area, but she was scared that Liam would take that as an insult and hurt her. Liam had the best warriors, yet he was concerned about Skye. She was most probably just traumatized from the blood loss and was seeing things. Humans do hallucinate a lot. Cool little fellows. Come on. We better finish up and get your stuff before it gets dark, Liam said, urging Skye to eat, who just nodded. She wanted to argue with him and prove her point, but she decided not to anger Liam or the guy who was motioning her to stay quiet from the forest. I must be seeing things, she said to herself, as she grabbed the fork and continued to eat, and heard Liam said something in confirmation. However, she decided to take a glance back at the forest, but the guy was still there, staring at her before he turned into black smoke and quickly disappeared, just like the last time after he used her as a juice box. But something must be wrong. Right. Liam said they would have sensed him, but the thing was, they hadn't, and she had seen him, even in the forest. When she and Liam were alone, Liam had failed to acknowledge his presence. That must mean something, right? But then why would only she saw him and no one else? Skye started to feel dizzy with all this new information as she quickly finished her food. Soon both of them were done and making their way to the front door. It was getting dark because of the weather, and Skye could feel the cold air nipping at her bare legs. As she clutched the sweater she was wearing closer to her, both of them walked towards the sleek black car, which Skye had seen countless times. How would you drive through closely packed trees? Skye asked innocently as Liam opened the door for her. She muttered a thank you before he got in. You'll see, was all he said, as he put the car in reverse before turning it. facing the trees on the gravel pathway of a sort, which led to the front door of the house. He changed the gear and started speeding towards the dense forest, and Skye looked at the speed meter, watching as the arrow went forward. "What are you doing?" Skye asked, her heartbeat going out of control as Liam intently stared at the forest. Skye felt this was it. She was going to die. There was no way she would survive the impact if the car collided with the trees, which were getting closer and closer by the second. Skye tried to find the way out, but there was none. Liam wasn't listening to her, nor was the car going to stop anytime soon. "Liam, please stop the car," Skye said as tears filled her eyes, but he didn't bother. "Liam, please," Skye urged. They were only a few feet away from the dense trees. Liam once again ignored her as he changed the gears and the car zoomed forward, with so much force that Skye closed her eyes and screamed when suddenly there was a long computerized beat before she felt the car going down a slope, and the road all of a sudden became smoother. Skye shakily opened her eyes and saw that they were driving down some sort of underground passageway. It was huge. She looked at the rear view mirror and saw what seemed to be a driveway. Mechanically go back up. Skye was breathing hard to the point where her chest was hurting. She looked at Liam. He was completely unfazed. Humorously, there was even a ghost of a smile on his face. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Was this a joke? She was scared out of her wits and he was smirking. "Stop the car," Skye said, and Liam looked at her with raised eyebrows. What Liam began to say, but Skye cut him off. "Stop the car," she shouted. Liam slammed the brakes and Skye shakily get out, her heart beating crazily. Her head was pounding because of the sudden adrenaline. She grabbed the opposite wall for support before she slid down. Grabbing her head, she closed her eyes, taking deep breaths when she felt someone beside her. "Go ahead. Laugh at me. I mean, it's funny to watch me scared," she said, and Liam just sighed. He touched her shoulder and she jerked back. "Don't touch me," she screamed, and Liam looked at her shocked. He didn't expect this kind of reaction from her. "At least tell me, why are you angry?" Liam asked. He was utterly confused. One minute they were driving and the next minute he was smiling, happy for once that the girl of his dreams was beside him. But now she was angry, and he didn't even know why. "First you dried like that and scared me, and then you laughed and smirked because I'm not strong enough to take a little push. It wouldn't have killed you if you told me that there was a passageway. I was crying and begging and you ignored me. And now you're telling me that everything is okay when nothing actually ever is." Skye was now sobbing at the end of her rant, and Liam engulfed her in a hug. But she didn't push him away, cooing and choosing her as she sobbed. She had lost it, was all he said as she sobbed into him. She was too fragile, and he made a mental note to be more careful with her from now on. Soon she had quieted down a bit, and Liam once again helped her into the car. "You know, I wasn't laughing at you, right?" he said, and she didn't even look at him, as she continued to stare out of the window, causing Liam to sigh. He couldn't believe he was doing this, but he needed to be honest with her, or else their relationship won't go any further. "I was just happy to have a person near me. That's it," he said, and this earned her attention. "What do you mean?" she whispered, and Liam gave her a glance before looking back at the tunnel that was going to lead to Skye's home. "It's just that I never had anyone compatible enough for me, being the leader. I don't get close to my pack because that's how it is. I can't let them go stray and let them lose these bounds. So I never did have many friends. But I consider you one, and that didn't occur to me until now," he said, partially lying. He wanted to address her as his lover, tell her she was his mate. But that would be wrong because, after all, you can't tell someone that they love you. Skye beamed at what he said. "That was so sweet. Thank you. I am sorry for my tantrum earlier, though. It was irrational," she said as they went over a slope that opened to her street yard. Liam said playfully, and she playfully punched him on the shoulder. Never in a million years could she have imagined joking around with this scary Liam Kane. But here she was, the both of them joking around. They slowly came to a stop outside at her house in the driveway, and Skye looked at it happily, before strolling out of the car and straight to the front door. not waiting for Liam as she heard the car door slammed and a set of footsteps following her. "Come on," she said to Liam excitedly, as she opened the unlocked door and strolled in without a second guess. She couldn't wait to get her stuff. The house looked completely ordinary with everything in place. "You have an hour to get your stuff," Liam said as two of them went straight to her room and Skye grabbed a suitcase. Opening her wardrobe. "How much stuff can I take with me?" Skye asked him and he shrugged. Was all he replied, as Skye began to throw pairs and pairs of shoes and clothes into the suitcase, neatly organizing them, while Liam strolled around the room looking at stuff before deciding to lay down on her bed and looked at her, as she neatly folded her clothes and placed them in the suitcase, before she turned to the wardrobe and went crimson. Can you close your eyes for a moment?" Skye innocently asked him, and Liam raised his eyebrows before playfully wiggling them. "Why? Am I going to get a surprise kiss or something?" he asked her, giving her a wolfish grin causing Skye to blush higher. "And no, I just have to put my girl stuff in the suitcase and I don't want you watching." Putting air marks on the word girl stuff, and Liam smirked. "You can't make me," he said, and Skye looked at him a bit taken aback. She grabbed a pillow and chucked it at him. "That's not a very nice thing to do, especially when you want something," Liam said, and Skye sighed. "Can you please close your eyes?" Skye said. "Say the magic word," Liam said. "But I said it," Skye replied, exasperated. "Say it. Please, can you close your eyes?" Skye said, and looked at Liam as he placed his hand underneath his chin as if thinking. "Only if you give me a kiss," he said, and Skye could swear she looked like a tomato. What?" she asked, pretending not to hear him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Liam said, and Skye looked at him awkwardly, then at the clock. She only had half an hour left before they would have to leave. "Oh, okay. But you promise not to look," Skye said, and Liam puts his right hand up with the palm facing her and his left hand on his chest as if taking an oath. "I promise not to look," he said, before getting on his stomach, his eyes closed and his face buried between her pillows. Skye took this as her chance and quickly stuffed her garments into the bag before zipping it up. "You can open your eyes now," Skye said, relieved, and so now he was lying on his back and grinned at her. He said after a few minutes, and Skye looked at him confused. "What?" "You promised me something, remember?" he said as he tapped his right cheek with his finger. Skye blushed bright red as she went near to his side and quickly pecked him on the cheek, causing Liam's wolf to dance with happiness. He was so lost that he didn't see Skye chuck the soft pillow at him. Laughing. "What was that for?" he asked as he looked at her. "Nothing," she replied like a little girl, and Liam before chucking it back at her. "Hey," she said, and threw it at him harder, and both of them stared, pillow fighting. Feathers flew in the room as the pillow ripped open, and the two of them enjoyed the moment, oblivious of Carson's burning gaze on them from the start. Chapter 17. Author's P. O.V. Skye walked out of her house with a disposable cup filled with ice cream she had found in the fridge, while Liam got a suitcase, which she had insisted that she could carry herself. The weather was windy, making her hair blow as she looked at the sunset. She looked at the birds flying back to their nest when she finally looked at the open space. It looked dark and mysterious as always, but this time something was off about it. She could see movement there, and before another breath filled her lungs, there stood a very familiar person in front of her, only a foot away. "Hello, darling," Carson said, and Skye dropped the ice cream just as Liam came out of the house holding her suitcase. Skye looked back at Carson, who smirked at her, not moving but put his index finger on his lips. Skye looked at Liam, who smiled at her and went to the boot of the car as if Carson wasn't standing in front of her. "Skye, you look a bit pale," Liam said, and Skye looked at Liam, then back at Carson, when suddenly she remembered the incident in the morning. Maybe Liam couldn't see him. Her eyes widened and Carson gave her a warning glare, forcing her to answer for the both of their safety. "Yeah, I just remembered I forgot to bring my sports gear. It's in a bag under my bed. Do you mind?" she said, and Liam smiled. "Don't worry," he said, and goes back into the house, causing Skye to whip her head back in Carson's direction in record time. "Oh, can I see you?" But he can't. Skye asked shakily as she started backing up until her back hits the car. "That's my little secret. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A good magician never gives away his secrets right, he said and started laughing maniacally, causing Skye to shake in fear. What do you want from me?" she whispered so that Liam won't hear. "I don't want anything from you, dear Skye. Even though you're quite exotic. It's what I want from Liam that matters," he said, tucking a strand of Skye's hair behind her ear. "What has he ever done to you?" Skye asked, and Carson laughed, and when she tried to slide away, he grabbed her arm in a tight grip, his nails lightly digging in, causing Skye to clench her teeth from pain. "Why don't you ask him? Your alpha male keeps you quite in dark. Ask him about Jason Valentine," Carson said bitterly, and with those words said, his figure slowly turned into black smoke. Skye. The amarstant Skye quickly placed a smile on her face, turning around. "Yes," she asked, but her voice was shaky. "Why are you crying?" he asked skeptically, and that's when Skye became aware of the stickens on her cheeks. No, it's just nothing. Happy tears, you know. I'm just so happy," she added while folding her hands behind her back, tightly clutching the sleeve of the sweater, so no one saw the bruise. "What are you happy about?" Roughly throwing the duffel bag in the back and slamming the door shut. "That we're friends," Skye said in a heartbeat, clenching her teeth as the throbbing in her hand increased, and Liam sighed. He wasn't an idiot. "Thank you for that, Skye, but I'd like truth, please," Liam said, trying to be gentle, but his voice came out forced. "I just remembered my uncle and just got a bit emotional. It's honestly nothing." Nodding her head as the gust of wind blew, Liam sighed. He knew something is up and it was eating him alive. But he didn't press her, as without a word both of them got into the car, but this time not driving towards the pack house. "Where are we going?" Skye asked as she looked back. "I thought I'd show you around a bit. We've got time, besides you haven't seen the town at all," he said, taking a turn so they were now on a really cute street with small shops on both sides. Liam slowly drove as Skye looked at either side with curiosity and amazement. Watching people walk on the pavement, couples talking, and most importantly the shops. These people were free to move around because they were strong werewolves, while she had to be accompanied all the time because she was weak. This thought made her feel small, but there was no commenting on it as she continued to look out at the street. She had never been anywhere but Sydney and can compare to its busy lifestyle. Skye found this extremely cute and sane. Soon the car slowed to a shop and Skye looked to Liam's side to see a cute coffee shop. She read the sign, which was written in a really fancy writing. "Espresso." She looked at Liam, who was already out of the car, walking towards her side, and in seconds the car door opened and a gust of wind blew on her bare legs. "Come on," he said softly, and Skye nodded, getting out even though she don't usually drink coffee. However, she didn't get the urge to mention that as he held her hand and led her to the entrance of the coffee shop. His touch made her heart beat race, and she didn't even know why. As they sat in the corner on a comfortable set of sofa, facing each other, the coffee shop was warm and comfortable, making Skye warm up to her surrounding, even though there wasn't a single soul in the sight. There was faint music in the background. "So what do you think?" Liam asked her, bringing her attention to him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She asked, confused, causing Liam to chuckle at her cuteness. "You looked at this place so curiously. I couldn't help but wonder," he said, and Skye smiled. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Peaceful and extremely sane. Back in Sydney, you don't get this kind of stuff. The good stuff, you know. You can't go to a party there without seeing someone stripped naked, she said, and Liam laughed at her comment. "Well, you won't have to worry about naked people here, at least," Liam said jokingly, and Skye muttered a thank God when she quickly remembered something. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "So I was wondering if you don't mind giving me my cell phone back. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right?" Skye asked sheepishly, and Liam shrugged before reaching into his jeans pocket and took out the white iPhone, causing Skye's face to light up. "Thank you." As she quickly reached for it in a haze and clutched it to her chest happily, as cold air nipped on her bare arm as the oversized sleeve had rolled up. "What happened to you, armed Skye?" She heard Liam's stern voice, bringing her back to reality, and that's when she saw the vicious bruise on her arm and realized her mistake. "It's nothing, honestly," she muttered under her breath as she quickly rolled her sleeve down and gave an uncomfortable smile to Liam, who looked angry. "Skye, don't you test me. Who did that to you?" he asked, calmly, making him look more dangerous. "Carson did," she replied and looked away. He inquired. "When you went to get my stuff," Skye replied, and Liam looked confused. "That's why you were crying." Liam asked, and she nodded. "But that can't be possible. I would have seen him. I would have sensed him," he said, and looked at Skye. "What if you can't? What if any of you can't? He was there standing right beside me when you came out. But you couldn't see him, and earlier at lunch when I saw a figure, you couldn't find him then too," Skye said, and Liam shook his head. He was confused. "That can't be possible. Could it? What else did he say to you?" Liam asked turgidly, but Skye didn't answer, but asked the one question he never wanted to answer. "Who's Jason Valentine?" Chapter 18, Author's P. O.V. Liam's demeanor changed with lightning speed as he looked at Skye with a hard expression. "You don't need to know, Skye. He's no one. There's no Jason Valentine," Liam said. "I think I deserve to know," Skye said, and looked at him straight in the eyes. "Well, I'm not willing to tell about this man, so please don't even ask me about this man again. Understand?" Liam said rudely, and Skye looked at him like he had slapped her. "How can any of this work if you don't tell me what's going on? You can't expect me to live with a bunch of werewolves and keep me clueless. Please? I need to. Do you understand, Skye?" Liam said louder, standing up this time and glaring at her, causing Skye's eyes to fill with tears. She could already imagine her eyes going red and blotchy as the tears gathered. "I don't actually," she whispered, and Liam sighed, irritated. "What is there to not to understand? God damn it. You don't need to know who the fucking hell he is. Why can't you just mind your own goddamn business? Hell. And stop crying. Why the hell do you end up crying at every fucking thing, Skye? It's getting irritating." He screamed at her, and Skye looked at him, breathing heavily, as tears fell down her cheeks in silence and her lips quivered. So she seriously had no one here. Linda had vanished along with her dad and Blake. She couldn't call her uncle for comfort because he technically had no idea what was going on. Helplessness and a strange sense of loneliness filled her inside as she dully looked at Liam, who was pacing the room, trying to calm himself. He looked at her and sighed, his features changing into sorrow. "Skye," he began to say, but was cut off by a loud scream. Liam's eyes quickly whipped to the window, where an extremely pale figure had appeared out of nowhere and in seconds ripped the head of the screaming girl. It didn't take long for Skye to realize what the girl was actually screaming about. There wasn't only one pale figure, but 20 or 30 coming into sight out of nowhere. "Skye, get under the table and don't move a muscle," Liam said hurriedly, and Skye quickly nodded as she got under the table, not looking at him or outside the window, where another pale figure had decapitated a child. Liam looked at her with sorrow as something came crashing through the window, causing Skye shield ahead with her hands just in case the table ever got knocked over, but it didn't. To their luck, it was a baseball bat and not their enemy. Liam howled loudly before sounds of bone cracking filled the air, and in no time he was on his fours, as he jumped out of the window, leaving her alone in the coffee shop, with an open window for anyone to walk in and kill her. Skye could hear screams and howls, but didn't have the gut to peek as she hugged herself, taking deep breaths. She could already imagine the street stained with blood as she silently hoped for the best, even though she didn't know what that was. Screams grew louder and louder by seconds, and Skye could feel that her heart would pop out of her chest at any moment. The cold October night at Basin City had just turned into a battlefield. At times like these, faith was all one needed, with the hope, of course, but that's what Skye lacked. As her mind drifted to the worst but the logical possibility. What if someone entered the coffee shop? Skye looked at the door skeptically. They would most probably know she was there under the table and armed. That would be her stupidity. Skye looked at the baseball bat not far away from her. If she could just reach it, maybe she might be able to defend herself after all. She had no one to rely on. Skye took deep breaths and slowly started crawling towards the baseball bat. She could hear screams in the background as she grabbed the baseball bat and quickly ducked behind the counter, breathing hard as she clutched the bat sided to peek outside the window, and her heart stopped. Everywhere there was bloodshed. It wasn't a big fight, but she could easily say that the wolves were outnumbered. Skye ducked back underneath the counter, just as she heard the bell on the door indicating someone had entered the coffee shop. She was going to look at the person, but her better judgment and heavy footsteps stopped her. "Hello, darling," the voice said, and Skye gritted her teeth and stopped herself from breathing at the sound of Carson's voice. Skye clutched the bat tightly as the footsteps slowly roamed and knocked things over. "Oh, come on. It's rude not to answer, you know. I know you're behind the counter," he said, and Skye felt helpless once again. But the only difference now was that there was a very high chance that she might die right there. "Come out, love, or would I have to drag you out? I seriously don't want to hurt you," he said, but Skye didn't reply, praying that he would leave. But of course, that didn't happen. "Fine then," she heard him mutter, as she felt a rush of air, and in seconds Carson was standing in front of her, dragging her to her feet. "Why would you need that for?" he said mockingly as he snatched the baseball bat from her hands and threw it away from her. "Let me go," Skye screamed, and Carson laughed. "Well, then all of this little play would be for nothing," he said as he effortlessly dragged Skye, who looked for something to help herself escape from him. She was already shaking from fear, and Carson noticed that, causing him to smirk and stop walking. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He had all the time in the world. He had already dealt with Liam. He went to the booth and set her down on the stool, till her back was touching the counter. Carson looked at her straight in the eyes. "Now tell me, darling, why are you crying?" he asked, and Skye looked down sobbing. She was beyond scared, and everyone seemed to play with her emotions. Even Liam. How can she trust the enemy? "Please, I just want to go home," she said as she looked down, but Carson just laughed at that. "Well, you see, pretty little Skye, Jason also wanted to go home, but Liam didn't let him. Why should I listen to you?" Carson said in a sickly sweet voice. "I don't know who Jason is, and I don't even know Liam anymore. Please just let me go home. I promise I'll leave. I won't even come back," Skye said, sobbing. "Well, let me tell you who Jason actually was, Skye," Carson said, and grabbed a nearby glass. "Jason Valentine was my brother, whom Liam dragged out of our manor and tortured him to death," he said, and broke the glass into pieces. Carson was angry. He looked at Skye hungrily, his eyes red. "I wish I could help you, but please let me go," Skye said, and Carson wickedly smirked. "Oh, you see, sweet Skye, you can help me by doing this," he said, and pinned her hand on the table, stabbing it with the shard of glass in his hand. Skye screamed loudly as he took the glass out of her hand. "You see, love, your screams are what I desire. You're more than ear to him. The moon goddess smoldered both of you for each other, and your screams will kill him. The pain you will endure will kill him," Carson said, and brought her bleeding hand to her mouth and sucked at the wound, drawing the blood out. Please me and Liam aren't tell like that," Skye tried to reason with him. As cold sweat began to form on her forehead, her vision was blurry because of the tears, but her mind was clouded. Carson laughed at her weak attempt and pinned her on the counter. "Are you telling me you don't know?" he said with mockery. "Are you telling me that Liam never told you that you both were made for each other? That you're soulmates?" Carson said, laughing like a maniac. "No wonder he's overprotective of you. No wonder he's always by your side. Because you're oblivious," Carson said. "This makes everything so much better now. He would die without any happiness in the world," Carson said happily, then looked straight at Skye. "This calls for a celebration," he said, smiling at Skye, who was breathing heavy because of the pain. tears flowing down her cheeks. "You're so beautiful, Skye," Carson said, stroking her cheeks, and Skye flinched under his touch. In the spur of the moment, she grabbed the piece of glass shard and stabbed him in the arm, causing him to wobble back from surprise. Skye, although dizzy, managed to get off the stool and run a bit towards the door, but Carson had already recovered and grabbed her arm, slamming her into the wall. This wasn't a very nice thing to do now, was it? He asked, and Skye was about to scream, but he covered her mouth with his hand. Chapter 19. Author's P. O. V. There was darkness everywhere, as cold gusts of wind blew in the dark, cold night. It was 3 on the morning. Liam grunted as he tried to get his hands out of the restraints. Cold sweat was on his forehead as he eyed the bodies. 1,500 or so. The quarter of his pack slaughtered. Beheaded and ripped up members of his pack surrounded the cross. He was stacked to none other than Carson himself. Only if he had listened to Skye, this perhaps could have been prevented. She was right. Those blood-sucking leeches, bloody vampires, had appeared out of thin air as if they just dropped from the sky. They had come into view like smoke, suddenly and all at once. Never had it happened before. It wasn't even possible, but now they had made it possible. The thought of Skye made his heart melt. Was she okay? Was she even alive? He had no idea. Liam tugged at the restraints once more, but the silver rod pierced through his hands on the cross had made him too weak. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He heard a voice scream in the darkness, and he looked up to see Blake and Reuben. More figures start to come into his view as they looked at the bodies of their friends and family. Screams and yells filled the air as people fell by the bodies of their loved ones. Blake was by his side along with Reuben and 2 more men, as they undid the ropes, then took the long metal-like rods from his hand. Making him grunt, he took deep breaths. A guy questioned and began to come near him, but Liam raised his hand, silencing him. Liam was matted in dry blood, his eyes yellow, as he looked at Blake. "Where's Skye?" Liam asked him, hoping that there was a sign of her. "A search party is already around the perimeter looking for survivors. They will inform us where she is," one of the guys said, and Liam quickly staggered to his feet. "Fuck them," he murmured underneath his breath, as he rushed to the coffee shop where he had left her. The lights were flickering, resembling a horror flick. He heard Blake calling out to him from behind, but he didn't care. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, his nostrils filled with Skye's overwhelming sweet smell. But it wasn't what he expected. It was the scent of her blood. "Skye," he shouted as he looked around, but there was no reply. His eyes suddenly landed on a broken piece of glass, with dried blood on it, and he instantly knew. It was Skye's. His heart began to pound louder as he looked at the small puddle of blood on the counter and blotch on the wall. "God, oh God," he said in frustration, then kicked the table, watching it fly across the room. Liam clutched his hair in frustration. He was screwed. They had her. They had his mate. "Liam!" Blake screamed, but he didn't turn around. "They have her," Liam said to him. "We could have saved her if you'd had informed us of the attack." "Liam," Blake replied angrily, "informing all of you would have just increased the number of deaths. All of us would have been slaughtered," Liam said, and Blake was now confused. "I think we could have handled a bunch of rogue vampires, Liam," Blake said. "Do you think it was a bunch of rogue vampires that slaughtered a quarter of my pack and stacked me? They are not a bunch of vampires anymore, because vampires just don't smoke into existence." He snapped at Blake. Liam was feeling dizzy as he glared at Blake. "Tear the place down. Find anything and everything that can link us to Carson or his allies. I want 8 of my best tackers on Skye's scent," Liam said, radiating authority, and Blake quickly bowed before leaving. Liam took a deep breath, then walked out of the coffee shop into the cold night. The streets were blood-stained, and pack members were running here and there. There were pack doctors, aiding to the bruised, while coffins had already arrived for the dead. It had always been like that. When anyone died, everyone mourned for a day and only a day, and then moved on. That was the symbol of their strength. They were trained to be heartless, but the drawback was that their heart turned to stone for that. Everyone was in their own world, keeping themselves to their friends and never accepting anyone. That was the main reason why no one as much as even talked to Sky properly. And they had parted on a bad term just because of his temper. He whispered even though he knew that Sky can't hear him. Liam took a long whiff of air hoping he would get a scent any trance of Sky, but there was none. Carson wasn't an idiot. Liam just had to pray that Carson had slipped and left a clue. Anything. He leaned down the side of the coffee shop and took deep breaths. He had lost too much energy, but there was one thing for sure. He wasn't going down without a fight. He wasn't going to give up on her that easily. She was his and they were meant to be. Even if she rejects him and walk away, he would let her go and then kill himself, but he was going to fight for his mate till his last breath. Hang on, Sky. Chapter 20 Authors P. O.V. Sky, although dizzy, managed to get off the stool and run a bit towards the door, but Carson had already recovered and grabbed her arm, slamming her into the wall. This wasn't a very nice thing to do now, was it? He asked, and Sky was about to scream, but he covered her mouth with his hand. The ground underneath her feet vanished. As she was dragged to God know where the heel of her feet making contact with the floor, she struggled. N.H. She screamed, but the voice was silenced, as Carson loudly growled and she was dragged into an alley by the coffee shop. No later she has whirled around. Carson slammed her into the wall, pinning her with his body, while she feebly struggled. Tears began to cloud her vision, as Carson grabbed her hand, pinned them above her head, while his other hand remained in her mouth. Sky finally looked at him to see his eyes, which shined a bright red, causing her to stop breathing. "Aren't you pretty?" Carson whispered in a daze, and Sky sobbed, screaming into his hands. "H." Carson said, and nuzzles his face into her neck. As he began to leave butterfly kisses, Sky sobbed even more at the violation and screamed when he tightened his grip. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Now I'll take my hand off your mouth, and if you scream I'll knock you out cold." "Clear," Carson whispered, and Sky nodded, as he slowly removed his hand from her mouth. "Good girl," picking her at the corner of her mouth, as she sealed her lips trying to keep in the sob. Please let me go," Sky whispered as more tears fall down her face, thinking of the possibilities this situation can lead. "I've wanted you for days, and now I have you. I'm never going to let you go," Carson whispered, and Sky sobbed, looking down, her chest heaving up and down with every sob. "What do you want from me?" Hoping that her assaulter let her go, she struggled to get him off her, but her petite frame was no match for him. "I'm claiming what's mine, little Sky. You're mine," he replied as he pushed her harder into the wall, nuzzling his face into her neck, kissing her, while the pure human girl cried. Please," she said, and Carson brought his mouth to her jaw. She could feel him harder against her, making her even more disgusted. Suddenly he growled and attacked her lips viciously, kissing her, while she screamed. His hands made its way inside her sweater, rubbing circles on her stomach, causing her to sob louder. Carson forced his tongue into her mouth. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." While Sky began to feel lightheaded, the hand inside her shirt began to go down, nipping at her shorts, causing her to scream one more time. With all she had before, finally Carson was off of her. He had a satisfied smirk on his face. "That was good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he said, stroking her cheeks. "Good night, Sky," he said as he brought his mouth to her neck, and Sky knew what was about to happen. Carson's teeth went onto Sky's skin and she screamed loudly, but they were muffled because of his hand, which was on her mouth again. And as promised, her eyes rolled back into her head and she blacked out. Sky moaned, which came out muffled because of the gag, as she felt throbbing in her head, but her eyes refused to open. Her back was stiff as she shook her head and consciousness returned to her. She remembered everything that happened, every single detail. She tried to touch her forehead, but her hands wouldn't move. She tried again and realized that they tied behind her back. Soon she became aware of the fact that she was tied, gagged and blindfolded on a chair. She tried to get her hands out of the restraints, but the ropes just cut her skin. She had already lost feeling in her feet, and now she was losing movement in her hands too. She didn't as much make a sound, as she continued to struggle, finally shaking her head to get the blindfold off, which didn't even move. She finally threw her head down, exhausted, and took deep breaths. A migraine was working its way through. She tugged at the ropes again, but nothing worked. She began to feel helpless and sobs racked through her body. I was wondering, when would you give up? A familiar chilling voice said. Skye didn't say a word, but her breathing did quicken. No, no need to be scared, love, Carson said mockingly, and as she heard footsteps approach her, she began sobbing. She tried to say something, but her words came out muffled. What did you say? I didn't hear you, Carson said, and Skye sobbed at his mockery. Soon the blindfold was ripped off of her eyes and Skye blinked rapidly. Her vision was blurry, but her eyes landed on the silhouette, enthusiasm, leaning in front of her. I was wondering when you were going to wake up. I thought I had killed you before the fun, he said, and in a split motion was in front of her, causing her to scream into the gag. Carson grabbed her chin and forced her to look at him. This is just a mere beginning. I'll be back, Carson said, and smiled his wicked grin, disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 21. Skye's P. Oh, V, this is just a mere beginning. I'll be back, Carson said, and smiled his wicked grin, disappearing into nothingness. I looked around the dark, dim room. My frown deepened as I noticed that I was in some kind of cottage of some sort as I looked out the window to see trees surrounding me. I looked around the empty, small room inside in relief, and I saw nothing or no one. I was alone. Many questions roamed through my head. Where am I? What does he want from me? My heart rate speeds up as many stupid scenarios entered my head. I started shaking my hands again, trying to release myself, but it was of no use. I was tied to the chair tightly. That worried me a lot, and I started shaking my head. I whined out in pain. I wonder if someone's looking for me. I closed my eyes and tried to stop the tears from falling. I let out a frightened sigh, but opened them when I heard something from outside. Was Carson back? My eyes widened as I heard someone running and tried to open the door. I furrowed my brows in confusion when banging on the door was heard. Whoever was outside wanted to get in. My eyes widened in fear and a gasp escaped my lips when the door flew open. My eyes widened even more as I saw the person in front of me, Skye. Blake whispered, looking relieved and happy. But I know that he's going to kill me. I know that he's not my Blake. I remembered everything that happened that day. Please don't hurt me, I said, and tried to roll away, but Blake puts his foot on my shoulder, preventing me. Liam, your little mate is going to pay for your mistakes, Blake said, when suddenly Liam's large wolf burst out, killing Blake. Stay away from me. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skye, I'm your Blake. Please let me help you, he said, and came running towards me. I sucked in a breath. Should I trust him? I was really confused. And how did he find me this fast? Something was telling me to trust him, and I nodded. He immediately ripped the ropes from my hand and feet, and that's when I noticed him. He looked horrible. He looked tired and afraid. I was so afraid that I lost you. I was afraid that I'd never see you again. He whispered and hugged me. Blake, I thought you were, I sobbed and hugged him back. Skye, what you saw that day was an illusion created by those leeches to hurt you, to make you weak, Blake replied, and I gave him a weak smile. How did you found me? I asked softly. I honestly don't know. We searched everywhere for you. Then I found this cottage and knew you were in here because of your scent. I was terrified that I lost you, Skye. I felt tears threaten to escape at his words. Come on, let's head back, Blake said, and I nodded my head. Author's P. Skye took a deep breath as she slid into the passenger seat of Blake's car. A Corolla. Blake was already seated in the driver's seat and Ruben in the back, texting away on his cell phone. Whom are you texting, Ruben? Blake asked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. he replied. You seem awfully quiet, Sky. Everything okay? Reuben asked, bringing Sky out from her trance. Yeah, I'm fine, she replied. She was never much of a good liar. You and Liam seem a bit distant that morning. I was wondering if you want to talk about it, he asked, and Sky shook her head, still looking out of the window. That morning? How long was she there? It's nothing, she replied, even though she wanted to talk about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She wanted to talk about Liam. She missed him. She wondered if he's looking for her. She immediately shook her head and forced those thoughts out. She noticed the car had come to a halt and they were in the parking lot of Liam's mansion. Chapter 22 authors P. Oh, Liam looked like a wreck. He felt like a wreck too. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was sore. He wasn't taking Sky's absence very well. He had a 5 o'clock shave and his clothes were dirty and bloody, the same way they had been when he went to pack. The day he was raided by Carson, he looked older than most men of age. There was a knock on his door and Liam hummed gruffly in response and the door opened. A member of the pack walked in. He was very muscular, heavily tatted and bald with an eyebrow piercing, but Liam failed to remember his name. Sir, the search party has found your mother's body just outside the perimeter, the guy said, emotional as, and Liam closed his eyes. 3 days ago, when Sky was taken away from him, he had got a notice that the pack where he had sent his mother and Annabella at Ireland had been ambushed by Carson's men. He had no hope either his mother or Annabella would even be alive, though the news didn't strike him too much. He was never close to his mother anyway, and it was the seed that his pure-blood parents planted for which he was paying today. She deserved to die. Besides, she never cared for him or Annabella, always demanding, not even caring once, even slightly abusive. He had seen bruises on Anna and therefore kept her away from her most of the time. But he did care about Annabella. He treated her like a baby, spoiled her too much, but not enough to make her a brat. In a way, he had brought her up and felt a strong connection with her. She was his sister after all. What about Anna? Liam asked. We found her underneath the wreckage. She's fine. A few bruises, but okay. But she's very much shaken. She keeps asking for her mom, the guy said. I'll deal with her. We join the search party, Liam said sternly, and the guy bowed in response, before closing the door shut. Liam sighed and slouched in the chair while massaging his temples. He needed Sky to be with him, where she belonged. It didn't help that both of them left on a bad note, and it wasn't her fault either. She deserved those answers, but he was to self, sent to give her those. And now God knows what Carson was feeding her brain with. He heard Annabella scream and flinched at the pitch of the sound before sighing and getting up. His sister was his responsibility. He took a deep breath and left the office with stiff strides. As he approached Annabella's room, the sobbing and screaming got louder. She was mumbling something while sobbing, but as her speech wasn't as refined, he could barely understand what she was saying. The second he was close to the door, he slammed it open and his sister's cries stopped abruptly. He examined the room. Everything was the way it was, pink. The only difference was that his sister had a huge bruise on her forehead, and there was an elderly lady in the room. Annabella was sitting on the lap of an elderly member of the pack who was trying to calm her down but failing miserably. Thank you for your help, but you may leave, Liam said, looking at the kind lady who smiled at him and bowed before leaving. Liam locked the door behind her, then looked at Anna, who was sniffing and tears flowed down her cheeks. Now why is my princess crying? Liam asked and sat on Anna's bed, and she jumped onto his lap like a squirrel and hugged him, then began sobbing again. Liam picked her up and walked around the room while holding on to her. Hey, it's okay, Liam said, and he tried to calm her down. I want Mama, Anna said, crying, and Liam stroked her back gently. She's not coming home, but she won't be happy when she sees you crying, right? Liam said, and Annabella sniffed. Why? Annabella asked, and tears began to fill her eyes. Even Liam was breaking by the minute, but he gave out a fake laugh. She's an angel now. She's with Dad, Liam said, and I looked at him before she clapped her hands. Mama will be with unicorns. Anna said happily, and Liam smiled at her and kissed her forehead, mentally praying that Sky wasn't going to be joining her. But right now I'm going to send a lady, and I want you to fill your tummy and go to sleep, Liam said, and Anna nodded. Liam left the room and asked the lady to feed Anna and tuck her in. He made his way back to his office and firmly closed the door and sat on his chair behind the desk, pondering where Carson could be. Where could Carson keep her? Liam thought as he tried to think of a place. They had to be near for Carson to attack so frequently. Maybe he was at the place where it all began. What if he was at the manor? There was a slim chance, but he needed to find her, and he needed to find her now, before everything goes out of hand. Not that anything was in his hand, but he couldn't waste any second. He should send a party there. He got up to do that when suddenly his phone buzzed. Chapter 23. Author's P. Oh, that he should send a party there. He got up to do that when suddenly his phone buzzed. He quickly opened the message and read it. "We found her, Reuben." Liam stood in his room at the pack house. He paced in the room, finally stopping at the window. Sky's cardigan was wrapped around his knuckles, which he would smell every once in a while. Losing himself to the sensation, he could still taste her sweet skin. When he had kissed her on the cheek, he wanted to mark her, but it would have been too dangerous. Marking her without any medical attention could have killed her. She would have bled to death. He brought the clothed knuckle back to his nose, taking a whiff of it before kissing it and going back to bed. He was tired. Very tired. He looked around his room, which had crimson arc walls and everything black. From his silk bedspread to the dark lamp above his bed. All black and dark. Just like him. Dark. He gets into his kind-sized bed and gently unwrapped the cloth from his hand, placing it on the other side of the bed, where Sky should be, where she belonged. But for now, the cardigan would do. He looked back up at the ceiling, his thoughts going to that blood-sucking leech. He would have to do something about him. Make sure that he stays away from her. Far away for that matter. His hand made his way into the pocket of his jeans, taking out the death sticks which he had grown accustomed to after the death of his father at the age of 16. He used to be normal back then. Had friends. A prankster too. But that all changed when the weight of an entire pack was put on his shoulder. He cut himself off, getting tattooed and pierced step by step. Now his body was covered in tattoos, adding to his scary aura. He lit the cigarette, placing it into his mouth, while taking long drags in his bed, devising a way to get rid of Carson. What to do? He grabbed his cell phone, calling the boy, who he finally found a good use of. "Hello." David picked up after the third drink. "David." Liam replied in a manner of greeting, and the boy at the other side became attentive. "Oh, Alpha, is there a problem?" The boy asked, probably scared now. "But I want you to get me information on Carson. I want the folder ready by tomorrow evening. On my desk. Is it clear?" Liam said sternly, and the boy cringes. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He replied, and Liam smiled with satisfaction. "Good." Liam replied and ends the line. David was the Zeta of the pack, and it seemed just right to ask him to get it for him. Liam gets out of the bed and began pacing the room once again, puffing smoke out of his nose and mouth every once in a while. But it failed to calm him down. He grabbed the cardigan again, taking a long whiff of it before placing it down on the bed very precisely. I want you now," he said in sighs, knowing he had to wait. He didn't know how he was going to explain everything to his little mate. He didn't even know where to begin. She was so innocent, so naive. But no matter how innocent she wasn't an E. He went to the full-length mirror at the corner of the room and stared at his reflection. He looked at the tattoos that covered every inch of his torso and arms, extending to his fingers, his snake bite still intact and his gauges adding to the mystery. The cigarette secured between his index and middle finger of his right hand made its way to his mouth. He took a long whiff before exhaling the smoke onto his reflection in the mirror. He was dark. He was dangerous. He was uncontrollable. And he knew that. He looked at his reflection one more time before throwing away the cigarette and padding back to his bed. He threw the silk covers over his naked body, before grabbing the cardigan and draping it over himself. Imagining his little mate on top of him, straddling him, he chuckled at all the dirty thoughts that were going through his mind before his eyes began to get heavy and he fell into a deep slumber. Skies P. I noticed the car had come to a halt and we were in the parking lot of Liam's mansion. Blake looked upset, angry and confused, yet he still grabbed my hand to comfort me. I looked over at Reuben and he gave me a small smile. I sucked in a breath and I took a step away from them. A tear slipped out of my eyes and I turned around and ran. I ran away from them and entered the pack house as my heart beat aggressively. I ran into my room and slammed the door close. I laid on the bed, then let the tears I was holding back fall. I go cry or turn into a psychopath when I'm mad. I was so upset that I just don't know what to do with myself. I just wanted to cry. That's what I do. I can't hold it back anymore. Sky, a voice called my name from the hallway. Dad, are you all right? He continued when I didn't reply. I was trying to hold my sobs back. Come on in. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice so low, but it's loud enough for him to listen. The door cracks open and he opened the door slowly. He looked at me and smiled. It was a sympathetic smile actually. Why were you crying, Sky? He asked, worried, causing me to take a deep and sit up, leaning my back against the bed frame. It's nothing. Seriously. You don't need to worry. I'm fine, I said, and he gives out a soft laugh. It's not that easy. You're my daughter. It worries me. Dad replied honestly, brushing a few strands of hair from my face, causing me to look down. Can I ask you something? I finally asked, breaking the silence, and he nodded. Of course, sweetie. Dad replied, giving me an encouraging smile. I took a deep breath, not daring to look at him as the words left my mouth. Do you hate me? I asked and peeked at him from under my eyelashes, who was just shaking his head, confused at my question. Of course not. How can you say that? Dad replied, and I looked at him. Then why did you ask Mom to abort me? I asked, and it was like the world had stopped, as Dad looked at me with wide eyes. How? He began to say, but I cut him off. No one told me. I found out myself. I replied quickly, and he looked at the floor ashamed. So is it true? I asked, and he nodded. I found out your mother was pregnant with you when I was in college. Abortion was the first thought that came to my mind. But I'm thankful that your mother didn't listen to me. I'm proud of you, darling, and I love you a lot. Dad said, and then pulled me in for a hug, causing me to smile. Suddenly my phone began to ring, making us pull away. Chapter 24. Authors P. O. V. Suddenly Sky's phone began to ring, making them pull away. She grabbed her iPhone 7 from the bedside table, which was a present from her mother, and smiled as she looked at the caller ID. She thought that she had lost her phone. Maybe Liam had put it there. She looked at her father, then said, do you mind if I? She trails off, shaking the phone in her hand, and her father nodded, leaving the room as she receives the call. Hi, Jacob, Sky said as a smile crept on her face. Jacob had been her best friend since kindergarten. Even was a badass but a complete softie with her because of her innocence. Sometimes it shocked him how heat-hearted player was friend with a girl who hadn't as much as hit a fly. He remembered how a guy had pushed her once, and she hadn't even screamed or shouted at that idiot, even though he had beat the crap out of that asshole for hurting his best friend when he saw the bruise. Where were you? I thought that you were going to call me, but you never did. I missed you, he replied dramatically. I'm sorry, Jacob, and I missed you too. What time is it there? 6 in the morning. Your place, she replied, causing the boy's eyes to widen. 7 in the evening. Wow, we are so far away. A few days ago, we were practically underneath the same roof. Now we are miles away from each other. I hate it, he said honestly, causing Sky to frown. Me too. It doesn't feel like home here, Jacob. Even though my dad explained about the abortion, but I just want to come back home. Not telling him the whole truth. And Jacob took a deep breath. What did he said about it? he asked, and Sky told him the entire thing, partially smiling, while Jacob just frowned, even though he was happy for his best friend. I guess that's good, he said, and she nodded, forgetting he can't see her. But I want to come back. Jacob, I miss everything. I miss my mom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. She said, and that's when her voice began to break, and for a split moment, she removed the cell phone from her ear and takes deep breaths, but put it back in place because she didn't want him to cut off the call and lose the little comfort she was having. Skydon, do you dare to cry? You're so strong. We've talked about this. Your mom would want you to be happy, not mourn over her. Come on, send me a toothy selfie. I want to see those pretty dimples, he said, causing her to smile. You're the best, Jacob, she said after a few minutes. I know, right? Her friend cheerfully yet cocky replied, trying to make her laugh, but she could sense the faint sadness in his voice. Hey, did you know that? And with that, Jacob begins to tell her about this new girl in school who's actually, as he rudely claims, a whore and slept with everyone in her previous school. Honestly, she thought it was girls who chatted about this stuff, and she came up to me and I was like, "No, you ain't get any of me, bitch," Jacob said, and Sky laughed. So like him, Jacob, you seriously need to get a life, she replied, and heard him shrug. Don't need a life while I have you, he countered, and she chuckled. Sky, I want to tell you something important, but promise me you won't get angry, Jacob said, and Sky furrowed her eyebrows. Did you get a girl pregnant? She asked, but he laughed at the other end. No. God, Cookie, you always find a way to make me laugh. But that's not it, he said, but the nervousness in his voice didn't vanish. Then what is it? God, Jacob, you're scaring me, she said, getting up from the bed and begins pacing the room. Sky, you remember how I used to come over to your house when we were young and your uncle told us stories about his trips and missions? Jacob asked. What does this have to do with anything? Her heartbeat increased. She was getting a bad feeling about this. He fascinated me so much, Sky. I wanted to follow his footsteps. Be a hero, just like him. I have an exam last year for the army. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be scared. But I failed it, he said, and Sky's heart stopped. Why are you telling me this now? She whispered, already knowing where the conversation was going. She felt tears filling her eyes and her hands shaking. I got a call yesterday. They said I got accepted. I'm leaving, Sky, he said. No. You can't do this, she whispered as tears fall down her eyes. Cookie, please try to understand. It's been my dream, he said, and Sky cuts him off. It's been your dream. Your dream is to die. To die in gruesome ways with the bullet piercing every inch of your skin, Sky said as she sobbed. It would be an honor to die for my country, Jacob said loudly. Did you think of your family? Your baby brother? Me did think of us even one bit before making this decision. Everyone in the army dies. Everyone gets killed. You saw how I lived my life when Uncle used to be gone. Do you want that for your family? Do you want that for your brother who's only 12? You want to torture them like that? You want me to go through that pain again, huh? Do you want them to sit in front of the TV every single hour of the day watching all those soldiers die? Begging God that's not you, like I used to for Uncle. Do you want your family to break down and die slowly as bullets fired, killing everyone one by one? Do you want them to hug their cell phones, praying that you might call, now a second later, because they don't want to waste a moment without hearing your voice? Would all of that be an honor to you too? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I die happy knowing I saved lives, that I contributed in keeping my country free. So you can grasp the fact that I'm leaving, not so you can be bitch about it. You either respect my choices or don't. It was your uncle who was on that battlefield, and you were whining because he wasn't there to keep you company. Can you get any lower than that? I thought you were better than those slutty, disgusting girls at school, but you know what, get to terms with this and stop being a bloody fucking tramp about it. Jacob screamed at her, cutting her desperate soft whispers off midway. She felt broken. Every word he said pierced her heart. Is this what he thought of their years of friendship? Is this it? It's nice to know what you think of me. That was your opinion about our years of friendship, I guess. Congratulations then. I hope you stay happy. I'm sorry for being the bloody fucking tramp, for being depressed after Mom's death. I'm sorry for starving myself. For self-harming, but I'm most sorry for wishing that, like other teenagers, I had the privilege of having a normal life. But to you, wishing that means being bloody fucking tramp, and a desperate, and I'm sorry for trying to drown myself last year because of it. So yeah, I won't ever warn you that your friends and family might go through this pain. Your brother might go through what I did because then he would be a bloody fucking tramp, and a desperate bitch, right? It was nice knowing you. Jacob. Sky, I'm sorry, he begins to say, but Sky cut the call. A silent sobs racked through her body. She couldn't take it anymore. How could he? She felt used and dragged. She had never said such words in her life, nor had she imagined her best friend calling her that. But she guessed. They weren't friends after all. I mean, you don't say words like that to your friends. Friends that turned into siblings over the years. That's when she noticed that Linda and Blake were standing at the doorway. Her dad nowhere at sight. Sky, Linda begins to say, but Sky stared at her, sobbing before shaking her head and running out of the pack house. She could hear Linda screaming her name along with Blake. But all those voices were faint. The only thing she could hear now was her loud sobs as she clutched the cell phone to her chest, running to the great beyond. On a rainy night, I was comforted by a mysterious black wolf, its yellow eyes gleaming softly in the darkness. But this is not an ordinary wolf. It is my salvation, and also my deepest fear. I stroke its fur, unaware of its true identity. Chapter 25. Authors P. O. V. Sky sobbed, dropping onto the ground in the middle of the forest, in which she had run till her feet gave up. She wanted to be alone. She wanted to escape. Sky looked at her ever-ringing cell phone, knowing it was Jacob. But she ignored him and started hitting her cell phone on the ground. Not hard enough to damage it, when nothing happened to it. Sky kicked it an inch away from her before leaning onto a tree, sobbing. Why? Sky sobbed, both of her hands covering her face as she sobbed into them. She hugged her knees and continued to cry for God knows how long, until she ended up taking shallow breaths as she heard rustling from behind her as she quickly whipped around, crawling away from the black wolf that came towards her. Liam. His yellow eyes glowed as she looked at it and gently smiled, tears streaming down her face, when the wolf started nuzzling its face into her neck, rubbing its cheek with hers, as if trying to give her a sense of comfort. She hugged it and began sobbing, Jacob's words coming back to her. She sobbed and sobbed for a very long time, seeking comfort the viciously harmless animal. Her animal. Soon later, her cell phone had stopped ringing and all that was left of her was a wreck. She just sat there on the ground, leaning against the tree. With every single ounce of energy left from her body, she gently stroked the fur of the wolf as it sat on her lap. She stroked the top of his head, hearing a satisfied moan from it. She looked deep into his eyes, before leaning back against the tree, closing her eyes, continuing to massage the wolf's head. If she didn't matter to Jacob, or anyone for that matter, then they didn't matter to her either, but it wasn't that easy. It never was. No matter how much anyone hurts her, she would want them back, scream for them while they just laughed at her. That was in her nature, to never forget all the good in someone, even if they were a killer, a monster, an animal. And what did that result to? Her stroking the head of a large wolf as it relaxed on her lap. Wow. A soft tickle escaped Sky's lips as her eyes began to get heavy and she started slipping away from the reality. In seconds she was out, breathing softly, and the dark wolf looked at her, his eyes softening, looking at the gorgeous stained girl. The wolf got off of her lap and quickly shifted into his human form, not bothering to go behind a tree. He was well aware that he was completely naked, but it wasn't like a girl before he was conscious. He searched for a tree that had a small cave in its trunk or was hollow, where he had asked his pack to stash clothes for emergencies. He found one a bit away and quickly took out the dark duffel bag, securely placed in the corner so it was out of sight. The bag contained only 2 pieces of clothing, an oversized shirt for girls and a pair of cargo pants for the boys. Liam quickly grabbed the cargo pants from it, putting them on in case she woke up. He quickly retraced his steps and goes back to the sleeping girl who was out cold, her cell phone on the ground away from her. He felt a pang in his heart. He needed to know the reason for her to have such a reaction, and he was going to get answers. Liam grabbed the cell phone and placed it in the pocket, before crouching by the girl before picking her up into his arms. The girl didn't make a single noise but continued to breathe softly as her head leaned into Liam's bare, inked torso. He cradled her in his arms as if she was a delicate baby. But to him she was. He looked at her with adoration and leaned down and kissed her cheeks as if to apologize for what happened that day. He had lost control. He didn't even want to think about it. Liam lightly strolled, making his way back to the pack house. They were in the deep forest and he was lucky that Skye didn't run away any further. He continued to walk for half an hour, enjoying the alone time he had with her even if she was unconscious. The forest began to thin and he could see the pack house from behind the trees. He walked out of the forest and in front of the house. The forest cave around the back of the house and extended at the front beyond the road. He walked to the front door, just as the door opened and Blake walked to him looking at Skye. "Thank God," he said as he took her from Liam's arms, causing him to growl, but nonetheless he didn't snatch her back. As he followed Blake inside into the living room where Linda was on the sofa and James was comforting her. As soon as her eyes landed on Skye, she quickly got up and rushed to her. "Skye," she said softly as she kissed Skye's cheek, and to his surprise, the girl, now in Blake's arms, didn't even stir as she continued to sleep. "Thank you," Linda said, looking at Liam, and he gave her a curt nod in response. Blake put her to bed. "Then I'd like to have a word with you," Liam said, looking at the boy, who nodded and went up the stairs, disappearing, but moments later he reappeared and motioned his head for Liam to follow him into his room. Liam entered the room and Blake closed it behind him and leaned against it. "What did you do?" he asked, and Liam looked at him with a weary expression. "I would love to know what you're implying," he replied back with an edge in his voice. "Skye got a call from Jacob, her best friend, prior to running away upset. He told her that he got accepted into the army after getting rejected before. I might not know about these human professions, but I know one thing for sure, that getting rejected means rejection. There is no second chances or risks in the army," Blake said, and Liam raised an eyebrow at him. "That's when Blake begins to blow up. Don't you see what you're doing is wrong? Her mother died. Do you know how shaken up she was then? She had become suicidal. Now you're sending his friend off because you're jealous," Blake said, and Liam masked. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Liam, sir, you're my alpha and I cannot defy your orders, but I can well talk sense into them. How do you think she would react when she'll find out that you went through her phone, read her conversation with her best friend, got jealous and send him off, which she will sooner or later," Blake said, and Liam lunged at him and pinned him to the wall by his throat. "Talk like that to me ever again and I will rip your tongue out," Liam said, putting pressure on Blake's throat. Blake struggled feebly and Liam throws him across the room, finally thinking over his anger. "I can understand your concern, but it isn't your problem to deal with. She will know nothing unless I wish to tell her. Until then you will keep your mouth shut," Liam said, the edge evident in his voice. Blake nodded, but felt sorry for his stepsister. The poor girl had gone through too much in these few days. Liam nodded before stalking his way out of Blake's room and went straight to Skye's, where he saw her sleeping soundly in her bed, her hair a disheveled mess. Not that it mattered to Liam. He went to her and kissed both of her cheeks when he felt the vibration in his pocket. He quickly took out the familiar white iPhone that belonged to Skye and unlocked it, as it didn't have a password. He looked at the picture of Jacob that popped on the screen and Liam cut the call. Liam made his way to the sofa by the window and plopped on it, looking through the contents of her cell phone. There was nothing interesting in it but the pictures in her chats. There were many pictures in her photo album. In most of the pictures, there was a woman. He looked at the picture more closely and realized that she was her mother, There was no doubt that her mother was young and beautiful. Sky didn't look any different in the picture, so he assumed that might have been taken just before her mother died. Liam swiped to the next picture and continued to look through the numerous pictures in her album. There were many selfies, especially with Jacob. Maybe what he was doing was wrong. Maybe he shouldn't send him off. But then a part of him, the darker part, told him that what he did was right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the boy's dream, so he was technically giving the boy what he wanted and taking advantage of the fact for that. He couldn't risk anything. Besides, Carson could have used Jacob as an asset. So for a fact, he was actually doing her a favor. Liam sighed and got up, placing the cell phone on Sky's nightstand, before getting into bed with her, positioning the girl so that she was leaning over him while he lightly stroked her hair. He kissed the top of her head and muttered, "Sweet dreams, precious." Chapter 26. Sky's POV. I slowly opened my eyes and yawned. I felt someone poking my arm. I immediately thought it was Liam, but when I turned to the source, I was wrong. Reuben. Softly, Reuben was right above me with a big grin on his face. He stopped poking and took the covers off me. "Come on, sleepyhead. It's almost 10 a.m. We have to get ready," he said excitedly. I yawned again and sat up. "Why?" I asked. He looked at me and placed his hand on his hip and sighed. "Today is the ceremony that's going to be held for Blake. He's going to be our beta," he said excitedly. "Okay, just wait outside. Let me just take a shower," I said while grabbing my towel, underwear and a bra. He nodded his head and walked outside. I walked into my bathroom. I placed the towel on the hanger next to the shower and placed my bra and underwear next to it, and stripped out of my clothes and went in the shower. I sighed when the water heated up and relaxed my tense muscles. I applied shampoo on my hair and cleaned it through. After using conditioner, cleaning my body and rinsing everything, I closed the water, grabbed the towel and wrapped it around my body. I wore my underwear and bra and walked outside of the bathroom with the towel around my body. I put on some makeup. My makeup wasn't too much. It was simple and nice. I curled my hair, so my hair was down in soft bouncy curls. I got up from the chair and took a dress from the closet. The dress was beautiful. It was a short red dress that was tight up to the waist but looses down the waist. I changed into the dress. I walked towards the mirror and smiled at myself. I looked pretty good. I walked to the window and looked out of it to see lots of people walking around and kids playing together. I put on my black pumps, then walked outside my room. Reuben was outside, waiting for me, and when he saw me, "Let's go," Reuben said. We walked out of the pack house. We walked until we made it to the field. The place was full of people who I don't know. There were some members who looked familiar, but many who I never saw before. "Stay here. The ceremony is about to start." I nodded my head and looked up to where the stage was placed. Soon Liam came up on the stage and everyone in the crowd went silent. I tried to keep my state anywhere but him. Someone touched my shoulder and I jumped. I tried not to jump again when I saw it's that badass girl. I contained my jump, but not the facial expression of fighting gravity, not a pretty expression. "Are you going to make out with the stage?" I furrowed my eyebrows at her suggestion. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I probably get splinters on my lips. "You've been staring at the stage so long I thought you fell in love with it. I didn't want to cause your stage to cheat on you with me. What the hell did I even said? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She looked horrified. "She's going to kill me. I know it." She chuckled lowly. "At least I'm attractive enough that I don't need a stage to be kissed." She tilted her head to the side, stared at me with her grey eyes, which is very disconcerting. "I let you get away with that for now, but say something like that again to me, and well, I'll make sure even a stage wouldn't kiss you." My toes curled and my nose wrinkled. "Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly." She turned away. I hope that you'll enjoy the ceremony. I called after her. Blake, Linda, and Dad passed by me. Blake's hand twitched as he walked by. He was nervous. I wanted to reach out and take it, but I know how irrational of a decision that would be. Liam and Dad and Linda all gave a speech about how spectacular Blake will be as a beta. Okay, they didn't use the word spectacular, but with the amount of praise they're giving him, they might as well. And Reuben had told me, no human sacrifices. There's even a fire burning. Though to be fair, a baby could hardly fit in that bowl. I saw Blake rolled his sleeves up and he walked towards the bowl with the fire. Come here, Blake, Liam said, and cut your hand to symbolize your loyalty to me, to symbolize that you would spill your blood for me. Take my left hand over the fire to show your willingness to do whatever I ask. And finally press your cut to mine, so we're forever bound by blood. Well, that sounds intense. You enjoyed the ceremony? Reuben asked. I rolled my shoulder back. It was definitely interesting. Chapter 27 Skies P. OV, I calmly sat down at the top bleacher, in the field and watched Reuben and Blake practicing soccer. It currently has been 3 days since the ceremony, and ever since then, I haven't seen Liam much, and I was thankful for that. Whenever I see him, things just turn complicated. This was relaxing, being outside of the pack house without being disturbed. Reuben noticed me and waved at me cheerfully, causing me to smile and give a short wave back. The wind hit my face and my eyes traveled to the cloudy sky. It was going to rain soon. My eyes then traveled from the sky to the very few people that were sitting in the bleachers, chatting with their friends. But what caught my eyes was a small girl, probably no more than 4 years old, her blonde hair into braids, while both of her small hands grabbed a juice box. She looked so cute. But what was she doing here alone? I stand up and quietly made my way to the lower bleacher, where the small girl was sitting. Near her, I sat beside the girl, who moved her large doe-like eyes from the field towards me. Hell, whoa. Her words not coming out properly. As soon as the words left the young girl's mouth, my face lit up. Hi, I said, looking at her. My name is Nabwl, she said, and I looked at her, smiling. Well, hello. Tonight, agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My name is Sky, I replied, extending my hand and gently shaking the small hand that fell into mine. So why are you sitting here alone? I asked, looking at her. My bewig BW other is busy, so his friends pick me up so I can watch them play till he comes, Annabelle said, and sucks at the straw, drawing out the juice. Oh, so, where are your friends? I asked her as she folded her arms, making a grumpy face. THWY don't like me because THWY are SCA word of my big BW other, she said, slightly pouting, causing me to look at her with sympathy. Well, I can be your friend, I said, and the little girl's face lights up and she jumped into my arms, hugging me, causing me to laugh. Children always brought me happiness. I don't know why, but they just always had the biggest place in my heart. Do you want anything to eat? I asked her, and she thinks over it and nodded her head. I see we am, she said happily, and I nodded, remembering I had had an ice cream man here somewhere. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You stay here and play games on my phone while I go get you your ice cream. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked, and in a nod, I had her myself own and grabbed my wallet. I made my way away from the field and across the parking lot, just as the clouds roared and the wind hit my face. As I approached the ice cream man, I quickly purchased the ice cream and placed the napkin underneath the huge cone of ice cream I had gotten for that darling girl. I made my way to the bleachers and back to Anna as she concentrated on the game. Here you go, I said, and got Anna's attention. As soon as her eyes landed on the ice cream, her face lit up. Want you? She squealed as I gave her the cone and gently tucked the napkin into her collar. so she doesn't dirty the front of her shirt. Suddenly I heard a loud zooming sound, getting louder and louder, quickly drawing my attention to the road. No later a sleek black sports car zoomed in, drifting to a stop at the parking lot, leaving tire marks on the concrete ground. I looked at Anna, who was happily munching on her ice cream. I looked back at the car, waiting to see its owner, and no later I did. From the driver's seat of the car, the scary tattooed and pierced Liam came, walked out still in his suit, staring straight at the bleachers, more specifically at me. Author's P. O. V. her scent filled Liam's nostrils, turning him on. No later there was another booming sound from the sky and it began to pour. Sky quickly looked at Anna, who was trying to protect her ice cream from the rain. My ICWM. The young girl, Wind and Sky looked at her worried. She didn't want to get the poor girl sick even before her family came to pick her up. Sky took off her cardigan, quickly placing it over the girl's shoulders, covering her up as the rain poured quicker. The cold air nipped bare at the bare skin on her arms, making her question why she wore a crop top in the first place. She looked towards the field and saw Reuben running towards her, drenching wet. I'm sorry, Sky, but the coach wouldn't let us go until the training is complete. If you want I can drop you off at the pack house and come back here, Reuben said, and Sky shakes her head. No, it's fine. I'll wait here or somewhere, Sky said, water droplets pouring down her skin. I'll drop her off, a familiar voice said from behind her, and Sky whipped around, pushing Anna behind her, but what surprised her was how happily Anna went to Liam, grabbed his hand, while Liam smiled at her. Bewig BW other, she screamed, running into his arms, and Sky looked at Liam wide-eyed. No wonder the poor girl had no friends. But then again, neither of them shared any similarity. Sky bought me an ICWM. Look how bewig it is, she said, and Liam just nodded, looking at the 3 scoop of ice cream Sky had got her. His eyes then landed on the cardigan that hung from his sister's shoulders. It was big and securely wrapped around the little girl, protecting her from the rain. Liam then looked at Sky, who was drenching wet, just in a crop top and a pair of jeans. Her hair was still in a bun since she had in the morning, but the strands on her face were dripping wet. His eyes darkened as he looked at her clothes sticking to her skin, then at the little amount of stomach her top left uncovered. No thank you. I can wait, Sky finally replied, looking at Reuben then back at Liam, who was drenching wet, still in his black suit but not bothering to save himself from the rain. His hair stuck to his forehead, making his eyes stand out more. He looked like a predator, to be honest, and the way he was looking at her made her feel like a prey. You're already wet. You'll get sick if you don't change out of your clothes soon. They still have an hour of training left and I can get you home in 15 minutes. Liam said huskily, and Sky thinks over it. She didn't want to get sick. Absolutely not. And to think of it, she was getting a headache. She looked at Reuben, who just nodded his head. He's right, Sky. You'll get sick if you wait here. Sky looked back at Liam and asked, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Liam said, feeling happy inside. He didn't want to waste another moment with his darling in the rain. I'll see you later then, she said, and hugged Reuben. The act caught him off guard, but later a gentle smile came to his face as he patted her back. Liam observed the scene in front of him. It seemed cute, he said, and she smiled. Come on, Liam said as Anna talks to him, but he was too distracted to pay her any attention. Sky looked at Annabelle, who was completely comfortable with the scary man, but yet again he was her brother. Liam quickly rushes to the back seat, opening it for his sister, grabbing the ice cream away from her, so he could help her it. My ICWM. Anna screams, and Liam rolled his eyes, as he buckled her with his one hand, before returning her the ice cream. Don't drip it on my car, he warned his sister, who distractedly nodded her head, while happily attacking the ice cream with her mouth. Liam then turned to Sky, who was making her way to the back seat, but before she could reach there, he opened the passenger door for her. Sky looked at the open door and then back at Liam. Before getting in, he slammed the door shut for her before making his way to the boot of the car. grabbing something from it and then slamming it close. Soon enough he was in the driver's seat, placing something on Sky's lap softly before starting the car. Sky looked down and noticed that it was a towel. "Thank you," she said, looking at him, and he nods as he backed out of the driveway. In rakish speed, Sky dried her wet body with the towel. She whipped her face, but her wet hair makes small water rivulets to flow down her face. Inwardly groaning, she undoes her bun and starts rubbing her hair with the towel, drying it in front of the heater. Liam looked at Sky, whose wet hair fell around her shoulder. She looked gorgeous. She was looking out of the window, not paying attention to anything. It wasn't that she felt uncomfortable with Liam. Quite the opposite. She felt at ease in his presence. "You have pewty hair," Anna said, gaining Sky's attention. "Thank you, but I like your hair more," Sky replied, and Annabelle giggled, her face covered in ice cream. Sky smiled at her and reached back to wipe Anna's face with the napkin she had tugged on her shirt earlier. Liam looked at the two of them from the rearview mirror and smiled. Sky sat back straight as soon as felt something vibrating in her jeans pocket. Chapter 28. Author's P. Oh, Sky grabbed an extra outfit and placed it in a bag, in case she needed it. Her uncle was coming today along with her car. They had discussed their tripping plan last night on the phone for hours. That's why Liam had dropped Blake, her father, and her to their home. They were going to drive to Tacoma and go to Limay, American Car Museum, something Sky was excited for. She was obsessed with cars and hockey, even though she didn't seem like the sporty type. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." They would tour around, go to the mall for some random shopping, then go get pizza before going back to the hotel and driving back early next day. That was the plan for this weekend. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It's Saturday today. Sky had tried to get the incident that occurred a few days ago out of her head. The day she lost Jacob's friendship and ran off into woods. She hadn't talked to Jacob for so long, and it was hurting her so much. But there was nothing that could have been done. Sky buttoned up her shorts and quickly slipped on her open-toe pumps. Today was a hot day and Sky had decided to dress accordingly, choosing a pair of the crop top with some shorts and of course the flat pumps. Her uncle would be here any moment now. She wanted to pick him from the airport, but her uncle had insisted on arriving himself. Sky's ears perked up as she heard a car screeching to a halt outside her window. She rushed to her window and saw a familiar black Mercedes with a truck behind it, most probably containing her cherry red sedan. Sky grinned at the man who got out from the back seat and rushed down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. "Sky," her father begins to say, but she runs past him and out of the door and jumps into her uncle's arms. Hey. Wow, I guess you missed me," Uncle Jim said, and Sky nods, still hugging the life out of him, and her uncle chuckled. Her father comes out of the house and smiles at them, even though he felt a bit envious looking at his daughter being comfortable with his brother-in-law like that, while he failed to make even a small place in her heart. "Hello, Jim, please come in," he said courteous, and Jim nodded his head. "Nice to meet you too, James. I'll be in a moment, but first I have to show Sky something," he said, and her father politely nods before going back inside to Blake, who was cooking lunch as Linda was busy with her training. Sky looked at the truck and smiled widely. "You got me my sedan?" she asked, and her uncle grinned. "I got you something even better," her uncle replied, and motions his head to the driver's seat of the truck. The back door of the truck begins to move down and Sky's mouth hangs open as soon as her eyes land inside it. "Oh my," she said, but stopped short as she looked at her uncle, who was grinning at her reaction. "You got me a," she begins, and her uncle nods, and with that Sky's mouth formed into a grin as she pounced at her uncle again, who grabbed her and twirled her, putting her back on her feet, watching her squeal and jump with joy looking at the sleek Acura NSX. "Oh my God. Thank you so much," she screamed, hugging her uncle again. He laughed. "Consider this an early birthday present," he said, and Sky kissed his cheek. "I love you," she squealed, and her uncle patted her head in delight that he got her the perfect thing. "Come on, let's go inside, well, mister. Ross here takes out your car from the back so he can leave. He's a busy man. Uncle Jim said, and Sky nods as they made their way inside the house and into the kitchen where Reuben stood drinking orange juice from the cartoon, and her uncle chuckled at him. Liam had sent him to check up on her. Reuben looked at Sky questioningly. Oh yeah, Reuben, this is my uncle. I told you and Liam he was coming. Sky said, and Reuben finally remembered. It's nice to meet you, sir. He said, and Uncle pats his shoulder. You too, son. He said, then looked at me. Sky, why don't you get your bag so we can leave? It will be a long drive, besides I forgot to get the hotel booked. Her uncle said, scratching his neck, and Sky nodded, quickly going up the stairs and returning with her duffel bag, but her uncle was no longer in the kitchen. So you're leaving? Is it something? Reuben asked her as she looked for her uncle. Oh no. It's just a trip to Tacoma. I'll be back tomorrow morning. If you want, you and Blake can come too. She replied, and Reuben shakes his head at her kind gesture. No thanks, Sky, but me and Blake already have plans. Don't worry and stay safe. He said, and hugged her, and Sky nods. You ready to leave? Her uncle asked, walking into the kitchen, and Sky nods enthusiastically, slinging her duffel bag over her shoulder. See you later, Reuben. Tell Blake I said bye. Sky said, and Reuben nodded his head. Sky followed her uncle out of the front door, squealing. Have fun, her father said, and she nods. I will. Sky hugged her father as the driver Curtis Wells took her bag and placed it in the boot of the car. No later, she was in the passenger seat of the car, arm wrestling with her uncle. So, what do you think about living here? Her uncle asked as Sky struggled to win. But it rains here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I got sick practically the first week only, she said, not mentioning the assault or all the things that were off about this place. No wonder you seemed a bit pale. You know I can call drive Desmond to check up on you, he said, and she chuckled. I'm fine. It's just a small fever. Nothing big. Sky replied, chuckling, and her uncle nodded, relaxing. He worried too much. So how's work? Any eye candy you want to tell me about? Sky asked, wiggling her eyebrows, and her uncle laughed. Oh, you know I don't have eyes for anyone. They're all so boring. Any cute boys in your city? Her uncle asked. It was a shock how the both of them could talk about stuff like this so casually. You know me, Uncle Jim, is all Sky answered, and the both of them burst out laughing. This was going to be fun. This weekend went by pretty quickly with them goofing around. Lem A lived up to its expectation, and many of the other tourist places that as well. It was fun and beautiful. Sky grabbed the suitcase she had gotten there to carry the presents she had got for her dad, Binder, Blake, and Reuben. The drive came to grab it, but Sky shook her head, smiling at him. Thank you, but I can manage, sir, she said, and the old man smiled at her. You had fun, Sky? Her uncle asked, grabbing Sky's duffel bag, and she nods, giving him a small smile. It was the most I had gotten out since I moved here, Sky replied as her uncle slammed the boot of the car shut, and both of them made their way up the steps to the front door. Sky knocked on the door, and no later, it was opened to a groggy Blake, his hair still messed up. Well, he couldn't be blamed, it was 6 a.m. on a Sunday. Sky looked at him sheepishly. Hey, Blake. I'm sorry for, Sky begins to say, but to her surprise, he hugged her. It's your home. No need to be sorry. Come on. It's really early. I didn't know you guys would be driving back so early, Blake said, and Sky shrugged. Going in, dragging the suitcase behind her and her uncle full, saying greetings to her stepmother. If you need anything, oh, no please. You should continue your sleep. I'm going to my room and my uncle was just leaving, Sky said, and Jim nods. I feel horrible you leaving like this. So early. I would have loved if you could have spent some time with my family, Blake said, and her uncle nods. Me too. But I had to cut my trip short because of some urgency. Maybe next time, her uncle replied. Which was the truth. That would be great, Blake replied. Go get some sleep, Sky, Blake said, and trots away up the stairs, and no later the door closing is heard. Come on, Let's get this stuff to your room, then I can leave. I don't want to be late, her uncle said, and Skye started walking to her room, dragging the suitcase behind her. While her uncle carried the duffel bag and a few shopping bags consisting of the assortment of clothes and candies. He's a nice guy, her uncle commented, and Skye nods as she opened the door. Very sweet too, Skye replied. He thought Jacob was my boyfriend, Skye said, but her heartbeat began to race at the mention of Jacob. She heard her uncle chuckle, but then sighed as he sat on her bed and patted the space next to him, urging her to sit down, and just as she did, an unreadable expression crossed his face. You know, Skye, when my best friend joined the army, I was devastated. Her uncle began. Skye looked at him, wanting him to continue. My best friend and I were very close since childhood. My mother died when I was 6. We grew up practically with each other because my dad, your grandfather, would be gone a lot. So I guess my reaction was completely legit. I didn't talk to him for days, and so he left for his first mission with me, angry with him. I didn't even say goodbye because I felt like it would be my last. You weren't even born then. But you know what? The moment he left and realization dawned on me that I might not talk to him again, I began to feel ashamed of myself. It may seem hard to believe, but I would cry for him. I should have been proud of him. I mean, he was saving the world, protecting it for the greater good, while I was angry at him for leaving me. My way of expressing sadness. Right now, when he's no longer here, I think I myself am to blame that I could have spent that time with him, cherished all the moments then, to fill the holes in my heart now. My best friend was a hero, and that's when I decided to join the army. I know that you're sad about Jacob leaving you, and that's completely okay. But don't make the mistake I made. I want you to look through the pain, the sadness, and enjoy every moment with him. Do you want him to leave thinking you hate him? Skye didn't even realize that she was crying as she shook her head. No, see, you still care for him. He's just like your twin. A bit manly, but twin nonetheless. People die and you move on. But it's the way they die that matters. My best friend died a hero, and Jacob will die a hero. On the battlefield or not. You should be proud, Skye. Smile for him. Smile for the fact that your friend is living his dream. That he's a hero. Call him and tell him that. Her uncle finished, and Skye nodded before hugging him. Both of their eyes were red, and her uncle took a deep breath before getting up now. I've to leave. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I want you to call Jacob and talk to him. Not now, but sometimes later, okay? I know he said words he regrets too, and you should give him a chance. Her uncle said, and Skye nods. Good girl, her uncle said, and kissed her cheek. I'll call you after reaching home, he said, and leaves. Closing the door, Skye took a deep breath and wiped her cheeks with her sleeve. She wouldn't want Jacob to leave like that. Skye vowed to call him later, since he would be sleeping right now in Sydney, and to get her mind off of this she decided to make breakfast. It was still early and she was starving, but first, she decided to take a shower. No later she came out of the bathroom dressed in a pair of sweats and her fuzzy bunny slippers. She clipped her wet hair and then made her way down the stairs and into the kitchen, taking out the stuff for the breakfast: eggs, bacon, pancakes, orange juice, and coffee. Skye worked her way through slow cooking just for the heck of it, and by the time she flipped the last pancake on the plate, she could hear footsteps descending down the stairs, and no later a groggy Reuben stood in front of her, his eyes still closed as he sniffed the air. "In there, that smells great," he replied in a daze as he walked towards the fridge, and Skye chuckled. "She's not awake yet," she replied, and Reuben's eyes burst open as he stared at her. "Skye." He whispered shouts in joy and rushed to her and hugged her. "You came back," he said happily, and she nods. "It was just a trip. Besides, I made breakfast," she said, and he looked at the devouring food at the table as Skye made her way to the kettle filled with tea, pouring him some. No later, more footsteps were heard, and Blake and Lindy along with her father stood in front of her still in their pajamas. "Wow, this smells great," her father said, and he sits on one of the chairs of the dining table and the rest of them follow suit. "And it even looks good," Linda said, and she smiled. "Thank you," she replied as she grabbed a pancake and started munching on it. "Oh my God, you are good. Now I'll never have to eat Blake's cooking again," Reuben said, and everyone laughs while Blake glares at him and muttered "bastard" under his breath. Skye quickly finished, while everyone helped themselves to a second, and got up. "Where are you going?" had asked, and Skye motioned towards the stairs. "I got you guys some stuff. I was going to get that. I'll be down in a moment," she answered as she made her way up to her room, and a moment later came down with the big wrapped boxes. She gave one to Linda, who looked surprised like everyone else. She had gotten her a black dress and matching clutch and heels from Marc Jacobs. "This one's for you," Skye said, smiling widely as she gave her dad the large black box, which consists of a jacket and matching shoes and ties from Marc Jacobs. "Here you go," Skye said as she gave the remaining 2 boxes to Blake and Reuben, which consisted of an Apple iPod and a Rolex. They looked at her astonished as she grinned at them. "Come on, open them," she said excitedly, and watched as they took the lid off the boxes and looked at the presents astonished. "Wow, this is awesome," Blake said, and Reuben nodded. "Thank you so much, Skye," he said, and she grinned. "It's nothing," she replied. After all, she had gotten all of this from only half of her monthly allowance, which her uncle gave her. "Skye, this is lovely." "Thank you, sweetie." "Enthusiasm," Linda said and hugged her. She smiled. "It's lovely, Skye, but you didn't have to buy any of this," her father said, still shocked how her daughter got the money to buy stuff worth hundreds. "Dad, I got it from only half of my allowance. Besides, I'd rather spend it on something like this than it's staying in my bank account," Skye replied as they looked at her happily. Skye quickly slipped away, going back to her room oblivious of the eyes of the man hiding in the darkness. A wicked grin plastered on his face. Chapter 29. Authors P. O.V. Skye drove her new Acura with joy to a place not so joyful. Back to pack the house. Her dad and Linda had left to attend a very important meeting and won't be able to drop her back to the pack house. And the boys, being boys, took this opportunity to skip training because something came up, and they needed to go to a friend's house immediately. The excuse Lizen and her dad made up when David, this Eta, called and telling them about the decapitated body of the former Beta was found rotting in the woods. Skye groaned as she shook her head but enjoyed the drive as she slid into the parking lot of a pack house, her ride getting glances as people stared with awe, trying to get a glimpse of the owner through the tinted window. But Skye was too innocent to see that. As she slid into the empty parking space, collecting her stuff, she collected her duffel bag and took out her cell phone. She had been wanting to call Jacob yesterday, but she was too ashamed and embarrassed to know where to begin. But she was going to call him today. "Damn, that car is sexy," she heard the voice of a boy, bringing her out of her daze, causing her to laugh. She shakes her head once again and quickly gets out of the car, causing the boy's eyes to widen. Luna," he shuddered, looking at her, and Skye looked behind in confusion to whom he was addressing. But when she turned back, the boy was gone. Sadness clouded her features. She had failed to make even a single friend, with the exception of Reuben. Sighing, Skye slammed the door shut off the car and is about to lock it when she heard a zooming voice accelerating towards her. The voice seemed oddly familiar, and no lay Skye's eyes landed on the familiar black Lamborghini that sped towards her at a rakish speed. For a moment she thought it was going to run her over, but it squealed to a stop in the parking space beside her, causing her to throw her body on her car, breathing heavily. "Oh, good morning, Skye. How are you today?" He asked as he gets out of the driver's seat, observing her shaken state. "Why, you could have run me over," Skye whispered her opinion after a few minutes of silence, and to her surprise, the man before she left. "I can assure you, I have no intention of running over a beautiful girl like you, as you know that I'm a very precise and accurate driver. A bit fast, but never reckless," he said, and Skye nods, a small blush creeping on her cheeks. Skye heard tapping on the window from the back seat of Liam's car and saw him roll his eyes before opening the door. Skye watched as the little girl came out and quickly ran to Skye, hugging her knees. "Hello, Annabella," Skye said, smiling happily at the little girl. "Hero Skye, IMWSEDU, she said, and Sky laughed. I missed you too. I love your hair today, Sky said, examining the pigtails in which Bella's hair was braided today. Think WU. Wig BW other made them for me, Bella said, and Sky smiled, and Liam quickly grabbed Bella. Bells, go to your room, Liam said with authority, and Annabella quickly nodded her head. Sky was shocked at the girl's obedience but quickly reached for her bag. Wait, she said to Bella, and quickly took out the big packet of candy she had brought from Tacoma to keep her company, and handed it to the little girl. Watching as her face quickly lit up, Bella squealed in delight while Liam observed the scene with curiosity. Thank WU, Bella said, and tugged at Sky's skirt, causing her to look down at the happy girl. Yes, Sky asked, and Nana shakes her head and motioned with her hand for Sky to come down to her level. Sky laughed but crouched in front of Annabella, who quickly wrapped her arm around her and kissed her cheek, before running off to her room. Liam faintly smiled. His mate was a miracle if she made Annabella to kiss her, which is saying something, as she didn't even kiss her mom or dad. However, he wasn't going to voice his opinion. Shall we go inside? He asked, and Sky nods. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She began to walk but tensed as soon as she felt his hand on her lower back guiding her. Liam could feel her tense, but as long as she didn't say anything, he would take advantage of touching her. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She will have to get used to this sooner or later. People bowed their heads in their direction as Sky and Liam walked past them. She out of instinct tensed when Liam had touched her for some reason. This side of him seemed foreign to her. From what she could see, he was making an effort to be kind. Maybe he wanted them to be friends again. She could use some friends. Sky sneaked a glance at Liam and found him looking at his cell phone. The guy was surrounded by mystery, just like this town. Sky turned her gaze to the front, and now it was Liam's turn to sneak a glance at her. He wanted her to warm up to him and was making a bloody effort to. With everything collapsing around him, he had made many enemies over years, and in a gruesome way was proud of that. More enemies meant more bloodshed, and he craved blood. He was a creature that found comfort in blood. He had stayed up all night, trying to track the bastard down, but to no avail, and grew restless. His restlessness led him to hunt an entire flock of stray sheep, but still, he couldn't calm down and knew only one person could cure him. That was the only reason he was here and not in the meeting, because he wanted to be near his mate, so she could settle his restlessness. Will you accompany me at lunch? Liam asked, and Sky could feel eyes on her. Some of the people were still there and now staring at them. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Sky said, and looked at him a bit uncomfortable. I thought since you don't have any friend, would you mind having lunch with me? I need to discuss a few things with you, Liam said, and Sky nods. Yes, of course, she said, and he smiled. She was anxious and scared to know what he wanted to talk to her about. Chapter 30 Authors P.O.V. Sky's heart pounded in her rib cage, and she could feel her face going pale. She was scared what the tattooed in Piestolfer wanted to talk to her about. Maybe he wanted to talk about Carson. Sky sighed as she grabbed her handbag and looked at the man standing in front of her, who was looking at his watch. Shall we? He asked, and Sky nodded while she got a wink from a boy behind Liam, making her blush, and Liam whipped his head back to find David. You seem very pale, Liam commented, looking at her, but Sky barely had an answer for that. It's just cold, Sky replied, and to some extent, it was the truth. Liam didn't reply to her comment as his eyes blinked yellow, then back to their original self as he opened the door to his office and takes in a whiff of her scent as she obediently walked in without a question. Aren't we going to the cafeteria to get our lunch first? Sky asked nervously as she looked at Liam closing the door shut. The office was warm due to the heating system, making Sky sweat a bit. Oh, I ordered Chinese, Liam said, pointing to the shopping bags on the table, and Sky just nodded awkwardly, removing her cardigan, in the process leaving her in her peach tank top. Liam stared at her skin and folds his hands in a fist to keep him from marking her on that table. Please take a seat, Liam said, and Skye goes and sits on the chair in front of the table waiting for him to occupy the chair in front of her so he could get the talk over with. But to her annoyance, he lightly strolls to his seat and begins taking out the food. Skye stared at him scared. Not being able to take it anymore, she finally said, "You wanted to discuss something," she whispered, and Liam smiled, placing a fork and styrofoam box in front of her. "Oh yes, I was wondering if you could look after my sister today. She seems quite fond of you, and I'm a little busy with work," Liam said, making up a quick excuse, which wasn't that difficult to think of. His sister had been bugging him to take her to Skye, and Skye nods. Relieved. "Yes, of course," she said, and placed her hand over her chest. "Are you okay?" Liam asked her, and she smiled at him, nodding. "May I leave?" Skye asked kindly, and Liam's smile faltered. "No. You may if you want to, but I would like it if you could accompany me for lunch," Liam said, and Skye nods uncontrollably, settling back down. "I got you cashew chicken and chow mein if that's okay with you," Liam said, and Skye just nods. "Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, but I would like it if you could let me pay you," Skye said, and Liam shakes his head, laughing. "Oh, please. It's nothing. Besides, let it be a way of thanking you for your company," Liam said, and Skye smiled. Skye looked at him a bit more carefully and noticed how young he was. In his early 20s to be exact. He had a perfect jawline, and his emerald green eyes looked as if they could see through one's soul, and to her shock, Skye no longer felt scared of him. His tattoos and piercings no longer seemed scary, and the aura around him no longer affected her anymore. Maybe everyone was scared of him because of his appearance. Typical stereotypes. You should never judge a book by its cover. Skye finally realized she was staring at him, a blush creeping over her face as she quickly looked down and grabbed the fork. "So Skye, I know you're a curious girl. If you have any questions, shoot away and I'll do my best to answer them," Liam said, and Skye nods, and suddenly her mind goes to the very thing that had been bothering her for days, but she couldn't bring herself to ask it, so she settled on a more innocent question then. "How old are you?" Skye asked, and Liam laughed at her innocence. Out of all things in the world, she asked him his age. "Cute. I'm 21. How about you?" he asked, even though he already knew. "I'm 17, but I'll turn 18 next month," she replied, and Liam nods, taking a bit of his food. "Why is everyone so scared of you?" Skye finally asked, and Liam smirked a bit but covered it up quickly. So she had observed. "My father was the alpha of the Bloodlust Burst Pack. After he died when I was 16, I took over him. Remember this, Skye. Things change a person, and for the better good you have to protect it and comply," Liam said, and Skye nods. "I'm sorry about your father," she said, and Liam doesn't utter a word as he eats his food, but Skye could see him stiffened. "Tell me about your mother," Liam asked, tensed. Liam knew he had pulled a string there, but in order to do things in the right way, he needed her to tell her darkest thought herself, or else this could never work. "My mother passed away 2 months ago due to cancer. I live with my dad because of the decision made by the court, as my uncle wasn't fit to take over my custody," Skye said, her face blank from emotion because she had accepted the loss of her mother. Liam looked at her. He didn't know about the court thing. Those were the files which his human spy couldn't dispatch because it was kept with the army. "I'm truly sorry about your mother," Liam said, and she just shrugged, looking down at the food as she chewed it. She knew her eyes were going red because of the feeling she was having inside, and she quickly reached for the water bottle and chugged it down before taking a deep breath and wiping her eyes with her finger. Liam said, and reached for her and hugged her to Skye's surprise. "I'm fine. I just have something in my eye," Skye said, and Liam laughed out loud at her poor attempt to hide her blotchy eyes. "You're one of a kind, Skye," Liam said, and she grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment," she said, and smiled even wider when she saw him smiling. His smile seemed foreign to her, but one thing was for sure, this Liam Kane was very nice. Chapter 31, Authors P. O. V. Skye walked out of the pack house, gently smiling at the thought of lunch with Liam. It was fun, even if he was the alpha. To be honest, but he was nice. Kind and funny down that thick shell of his. Sky grinned as she saw the small girl standing by her car sucking her thumb while Liam talked to someone on the phone, clutching her hand. To some extent, Liam reminded her of her uncle. "Hey, sweetie," Sky said softly so she doesn't scare the young girl in front of her. Sky, Arabella said excitedly as she clapped her hands, bringing Liam's attention to her as he cut the call without a single word. Saying he seemed angry was an understatement. He was fuming but miraculously sighed and began massaging his temples when he saw Sky. He didn't want to scare her. Sky felt sympathy towards the guy. He was well-clothed. "Hey, Sky. Thank you for looking at her for me," Liam said, looking at the phone, and was going to step towards her but suddenly stopped when he realized what he was going to do. "I'll see you later then," Sky said, and Liam nods before getting into his car beside her and zooms out, leaving tire marks in the parking lot. "KLWXU," Anna said, and Sky blushed, shaking her head. Never had a guy liked her. Well, they all were dashes, to be honest. "Come on, let's get you inside. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Sky said. "You're so Pee-wee-tie," Bella said, and Sky laughed. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you're much prettier. You look just like a princess," Sky cooed, and Bella pouts. "But PW and Cess have a PWTTY pink DWS and PWTTYCW on and shiny ass woes." Sky smiled, finally getting the perfect idea how to spend the day with Bella. "Then we will get you a crown and a pretty pink dress," Sky said, clapping her hands. Gets up and buckled the girl in the backseat of her car. Bella throws her hand up in the air before excitedly giggling. Sky took out her cell phone and quickly texted the boys that she was going to the mall. They didn't have a reply, to which Sky assumed they were busy. What were they doing anyway? Sky shook her head and focused on the road, and Anna was chatting away, telling her about a boy in the pack who ate glue. Sky felt eyes on her and shook her head. Paranoia, maybe. She looks ahead to see anyone but who could watch her in a fast-moving car. She looked at the mirror but saw no car behind her. However, she could not shake off this awful feeling. She took a deep breath and continued to smile. It was a shock how the road was abandoned. Barely any people in sight as she pulled up and went into the underground parking lot of the mall, which was barely filled with cars. Was there a curfew or something? Sky shook her head and grinned at the girl with slight nervousness. Something was wrong. "Come on, Anna. Let's get the pretty crown and dress," Sky said, and Anna jumps excitedly. Sky gets out of the car and walked towards Anna's side of the door when she heard whispers. "Revenge." Sky quickly whipped her head behind her, looking here and there, trying to get a quick look at the parking lot. She swore she had heard it, but it was a bit far away, Sky, Anna said, when Sky doesn't open the door, bringing her out of her anxiety. "Oh, I'm sorry," Sky said, and quickly opened the door, helping Anna out and grabbing her hand while locking the car. She wanted to run home and lock the door, but she didn't want to scare Anna. So she made her way to the mall, looking around the few empty cars that were there. She said a silent prayer for her and Anna's safety as her mind drifted to different slasher movies, where the victims ignore their paranoia only for them to murder along with their family. I showed her around through Skies and I told her another story, but she was too busy on the watch out to bother. After many long hours filled with fun and enjoyment, Sky walked out of the mall, holding in his hand, while the other consisted 3 shopping bags. One consisting of the dress, shoes, and crown, the other consisting of candy, and a third consisting of a few toys Sky had got her from various shops. Sky was tensed and stiff throughout as she felt eyes piercing her soul. She couldn't shake them off. "TH1KWOU Sky." And a sudden Sky smiled. "You're welcome, but you don't have to thank me. I wanted to do this. It wasn't a favor or anything. Maybe you can spend time with me again," Sky asked, and Anna nods enthusiastically as Sky goes to her car in the now empty parking lot and unlocks it, making the voice echo. She helped Anna in the parking lot when she heard whispers again, but this time it was closer. "Revenge." Sky whirled around and looked frantically. Someone was there. "Revenge." The voice was getting closer. It was deep. Probably a male, but where was he? "Hello," Sky said, hoping to get the man's attention, but nothing happened. But the worst was, the voice faded and footsteps could be heard like whispers. "Is anyone there?" Sky said loudly and clear, but she doesn't get an answer. She whirled around again and saw a figure ran from a pillar to another. Sky could hear her heartbeat rise with every passing second as it drummed against her ribcage. Sweat rolled down her side. She needed to get out of there. Chapter 32 offers P. O.V. Sky glanced at Anna and saw that her face was pale white. Anna was looking at something behind her. "Anna, what's wrong?" Sky asked as she looked at the girl who was locked inside the safety of her car, and Anna begins to shake, not taking her eyes off the thing. Sky knew very well what was going to happen and quickly turned around to see a man walking towards her. He had a devilish grin on his face. Sky looked at his eyes that were glowing red as he watched her intently, like a lion would before hunting his prey. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Are you all right?" Sky asked shakily, looking at the blonde guy before her, causing him to laugh. "Well, the question is, are you all right, love?" the man said in a thick British accent, and Sky nods. "Yes, I'm perfectly fine, thank you. I was just leaving." Sky said she needed to get away from him. "Oh, you're not going anywhere," he said, and his teeth extended out. She looked at him for a split second before running to the driver's seat, but in seconds she was in the air as he threw her across the parking lot, causing her back to hit against the pillar. She could hear Wanna's screams in the background, but she knew she was safe. What do you want from me?" Sky asked as her breathing coming to normality. "Oh, I don't want anything. I'm just following orders," he said, and grabbed her hand, pulled her up and knocked her out before pulling her over his shoulder. "I was wondering when you are going to wake up," a familiar chilling voice said, and in a split motion was in front of her, causing Sky to scream into the gag. "Now I'm going to untie you and remove this gag from your mouth. A guy will come to give you some clothes, and I want you to change in them and freshen up, or else I'll come and change you myself. Am I clear?" Carson said sternly, and Sky saw disgusted. "Am I clear?" He repeated it again, and Sky nodded quickly, not wanting to anger him. "Good girl," he said, and patted her head like a dog, before grabbing the gag and removing it from her mouth. In a second he ripped the ropes off of her ankles and wrist, causing her to massage the red gashes produced. "This is going to be your room. Get comfy, cause you aren't going anywhere for a while," he said, and with that slammed the door shut and left. Sky sat on the chair and covered her face with her hands as she took deep breaths. She felt like a wreck. She tried to get up from the chair but ended up falling because of the pain in her ankles and her shaky legs. Tears fell down her cheeks as she painfully got up and searched for the light switch. She felt like a death row inmate, the one who never got a fair trial. She didn't deserve this. She was most probably going to be tortured to death for something she didn't even know. Finally, she found the light switch and turned it on. A dim light filled the room and she looked at it. The room was spacious, consisting only of a queen-sized bed, a bookshelf with many books, a small table and a chair to which she was tied to. The wall was a dark shade of maroon, and along with the bedspread, there were 2 doors across from each other. One most probably the bathroom, and the other that kept her locked in this room. Even then Sky went and turned the doorknob. It was after all locked. Sky rushed to the window and tried to pull the metal bars on it, but it didn't work. She looked outside and saw that the room was at quite a height. She could barely make out the figures on the ground. Sky went to the full-length mirror attached to the closet and looked at her reflection. She looked like a wreck. Her ankles and wrist were bruised. Her cheeks were tear-stained, and the cardigan, which she was wearing, also was ripped. Her head had a few blood stains along with her hair that was matted with the dirt. The thought of it made her heart beat faster. Was she all right? Sky was brought out of her thoughts just as she heard the door knob turning, and she whirled around to see the same person entered that ruined her life by kidnapping her. "Oh, hello, love. It's really nice to see you," he said with mockery, and Sky staggered back. His long blonde hair was in a ponytail and his dark eyes looked vicious. He was holding a pile of clothes which he, in a swift motion, set on the bed, then turned to her. "You already know what to do. I'll come to get you in 20 minutes, he said with authority, and Skye nodded, watching the guy leave the room. She heard the click of the lock. Skye winced and staggered to the clothes, grabbing the contents. There were a towel, gravy, neck full-sleeve tee, shirt and a pair of black yoga pants. She grabbed to examine the shirt, and a pair of garments fell, making her go bright red as she grabbed the blue garments from the floor. She grabbed the stuff and went to the door, which she presumed was the bathroom. The bathroom was small and ordinary. It was completely white, with a bathtub in the shower at the far corner. There was shampoo and some toiletries already present. Skye sighed as she quickly jumped into the shower after stripping out of her dirty clothes and folding them. She didn't want to waste time and risk anyone walking in on her. Skye rushed through the shower, and by the end of her 20 minutes, she was dressed and smelling of soap. She had untangled her hair by running her hands through them over and over again. She clutched the sleeves of the shirt as she sat crisscrossed on the huge bed, thinking of a way out. Any way out. She wondered if people were looking for her, if Blake and Reuben were worried for her, searching for her. But those thoughts didn't quite set in her mind. It was partially their fault. She was going to most probably die an animal death. Most probably won't even get a decent burial. They might eat her and throw her bones to their dogs. Skye's head started throbbing, and she grabbed her head in her hands and closed her eyes. The door opened once again, and the guy walked in again. "Where are your clothes?" "They are folded on the counter in the bathroom," Skye whispered, barely audible, but to her surprise he understands her. He grabbed the stuff and looked at the guy at the doorway, who Skye hadn't noticed. "What do you want me to do to them?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The blonde-haired guy asked. "Burn them. We have to lose the scent or the werewolves would find us," he said, and Skye eyed him. The blonde-haired guy nodded and left. The other guy, called Adam, looked at Skye as if she was a candy. "Can't have your werewolf friends finding us now, huh?" he said, and Skye looked away. He began walking towards her. Skye's heartbeat quickened, and she began to slowly crawl back in the bed, when suddenly he grabbed her arm, causing Skye to scream and push the guy away. She staggered away from him to the other side of the bed, breathing hard. "Come on. I have to take you to the master," he said, and Skye didn't move. Adam glared at her and then cracked his knuckles. "Now listen and be a good little girl. We can do this in 2 ways. Either you be a darling and let me escort you to our master, or I could break your both arms and then drag you by your hair after having a nice meal out of you," he said, and by the time Skye was shaking. "Now what would it be? Do you want your arms attached to your body?" he said, and Skye nods. "Just as I've guessed. Come on right this way," he said, and Skye slowly walked to him. And he grabbed her upper arm in a tight grip, dragging her out of the room and into a vast hallway with a staircase at its end. There were huge photo frames with people wearing jewels and medieval clothing and posh poses. She barely had any time to acknowledge them properly because of the long strides the person Adam was taking. They went down the staircase and into a vast opening. The inside of the house seemed like a castle with many rooms, hallways, antiques and mahogany furniture. It was big and posh, but what caught at her attention was the door in front of them. It looked like a front door. Okay. By her way out, but before she could even get a good glimpse at it, she was whirled towards the right, into another hallway where there was a big door. Beside the door on either side were small tables with small delicate antiques on each, pointing in the air. The tip was sharp enough to pierce the skin, giving Skye an idea in mind. Soon they stopped in front of the door and Adam knocked. His hold on her loosened a bit, and taking this as her advantage, Skye grabbed the antique piece from the table and flung it at the person's face. A loud wail of pain was heard from Adam as he grabbed his cheek, trying to get a hold of Skye, who began to run towards the direction of what she thought was the front door. But as she was about to reach it, a force pulled her back, and before another sound left her mouth, her back collided with the opposite wall. She could feel warm liquid running down the side of her head as she shakily looked up and saw a very angry Carson staring at her. "Oh." I've been imprisoned, each day a cycle of unending fear and despair. But today, I found my chance to escape. As I sprint through the forest, trying to flee from my captor, I hear the icy voice behind me. Chapter 33 Authors P. Oh, V Sky stared at him for a while as he glared at her before asking, What to do? What to do? He asked with humor as Sky breathed hard because of the impact. Don't you think a naughty girl like her need to be punished? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He asked, and the glaring Adam looked hatefully towards Sky. Yeah, why don't we make a meal out of this bitch? He says about to charge towards Sky when Carson comes in front of him and pushed at his chest. You'll not touch her. She's mine to deal with. Carson sternly said, and Adam complies without saying a single word, as he knew his dangerous master and how easily he loses his temper. Adam glared at Sky once more before smirking. She was going to be a hell load of pain for the stunt she had pulled. Besides, it wasn't like he ever listened to Carson. He'd deal with her later. As you say, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Adam said, looking at Carson, and leaves without another word. Sky finally catches her breath and tried to get up, but her dizzy head forces her back on the ground. You see, little human, I don't do well with disobedience. But since this is your first time, I'll be a little lenient with you. However, try that again, you might lose a finger or two. Clear, he said, and Sky nods. I thought we went through this. Answer me when I fucking talk to you. Carson screamed and Sky sobbed. Yes, I understand, Sky said, and Carson nods in approval, before going towards her and grabbing her up by her upper arm and in a swift and painful motion pulled her to her feet and taking her into his office, where she was supposed to be in the first place. There was a chair with straps set specifically for what he was about to do next. Sky looked at the chair and her eyes widened and she screamed. She struggled and tried to get her arm out of his grip, but it was useless. Please don't do this. Which didn't do much good because in the next few seconds she was securely strapped into the chair. Sky tried to get her hands out of the straps, but it didn't work. They were too tight, but if there was just a bit of lotion she could manage to slide through. Come on, darling, don't look so down, Carson said, and in a swift moment grabbed a chair so that he's sitting in front of her, face to face. Sky takes a deep breath as he examined her tear-stained face. For a moment he was mesmerized. She was beautiful, but he did need to teach her lesson for trying to run away. He cannot have her leaving. Now tell me, why did you try to run away? Carson asked. Sky didn't answer. She was shaking from fear. After a few minutes, Carson began to chuckle. Come on, darling. We went over this a few minutes ago, he said, and before Sky knows it, she felt a hard blow on her cheek. Sky whimpered from the pain and began to sob. Answer me when I fucking talk to you, he screamed, and Sky just sobbed louder. She sobbed, and in a swift moment, she felt unbearable pain in her hand causing her to scream. She looked down at her hand and saw a cut on it. She looked back at Carson and saw him licking a blood-stained knife. Now I'm going to ask you one more time. Why did you try to run away? Carson asked Sky, who was sobbing. Blood was dripping from the gash on her hand. I was scared, she stammered while taking deep breaths, and Carson looked at her. Well, why were you scared? He asked, and for once his voice seemed soft. It had been long since he had a company, especially a feminine one. Not to mention a human. I thought you were going to kill me, she said, quivering. I want revenge on Liam. I don't intend to kill you. Why? Sky asked softly but didn't get a reply. Carson takes a deep breath. He got up from the chair and turned his back to Sky. He knew what he was doing wasn't okay. He was never like this. This wasn't him, but he wanted to make Liam suffer, and the only way to do that was through her. The room was eerily quiet. The only sound was Sky's occasional sniffling. Carson looked at Sky's reflection in the glass in front of him and saw her head down. Her hair fell on either side of her head like a waterfall. Her body racked with silent sobs. Liam and I were close friends in childhood, the time when there wasn't bad blood between our kinds, Carson said, and Skye looked at him surprised. We would play together, train together. It was how everything was. But soon the order changed. Political views between both our kinds differed greatly. The difference grew and soon both the kinds began to despise each other. But even then Liam and I kept our friendship. Things got worse and soon there were raids and mobs of our kinds down each other's throats. His father was the right hand man of the werewolf royal, and under his order werewolves would attack our clan and clans would do the same. But Liam and I had to protect each other's families. Even though our families passionately hated each other. Carson said, and looked at Skye. I was the only one who kept that promise. After a month, the strongest clan of vampires attacked their pack and I saved his family. I fought against my own kind for them. And all of that for nothing. You know why? Because of exactly a month later. His father raided my clan, dragged my older brother out of the manor and made Liam kill him. He was young and he was forced, but at the end, it was his decision. If he wanted to stop, he could have. He was stronger than the average wolf. He could have defended us. But he chose to murder my brother. Carson said, and Skye looked at him with sorrow. She was shocked. She didn't know what to say. She didn't have a sibling, but she still couldn't imagine the pain Carson went through. I'm so sorry. I really am, Skye said with sorrow evident on her face, and Carson looked at her. She was breathtaking, kind and sweet. He had hit her minutes ago, yet here she was, strapped to a chair by him, sharing his sorrow. He walked towards her and kneeled down to her level. Liam will be too. He will be too, he said, and tucks a strand of Skye's hair behind her ear. Skye sees a tear fall from his eyes, but in a swift moment he, without a second look, rushes out of the office, leaving Skye there, strapped to the chair. She was shocked. Carson seemed so human, so vulnerable. It was a very different side of him, but she knew she needed to hear Liam's side of the story too. She had known him enough to know that he would never do something like this. He was a man of his words. Her back hurts and so did her wrists. Skye tried to get her hands out of the straps one more time, but it didn't work, causing her to sigh. Today was going to be a long night. She didn't know how long she would have to wait before anyone come and unstrap her, if anyone would come to unstrap her at all. But the possibilities were endless. Skye's right hand was going numb because of the deep gash. She tried shifting to a more comfortable position, but her back hurts. Suddenly she heard a noise outside her door and she went stiff as soon as the door opened to reveal Adam. I see your neck is still intact to your body, he said, glaring at her. Skye looked at him shakily. I am sorry for hurting you, Skye said, and he laughed. Sorry doesn't cut it, you bitch, he said, and locked the door while looking at her. By the way, love the color on your face, but honestly black and blue doesn't suit you much, he said, and Skye realized that he meant the bruise that Carson had given her from the blow on her cheek earlier. Adam's eyes traveled up and down, looking at her when they landed on her bloody hands. He looked at the blood-craving lie, before slowly walking to her, not removing his eyes from the dripping blood. Red does look good on you, he said, and kneeled down in front of her. Skye's breathing was hard and she was shaking. What are you doing? Skye asked, didn't get a reply as Adam brought his mouth to her right hand and licked the blood off. You taste amazing, he said in an eerie voice, and in cue, his eyes turned blood red. Skye looked at his face as the fangs come out and he licked his lips. You're pretty, you know that, he said, and slides the back of his hand down her cheek before landing on the pulse on her neck. Skye realized where this was going. Please, Dee, don't, Skye said, but he placed his hand on her mouth. No one will find out, he said, and Skye begins to hyperventilate just as Adam's mouth comes near her neck. His hands were firmly clasped around her neck while the other gently held her hair, so they were out of his way. Skye began sobbing just as his teeth grazed her skin and a scream escaped her mouth. As soon as the teeth pierced the flesh and began sucking on her blood, he was sucking her blood quickly, causing her excruciating pain. She held onto the armrest of the chair in a painfully tight grip because of the pain. While Adam moaned, she began to feel lightheaded as she heard pounding on the door, but Adam didn't even budge. Skye was seeing black spots when she heard a loud bang, and soon Adam was pulled off of her. She could hear screaming and a loud blood-curdling scream before someone gently started to pat her cheek. Hey, you there. A familiar voice asked. "See, Carson," Skye whispered and opened her eyes but regretted doing so, because the first thing they landed on was Adam's decapitated body. The head was far away and blackish gooey blood was surrounding the body, causing Skye's eyes to roll into ashes. Carson looked at her worried as her body went limp. She was pale and cold. After so many years he felt like this. The need to care for someone. "You're going to be okay, love," Carson said, and begins unstrapping her from the chair. He hadn't realized how tight the straps were until he saw the marks on her delicate skin. He quickly picked her up and took her out of the office and into her room, kicking Adam's body on the way. That idiot. He quickly set Skye on the bed and took a knife, cutting his palm so it was bleeding. He brought his bloody hand over the puncture wounds on her neck to seal them, then on her hands which he had cut earlier. He then brought his hand to her mouth, gently opening it with his other hand and pouring a few drops of blood into it just so she had a small amount of blood in her system. He looked at the bruise on her cheek and instantly felt sorry. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." It would be gone by the time she wakes up, but he had vowed not to hurt her again. She was too innocent for that. He sat by her side for quite some time, before taking Skye's cell phone out of her pocket and taking a picture of her. He wasn't going to lay a finger on Skye, but he was still going to make Liam suffer. Without a second thought, he sent the picture to Liam. Chapter 30 for authors P.O.V. Skye's head was aching as she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the white ceiling. She felt cold even though there was a blanket on top of her. It didn't take her long to recognize the room as the one she had woken up earlier. She didn't remember how when she had gotten here. The last thing she remembered was Adam's headless body. It was a disgusting sight, making her want to puke all over. Everything felt fuzzy as Skye tried to move her hands so she could rub her eyes. But realization soon hit her that they were shackled to the bedpost. There was a blood drip attached to one of her hands, but the blood looked black and sluggish, making her wonder if that was blood at all. Maybe it was poison, but then she would have never woken up if that was the case. Skye wanted to scream for help, but her throat was dry. She needed to get out of there. She just needed to. But how? Even her movements were restrained. How could she pull off such a big stunt knowing the consequences of getting caught? However, one thing was for sure. She could not be a sitting duck and let them kill her. She wasn't going to let this happen. Skye turned her head towards the window and wasn't pleased to see the grey clouds covering the sun. She could use some warmth, and some daylight would have been a great guidance. Skye was brought back from her thoughts as soon as she heard footsteps. The footsteps began to get louder until they stopped right outside her room. Unlocking, Skye looked at the person and saw it was the familiar blonde-haired guy. "You know, love, I would have felt quite sorry for you if your mate wasn't a bastard," the guy said as he approached her, and Skye didn't reply even though she wanted to say that it wasn't her fault that fate paired her up with Liam. "Oh, I see you're ignoring me. But let me tell you that you might like my company." Silence, when paired with loneliness, can be quite nerve-wracking, he said, and Skye still didn't reply. The guy leaned while putting the key into locks that chained her hands to the bedpost. With a swish of his hand, the chains unlocked, and Skye sighed in relief as he removed them from her hands and threw them across the room while going to the stand which had the drip. He grabbed a hand to which the tube of the drip was attached. "This might hurt a bit," he said, and before Skye could say a word, he ripped the tube out of her hand, causing Skye to take in a sharp breath. That was painful. Skye looked at him as he grabbed the pund, and placed it on top of the puncture. Maybe making a friend could help her out of here. Perhaps he could be that friend. "Thank you," Skye said, and the guy looked at her. Finally decided to talk, huh? He said, not looking at her as he grabbed a bunch of clothing and placed them on the bed. I don't like to talk much," Skye replied, not wanting to give him the wrong impression. "I noticed. Now get up and get dressed. Master will be here in a few minutes to have a word with you," the guy said, and Skye just nodded and looked at him as the guy began to make his way to the door. "Wait, what's your name?" Skye asked, and he smiled. "Curious, aren't we? Well, it's Alessandro. Love," he said, and left, locking the door, not waiting for a reply. Skye looked at the door. The shaky whispered, "Oh, okay." She decided to take her time as she got up. Her arms were painfully stiff as she moved them to her sides and tried to push herself up, but her hands wouldn't take her weight. This happened for a few moments until Skye finally got the strength and stood up, grabbing the clothes, which consisted of a pair of the black cardigan, a floral dress, and a pair of flats. The outfit looked newer from when she took Annabella shopping. She felt disgusted as she looked at the outfit again. There could be many reasons for which they could want her dolled up for. Hot tears began to burn Skye's eyes as she grabbed the stuff and made her way to the bathroom. She didn't have a choice. It was either this or some guy changing her into these clothes forcefully, and she wasn't going to let that happen. Skye quickly went to the bathroom and quickly stripped from her sticky, bloody clothes. She looked at herself in the mirror and was shocked at her reflection. She didn't have a single bruise or a cut, but she remembered the pain. She remembered the blood. Even her clothes were stained in blood. She shook her head and quickly hopped into the shower. She didn't want anyone walking in on her. She got cleaned up, taking her time, and in 15 minutes was dressed in the given clothes. Her hair was wet and she was shivering from cold because she had left the cardigan on the bed. As she folded the dirty clothes in the bathroom and placed them on the counter, she opened the door to the bathroom and stepped into the room, but screamed as soon as she saw Carson on the bed. "I was tempted to enter the bathroom. Took you quite some time," Carson said, and Skye didn't utter a word. But then she remembered how last time went when she didn't answer him. "I am sorry," she whispered, and Carson smirked. She learned her lesson then. Skye didn't dare to look at him. To say she was scared was an understatement. She was utterly petrified. He was bipolar, unpredictable, and a killer. "My blood, did you get icy? You've healed completely." So that's why she had no bruises. However, she couldn't reply because she didn't have any way to keep up the conversation. She began to shiver again as cold air nipped at her skin from the open window. She could feel eyes on her and sneaked a peek at Carson, who had gotten up and making his way towards her. "Do you like the dress?" "I chose it myself," he said, and Skye nodded. "Why, yes. It's very Thank you," she whispered and continued to look down. She was going to get sick if she didn't grab that cardigan soon. "You're very welcome," Carson said, and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Why are you shaking so much?" he asked, and Skye could feel his touch burning her. Why was he being so creepy and touchy all of a sudden? "I am feeling really cold. Do you mind if she whispered, pointing towards the cardigan, and Carson let go of her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Love," he said, and Skye quickly staggered to it and draped it on. She buttoned the cardigan to the top so that she didn't reveal much skin, while Carson just looked at her with an unreadable expression. She quickly slipped on the flats when Carson broke the silence. "Come here," he said, and Skye took a deep breath. She didn't want to be near him, but she had no choice. She slowly walked towards Carson and stood a feet away from him. When she didn't move anymore, Carson grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him. He grabbed her cardigan and started unbuttoning it, showing the dress underneath. Luckily, he didn't take it off. "You look better like that," he said, and Skye didn't say anything as he continued to stare at her. Skye was getting scared by the minute. She had a bad feeling in her stomach. A very bad feeling. "Come on," he said somewhat gently, and grabbed her hand, while his other hand unlocked the door. Skye wanted to get her hand out of his hold, but she didn't dare. They walked down the stairs and turned many hallways. Skye took no interest in her surrounding as she was completely lost. She couldn't get back to the room, even if she ventured these walls even 100 times. They were just that much confusing. Soon they stopped in a huge Victorian-style dining room, with a chandelier and all the medieval details. The dining table was a 20-seaters, which made Skye wonder why there would be need of so many chairs when there wasn't anyone here. The house, or whatever this place is, was huge, but there weren't any people she had seen beside Alessandro, Adam, and Carson. Thinking that 20 people might live there seemed acceptable. But then where were they? Skye was brought out of her thoughts when Carson pulled her hand and settled her on the chair beside the head of the table, where he sat minutes later. You seem quite distracted. Anything I need to know about?" Carson asked as Skye shook her head and looked down. "No," she whispered. Carson hummed while looking at her. "You know, Skye, you're very beautiful," he said, and Skye tilted her head just enough to notice the predatory look in his eyes. She felt a chill run down her spine. Lucky she was saved when a loud knock was heard at the door. Carson had closed before taking his seat. "To my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Carson said in a stern voice, and an old lady came in reading a tray much bigger than herself. Her back was bent forward and her skin was wrinkly. She was a bony figure, but what stood out most was her eyes. She had huge vertical gashes on both of her eyes down to her cheeks, which made her completely blind. But the lady's actions told otherwise. Her steps so strange as if she knew where to walk, just like a normal person. Skye felt extremely creeped out by the lady. "My lord," the lady said in an eerie voice, making the hairs on the back of Skye's neck stand up, as she bowed towards Carson and then grabbed the plates that were covered with metal domes like in posh restaurants. She was starving and food would be a comfort right now, but there no assurance that the food wouldn't be poisoned or drugged. She removed the domes off of the plates to reveal steaming hot food. The only difference between both of their food was that her steak was well cooked and his was raw, even with a bit of blood. "Leave," Carson said, and the lady turned her head towards Skye and bowed towards her, causing Skye to shake. Even then Skye looked at her. "Thank you," she whispered to her softly, and the lady turned towards her and grabbed her hand, kissing the top of it. "I said leave," Carson said loudly. His voice boomed and the lady quickly staggered out of the dining room, closing the door shut behind her. Carson took a deep breath and grabbed his fork and knife, expertly slicing a piece of bloody and raw meat before putting it in his mouth and slowly chewing it. Skye lost her appetite as she heard him eat the disgusting thing. She wanted to puke her guts out. Skye didn't as much as even touched her food and continued to look at her lap. "Skye, darling, look at me," Carson said, but Skye didn't move. Carson reached and grabbed her chin, tilting it towards him, and Skye noticed he looked paler than before and scarier too. "You haven't touched your food, love. Is anything the matter?" Carson asked, and Skye shook her head. "I'm not hungry," she whispered, and Carson sighed. "That couldn't possibly be it. You haven't eaten for some time now. I don't want you starving yourself," Carson said, but when Skye still didn't grab her fork, he wasn't too happy about it. He abruptly got up from his seat and came behind Skye's chair, so that his face was in the crook of her neck and one of his hands was holding both of her wrists tightly. His other hand grabbed the fork and stabbed a piece of potato, bringing it to her mouth. "Come on, open your mouth. If you're not going to eat your food yourself, I have no problem feeding you," Carson said, and Skye struggled in his grip. "Please," Skye began to say, but Carson cuts her off. "You know, darling, I can do this all day, but I do get bored quite easily. There are many other ways for me to open your mouth." He whispered it as her ears, and she felt his sharp fangs brush her neck while he planted a soft kiss, and Skye's eyes filled with tears. "Please, I'll eat the food myself," Skye said, and Carson let go of her completely. Skye took a deep breath of relief and grabbed the fork slowly, chewing on the food while Carson stared at the girl with a longing look as he went back to his seat. He didn't want to hurt her. He didn't even want the beautiful girl he had suddenly taken a strong liking to be scared of him. He wanted her to soften to him, and then maybe she could realize he was better than Liam. She just might stay with him. What could be a better torture to Liam than that? Chapter 35. Author's P. The month went by and no one was even close to finding Skye. Liam had sent an entire party to search the ancestor house of Carson, but they had returned without any luck, claiming that there was nothing but wild herbs and trees on the location Liam had given. He was getting more at the edge by the passing minute. He hadn't received a single message, picture or note about Skye but the one that day, in which she was bloody and bruised. He felt like dying, and the only option now was to overtake each search party and visit every single place assigned himself, praying that the pack members had made an error. He hoped that he just might be able to find Skye before Christmas, which was a month away. Meanwhile, Skye was getting scared and scared every day by Carson's behavior. He had become too touchy. He would kiss her neck and cheek every time he would come to her room, bring her expensive clothes and force her to be near his gaze every second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skye thought he was being friendly, but the looks in his eyes told her otherwise. She missed Liam. She missed him so much. He had practically done everything to prevent this fate for her. She was stupid for hating him and acting like a child in the first place. He respected her and was overprotective for her own good. He was gentle and never forced her into anything. He never forced his love on her even when he had the power and the strength to do that. He did everything for her comfort. But Carson was a complete creep who was getting creepier and creepier. Day by day, she looked out the window. The sun was setting, which meant Carson would be coming for her soon. It's been like this for the past month. Skye was already bathed and ready, wearing the clothes that Carson had bought her. A pair of dark jeans and a blush pink V-neck sweater, which Skye would pull back every once in a while so it didn't reveal the black lace of her bra. She didn't wear the pumps as she sat on the bed with her feet up and didn't want to dirty the sheets. Just as the sun completely went down and stars began to illuminate the sky, she heard the expected sound of the door unlocking. She took in a sharp breath and looked at the door. Not moving. Carson came in smiling at her and closed the door behind him. Skye looked at the closed door, then back at Carson. "Good evening, darling. How are you today?" Carson asked, and Skye looked at him as he approached her and sat on the bed beside her. "I'm fine," she said, but refused to look at Carson as a thought swirled in her mind. He wouldn't mind if she voices it. Was she? Skye thought, but took her chances, taking a deep breath. "Carson," Skye whispered and looked at Carson, who was looking at her incordially. He was mildly shocked but mostly happy that she was talking to him. "Yes, love." Carson encouraged her, and Skye got a bit giddy as she nervously sighed. I was just wondering, when can I go back home? It's been a month and I miss my family and my uncle must be worried. Enough." Carson yelled, cutting Skye off, and stands up abruptly. He was extremely angry. He didn't want her to leave. He would never let her go. He menacingly looked at her, and she takes a deep breath as he grabbed her upper arm and pulled her to her feet in a painful grip. "You are never leaving," Carson said to a struggling Skye, who wanted him to lose his grip on her arm. Please, let go," she pleads, and silent tears roll down her cheeks as she struggled. Carson shakes her and, in a fit of rage, slapped her. She falls on the bed from the force of the slap and began sobbing from the pain. Carson then punches the wall beside him in anger, and Skye sobbed louder. "Why the hell do you want to leave? I'm giving you everything here. Much more than Liam or your stupid family could ever give you, and you still want to leave. How dare you? Fucking look at me." He screamed and grabbed the lamp that was on the small table and threw it across the room, causing Skye to scream and clutch her head as she wept loudly. "I am sorry. Please stop. I'm so sorry," Skye said painfully. She was shaking from fear. She didn't dare move as she sobbed into the mattress, her hair covering her face as Carson angrily paced the room trying to calm himself down, quietly murmuring curse words. Skye sobbed in frustration. She wanted to go home. That's all she wanted. Her uncle, her Jacob, her family. She wanted them back. Carson looked at Skye after 15 minutes. He had managed to calm down, but the girl on the bed was petrified, choking on her own tears. He makes his way to the bed and sits beside her, and Skye curls up into a small ball so that she doesn't come in contact with him. "Love, I'm sorry for getting angry at you," Carson said, and Skye didn't reply as she tried to calm down, but nothing worked. "Love, please look at me," Carson said, but Skye didn't reply and tried to curl up more. She heard Carson sigh, and suddenly he grabbed her ankle and pulled her towards him. Skye screamed and tried to kick him, but he got on top of her, pinning her legs with his while he intertwined his fingers with hers, so she couldn't push him off. Hey, shush. Everything's fine. Don't cry, love." Carson tried to calm her down, but that makes Skye cry even more. Please. I am sorry. Just get her off," Skye said, sobbing. She was choking on her tears and breathing was becoming an effort for her. Carson shook his head as he looked at the girl underneath him. He leaned down so their noses were touching. Hey, you have nothing to be sorry about. I got angry. I'm sorry. I hurt you, he said and kissed her bruised cheek. It's just that. I can't imagine you leaving. It's been so long since I had company, especially such a lighting one as yours. You're everything I ever imagined of. You're kind, thoughtful, and beautiful. You're everything. And the thought of you leaving just made me angry. Beyond doesn't deserve you. No one could ever be perfect for you, but I want to try, Carson said, and it was like Skye couldn't breathe, and before she could even say anything, Carson beat her to it. I'm in love with you, darling. Have been for quite some time and always will be, Carson said, looking at her passionately. His eyes had grown dark as he looked at her petrified face. She was so innocent, so gorgeous. Her chest rapidly moved up and down and Carson could see the black lace bra underneath, making him go crazy for her. Skye was extremely shocked but wasn't out of her mind as she began to struggle underneath him. Gee, get off, she said as tears began to roll down her cheeks and Carson grazes his lips along her cheekbones and her neck. His eyes were dark with lust and he was losing control with every minute. I want you to come down. Take deep breaths. Come on, Carson said and nuzzles his face into her neck and Skye closed her eyes, trying to come down, but it didn't work. She ends up sobbing again when she felt him lick her neck. Then kiss it. Please, Al, let me go. I don't want why you, Skye said, sobbing and twisting her hands in awkward angles trying to get him off. Her sentence got Carson's attention and he looked at her with lust. You'll want me too, he said if he was 1% positive, and before anything else could happen, he crashed his lips on top of the Skye's. Skye screamed loudly and wept in disgust. She didn't kiss back and kept her lips in a thin line as Carson attacked them roughly. He let go of one of her hands, only to pin it with other as his free hands pulled at her sweater to reveal her black lacy bra. Carson removed his mouth from hers and trailed kisses down her chest. Please stop. Please, Skye said, sobbing, but Carson ignored her as his teeth grazed the cloth of her bra. I won't hurt you, love, Carson mumbled as his hand goes underneath her sweater, running circles on Skye's stomach, causing her to give an ear-piercing scream. Suddenly the door burst open and Carson was pulled off her. Skye was wailing loudly as she curled into a ball and began to hyperventilate, black spots invading her visions. Breathing had gotten extremely difficult. She knew she was going to pass out soon and Carson would continue his assault. She could hear Carson arguing with a familiar voice. The voice she recognized as Alessandro's. How dare you interfere? The voice slowly faded away as Skye began to shake violently. What's happening to her? Alessandro said as his eyes fell on the young girl, whose body was violently shaking on the bed. Carson finally looked at her and his eyes widened at her state. She was curled up in a ball, clutching her head tightly. He went by her side and tried to grab her hand, but she screamed loudly, causing Carson to jump back from the unexpected reaction. Skye, he asked gently, and Skye's eyes rolled into her head. The last thing she thought was, where was Liam? Chapter 36. Authors P. O.V. Liam walked through packs and packs of trees as he looked for the manor, and the only thing he could think of was that something wasn't right. He had gone and searched everywhere for Skye, and the only place that was now left was Valentine's manor. He remembered the manor as if it was just yesterday when he was there. It was old, vintage and beautiful. It had all the things he admired with a friend he loved, but feuds bonded with blood always got the best of everything. Nothing beautiful ever lived and nothing enthusiastic ever survived. This is the world. This is life. He remembered every single detail leading to that hidden manor, but yet something wasn't quite right. Not that anything ever was nowadays, since Skye was taken, but he felt lost. In order to get through the manor was a kilometre walk through the foreign to the clearing, where the unmistakable manor was situated. But he had been walking for some time now and the forest didn't seem to thin out. He was sure it should be thin by now. Hell, he should be at the manor by now. He heard a creak and looked down to see a twig crushed underneath his feet. He looked at the twig in frustration and rubbed his face thoroughly with his hands. The twig was crushed into two. He continued to walk for another 20 minutes. Where the hell is that bloody goddamn manor? Liam muttered. He was alone and barely paying enough attention to his surrounding, while the rest of his pack did the perimeter check. He heard the familiar sound of a twig breaking underneath his weight. He fleeting looked down at the crushed twig, but all of a sudden he was interested in it. The twig was the same he had stepped on minutes ago, with the only difference that the twig which was earlier into was now broke into 4 parts. He grabbed the pieces of the twig with curiosity and examined them carefully. They were the same. What if he was in some sort of loop? He wasn't unheard of it. Yet it was complicated and only be cast on by warlocks, which were practically the endangered race of the current era. Not to mention they were quite expensive providers. Liam turned around and looked at the forest. Before he got an idea and took off the hoodie he was wearing, he tied it to one of the trees securely and kept his eyes open. If this was a loop, then there was some hope that maybe he was getting closer to Skye. Because otherwise, Carson would never use magic to estray him. Liam continued to walk north for quite some time, again keeping a close eye on everything. For some time he had lost hope when suddenly he saw the familiar piece of clothing on the tree, leaving him shocked. He was right. It was a loop. But the problem now was to break the loop. He took out his cell phone from his back pocket and dialed Blake's number. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blake answered on the first ring. Get me a warlock. Chapter 37 offers P. O.V. Skye wanted to die as she tightly clutched her knees to her chest, barely breathing as she shook violently. She hadn't slept at all since yesterday. She hadn't eaten anything the entire day. Not that anything had been offered, but she felt sick to her stomach. She felt like a wreck. Her eyes were blotchy and red from all the tears she had shed. She felt disgusted, and no matter how many times she thought of it, she could never change the fact that Carson had touched her. Not only that, but forced himself upon her, with the intention of doing much more than that. And the worst part of it was that if Alessandro hadn't come, he would have gone through with it and she wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Skye looked outside the window. It was somewhere between 4 and 5, indicating someone was going to come into the room soon to give her fresh clothes. She was always expected to be clean and ready by 6 for dinner with Carson, which had been a habitual thing for the past days, most probably to make her look like an eye candy. On cue, she heard the doorknob wiggle and she closed her eyes tightly as more tears began to well up. She knew it wasn't Carson, but she didn't want to face anyone. Not even Alessandro. She heard the door open and someone walked in. Oh, I thought you would be resting, love. How long you've been awake? Alessandro asked, being polite for once. Even he started feeling sympathy for her. Skye ignored him and didn't answer as she kept her face hidden between her knees. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. Lo? You want something to eat? I didn't check up on you because I thought you were sleeping, he said, with worry, hoping to get about none. After a few minutes, he sighed and placed the fresh batch of clothes on the bed beside her. You know what to do, he said softly, and was about to leave when he heard a whisper. I don't want to, Skye said as more tears fell from her eyes and Alessandro sighed. I'm really sorry, love, he said, and for once Skye did sense the sorrow in his voice as he left the room. Locking it, she peeked at the clothes and saw blood-red lace. More tears filled Skye's eyes as she roughly wiped them away and reached for the lacy clothes, which were placed on the bed neatly folded, and threw them across the room as if it was something vile. She curled into a ball and began to sob. She didn't know what to do. She wasn't only hopeless but completely alone with a deranged vampire. She wept for God knows how long, and when her eyes travelled outside, it was dark and fear began to set in. Carson was going to come soon. Her heartbeat began to quicken as she tightly closed her eyes and heard footsteps approaching the door. Oh God, this wasn't going to end well. Skye grabbed the first thing she saw, which just happened to be a lamp, and clutched it close to her chest. She turned her back to the door and closed her eyes tightly as she heard the doorknob wiggle and soon the creak of the door opening. Oh my, is everything all right, love? Carson asked as he looked around the room, then his eyes landed on the red dress threw on the ground, and he began to fill with rage. He went and picked it up. With every step Sky's heart throbbed. He placed the dress on the bed and then looked at Sky. "Get dressed," he said sternly, looking at her body, which didn't even move. He began to take long strides to her, and Sky took a deep breath. She was going to need it for what she was going to do next. Just when Carson was close enough, with all the force in her, Sky flung the lamp at him, hitting it hard on his face, causing it to smash. It was as everything was in slow motion. She got up as a loud wail of pain rose in the air and quickly ran out of the room. She could hear screaming, but nothing mattered as she ran, navigating herself with the help of the map she had made in her mind when she almost escaped the first day she was brought here. But thanks to now Dedham, that was never made possible. But now, this was the moment. Sky breathed heavily as she looked at the door she was approaching. The door to her freedom, and before she knew it, she was outside running towards the forest. It was dark when Liam spotted the familiar figure walking towards him, dragging a man by his collar. The man looked in his late 20s or early 30s, dressed in a white button-down shirt and black jeans. His hair was honey brown and his eyes piercing blue. He seemed nothing out of ordinary, but then Liam saw the mark on his left hand, the mark of the arrow, and finally realized this man was the key. This man was the warlock. "Nice job, Blake," Liam said, looking at the man. "Why do you need him anyway?" Blake asked as the man looked at Liam smugly. Liam ignored Blake's question and turned to the man. "I presume you know me?" Liam asked, and the man raised his eyebrows cockeyed. "How can I not? But the question is, Mr. Big Bad Alpha, why do you need my assistance?" The guy said, "I need you to remove the loop." Liam said, "Down to business. How do you know it is a loop?" "You werewolves always mistake things quite easily," the guy said, and Liam smirked. Liam kicked a stone from the ground and with his werewolf strength, threw its trait in the air, watching it accelerate into nothingness. "How is that going to prove anything?" the guy said, and Liam raised his hand to silence him. He turned around and caught the same stone flying towards him, proudly showing it to the warlock. "Now cut the questions. Can you do it or not?" Liam asked. "Yeah, I can do it." Nodding. "What will you need?" "I'll gather my supplies." "You get me a vampire." "What do you need a vampire for?" "I'm not an idiot, I know this is a vampire territory." Reuben and David walked, clutching their knives tightly. "I can't believe Liam is making us do this," David said, clutching the syringe containing a bright green liquid, which was meant to sedate the vampire. "Oh, suck it up," Reuben said, making sure the syringe was securely placed in his pocket. "The sooner we do this, the sooner Sky gets home. If we're lucky, we might even get her before the sun rises tomorrow." Reuben added, "That's a major if, because not to burst your bubble, anything. We're here to kidnap a vampire from the largest coven of vampires in the world. I don't think we'll live to see daylight, to be honest with you," David said dramatically, and Reuben rolled his eyes when suddenly they spotted a figure. David quickly grabbed Reuben's hand and ducked behind a trash can, bringing his finger to his mouth, indicating him to shut up. They examined their prey carefully. He was alone. Looked 20. He was talking on the phone and more like barking at someone. "You fucking idiot. I gave you €5 to get me blood hosts, not blood bags. I asked you to do one thing and you can't even do that right, you brainless fucktard," he bellowed, and Reuben looked at David. "Remember, don't shift or he will pick up our scent," Reuben whispered, and David looked at him baffled. "Then how the hell are we going to get close enough to him?" David questioned frantically. "Just follow my lead," Reuben said, looking at the angry vampire who ended the call, and his back was to them, making sure the guy hadn't seen him coming from behind the dumpster. "I see you need blood hosts," Reuben asked, and the man turned around looking at him. "And who might you be, boy?" he asked, and Reuben shrugged and moved to stand in front of the man, angling him so that his back was towards the dumpster. "Whom I don't matter, but help you with your problem," Reuben said professionally, while his other hand motioned for David to sneak behind the man, making sure the leech didn't see it. "How are you going to get me blood hosts?" the vampire asked, and David began to sneak up. "Does it really matter?" I'll get you what you want. What type of host do you need? Reuben asked just as David was about to inject the syringe into him. The man got a phone call and he turned around to receive his cell phone from his back pocket. His eyes landed on David and he looked at him with rage. What the hell? He exclaimed and was about to attack when Reuben quickly retrieved the syringe from his pocket and roughly injected it into the pale vampire's neck. The vampire fell to the ground limp. David and Reuben looked around, breathing hard, making sure no one had seen them. Their eyes landed on each other and with that gave each other a high five before tying and gagging the vampire. They were lucky their car was near. With that, they threw the vampire in the boot and drove to their destination. Chapter 38. Arthur's P. Skye wanted to be as quiet as a mouse, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't quiet her sobs or heavy breathing as she ran through the forest, barely avoiding the trees. She was shivering from the December weather, and the sweater she was clad in since the past day was now a bit torn because of her contact with the bushes and God knows what else. She felt as if her body was freezing, but she felt good. She finally felt alive, and if she played her cards right, no one would be able to stop her from the rightful freedom she deserved. The jeans she was wearing ripped at her knees as she fell to the ground, but she got up in record time and continued to run forward. Skye, love, you know there's no running. She heard Carson scream, but to her luck, his voice was distant, but a part of her knew he was toying with her. Come on, you can do this, Skye whispered to herself as she urged herself to run faster. She ran straight ahead, ignoring the searing pain in her legs. She ran until she could run no more. Her teeth chattered as she finally looked behind her, and to her happiness, no one was there. Not even the leaves moved. Skye fell to the ground, breathing heavily. She was sweating, but it felt like the sweat was turning into ice. She looked at her hands in the moonlight. They were pale with sharp little cuts from her venture. She leaned by the tree, breathing hard. She was going to continue, but there was no doubt she couldn't do this much longer. She knew nothing about this forest, and now helplessness began to set in. Carson would hurt her when he found her. Fear set in and Skye quickly began to get up, but her feet refused to support her. There has to be another way, Skye murmured as she grabbed the tree for support and got up before Carson found her. And aren't you? Her nightmare became true. Where do you think you're going? An icy voice said behind her, making her blood run cold. You know, it's really pathetic that you thought you had a chance. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But to be honest, you look really cute when you struggle. Make me watch you even more. Skye was about to run when Carson grabbed her roughly by the elbow. Quite an adventurer, he said, and slammed her into the tree. Skye looked at his pale face that had dried blood on its side. She then looked at his lips that were pulled back to a sneer. I told you something the very first day, didn't I? Carson questioned in a deathly voice. Didn't I? He shouted, and Skye began to shake from fear. She didn't say anything, and Carson punched the trees. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just want to go home, Skye replied, and Carson became angrier. To that bastard werewolf. Listen here and listen good. You're mine. Carson screamed, and Skye tried to push him away, but Carson grabbed her hands. Don't ever try to push me away, he said, and brought her hands to his mouth, kissing them. Let me go home. I can't take this anymore, Skye said. Carson just glared at her, then let go of her hands, only to clutch her waist tightly, bringing her so close to him that Skye turned her face so their face wouldn't touch. You are. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skye, I'm never going to let you go. And just to make sure you don't leave, we're going to have a little talk when we go back home. One which Alessandro won't even disturb, Carson menacingly said, and Skye looked at him disgustedly. Carson grabbed her hand in a strong grip, and Skye screamed. She wasn't going to go anywhere without a fight. Let me go, she screamed, and Carson manhandled her. Shut up, he screamed, and Skye tried to kick him away, but in a swift moment, he grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. She still tried to kick him, and Carson grabbed her legs. Try that again and I'll rip them off, Carson threatened. Let me go. I'll leave and never come back. I'll go back to Australia. I'm never letting you go. Darling. Without a warning, Carson began running super speed through the forest and did half the time. They were now walking to her captivity. The house. Carson opened the door and entered the house. The house was eerily quiet and Skye realized that Alessandra wasn't home. Carson walked up a flight of stairs and entered the dreaded room. It was the same, with the shattered pieces of lamp still on the floor. Carson went straight to the bed and threw her on top of it. Skye tried to stagger away, but he grabbed both her legs and dragged her back towards him as he got on top of her, straddling her waist. Please, Skye began to say, but Carson shushed her. As he examined her, her eyes were blotchy and there was a cut on her right cheek. He then looked at her sweater and it was a bit torn, showing her lacy bra. His eyes darkened and he began playing with the hem of her sweater. Now, beautiful, I want you to listen to me very carefully. I'm going to go outside and you'll go outside and you're going to change in that pretty red dress. And if I find you not in that dress exactly in 5 minutes, I'm going to change you myself, love. He said calmly as if he was talking to a child, and Skye nodded. We went through this, darling. Answer me when I fucking talk to you, he said in a sickly sweet voice. He leaned down and kissed both of her cheeks, licking the cut. Oh, okay, Skye answered, and Carson smiled at her before getting off her. He looked at her once more before getting off of her and leaving the room. Skye quickly staggered up and grabbed the dress. It didn't take her long to notice the matching garments that were folded inside the crimson dress. Skye grabbed them with hatred and made her way to the bathroom. She showered for 3 minutes and changed her clothes in record time. She examined herself in the mirror, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The dress hugged her body and she looked very beautiful, but also something she would never ever think of wearing like. Her eyes were still blotchy and red from the tears and she looked tired and extremely pale. She wasn't doing any justice to the dress she was wearing. You look very beautiful. She heard a voice behind her and she turned around to come face to face with Carson. He looked at her from head to toe and then back up. That wasn't too hard, Carson said as approached her, and for once Skye stood her ground. There was no place to run. Her eyes traveled to the clock in the hallway. It was 2 a.m. No wonder she felt tired. His eyes were dark and face flushed as he grabbed her waist and pulled her closer to him. He nuzzled his face in the crook of her neck and took in her scent. Tears filled Skye's eyes as she took in a shaky breath. He suddenly grabbed her hand and began roughly dragging her out of the room. Where are you taking me? Skye asked, but Carson didn't reply as he continued to drag her through the unfamiliar set of hallways. Skye carefully watched the new set of hallways getting darker and darker, and in seconds they were standing outside a room. Carson opened the room and put Skye in roughly. Skye's eyes scanned her surrounding quickly. The room had huge sliding windows that looked more like walls, with thick black curtains. There were a bed and a dresser and a huge portrait consisting of a picture of a boy with a man and a woman, most probably his parents. Skye looked around the room and in seconds realized it was Carson's bedroom. She whipped around to look at Carson locking the door and taking off his shirt. She was about to say something when suddenly she was tackled to the bed. Chapter 39 Author's P. Oh. William paced around looking at his watch, waiting for Reuben to bring the bloody vampire, while the warlock set candles around some sort of ashes. They're here, Blake said as he spotted Reuben carrying the vampire over his shoulder. Give the vampire to me, the warlock said, and Reuben threw the vampire by his feet and massaged his neck. Damn, he's heavy, Reuben said, and Blake came to him and patted his shoulder. Liam made his way to the warlock and watched as he took out a knife and grabbed the vampire's arm, slitting its wrist open. He placed the vampire's hand over the ashes so the blood fell on them. As soon as the blood fell, smoke began to rise from the ashes. The warlock began chanting some sort of understandable words and slowly began to rise up. His hands stretched out, but what drew Liam's attention was seen beyond. It was as if some sort of frost was expanding on an invisible wall in front of them. The louder the warlock chanted, the more frost appeared until cracks began to exhibit on it. You could even hear the cracks as they expanded on the entire wall until there was a loud sound and the wall broke into pieces. Liam watched the pieces as they disappeared before even touching the ground. The warlock got up and looked drained as he clapped his hands together. "My job here is done," he said, and with that turned to leave, not waiting for an answer. Liam looked ahead and saw the familiar pathway he had been looking for. "Come on, we aren't that far anymore," he said, and began to walk straight through, avoiding the trees. He had been walking for only about 15 minutes when suddenly he picked up the familiar scent of vanilla. Reuben and Blake picked it up too. "Come on," Liam began to say when a loud scream pierced their ears. Skye screamed loudly as her back touched the bed and a shirtless Carson fell on top of her, pinning her hands on the bed along the way. "No, get off," Skye said, fighting desperately, but Carson had pinned her that easily. "Darling," he moaned as he nuzzled his face into her neck and began kissing it up and down extremely delicately. "Please don't do this. Please," Skye sobbed as she tried to shove him off her. "I love you so much," he mumbled as he completely ignored her and trailed kisses down her neck to her chest. He let go of her hands and grabbed her waist, pulling her towards him more as his finger made their way to the back of the dress and straight to the zip. Skye screamed loudly as she felt Carson's ice-cold finger sliding on her back. "Stop. Stop," she screamed. She was extremely desperate, but in fit to stop him she began screaming. "You're so beautiful, darling," Carson said as his lips made their way to her ear, as he began nibbling on her earlobe and his hands began caressing her legs. Suddenly a loud bang was heard. Even Carson noticed it, who was busy undressing her. His eyes turned red and he glared at the door before giving Skye a warning look and got off of her. She could hear things crashing and breaking downstairs, when suddenly Skye heard a howl and then a very familiar voice, making her cry with joy. "Skye," Liam said, and Skye got off the bed ready to run towards the door, but Carson grabbed her hands. "Where do you think you're going?" Carson said icily as he grabbed her and threw her back on the bed. He was frustrated when he heard footsteps approaching the room. He wasn't even prepared, and where the hell was Alessandro? Carson didn't have the time to react as the door opened and Liam barged in looking predatory. He looked around the room and his eyes landed on Skye, then on Carson. "You fucking bastard," Liam said as he lunged at Carson, who turned to smoke and disappeared, repairing beside Skye, who screamed when he grabbed her and hauled her to her feet. "You have some guts to come to my territory and attack me," Carson said to Liam as he kept a firm grip on Skye. While she struggled, "Let her go," Liam snarled at him as he looked at Skye. "I don't think I can," Carson said as he leaned down and kissed her cheek, causing her to sob in disgust. It's been a long time since Liam had seen her, his beautiful mate, but letting her get violated like that made his blood boil. "Carson, get away from her," Liam said through gritted teeth as Carson looked at him straight in the eyes. "Come and make me," Carson said, and threw Skye to the side, causing her hip to hit the bedside, making her scream in pain as she fell down, clutching her hip. Taking deep breaths, Liam lunged at Carson just as Reuben, David, and Blake entered the room. Carson reappeared at the windows all this time and everyone looked at him. "This is just the beginning, Liam. Next time you see me, I'll bring you one hell of a fight, and when I do, your mate will be all mine. Watch out, Liam," Carson said and jumped out of the window, turning into smoke before his feet touched the ground. Liam glared at the window, then turned to Skye. Not wasting a second, he went and fell by her side, bringing her in for a hug. "Reuben, David, get rid of the body. Blake, get the car ready," Liam said, referring to the decapitated body of Alessandro, his voice raspy, and everyone left without another question. Liam gently grabbed Skye's face in both of his hands and looked at her, staring straight into her tear-filled eyes. "I'm so sorry," Liam said, and Skye shook her head. No, I should have trusted you. You were protecting me and I tested you at every moment," Skye said, hugging Liam, and he took in her scent. "I promise I'd explain you everything after you've rested and comfortable at the pack house," Liam said, and Skye nodded, not letting him go. Liam scooped her up and got up and then began walking, taking her away from the monstrous cage. I stand on the blood-stained battlefield. On one side are my loved ones, and on the other side is the enemy threatening to take everything from me. I must make a choice, Either surrender or take up arms and fight for those I love. Chapter 40. Arthur's Key. Oh. Skye woke up with a jolt as soon as she felt the soft mattress underneath her, and hands holding her. She began to hyperventilate when she looked at the familiar red and black colors across the room, then at Liam's face, whose voice seems muted at first as he spoke frantically. Slowly his voice began more audible to her senses. He was frantically calling her name, asking what was wrong. What happened, Liam? Skye asked as her breathing evened out and her vision focused along with her hearing senses. You were hyperventilating, Skye. You slept the entire way and I was just lying you on the bed and you began to hyperventilate before the bat even touched the mattress. What happened? Was it a nightmare or something? Liam asked, concerned, and Skye felt attracted to him because of this. He was so caring and she knew this was the real him. Behind the strong, rigid and scary mask he had placed, he was a caring person. Maybe for selective people, but caring nonetheless. Skye realized she had zoned out and looked at him. It wasn't a nightmare. I barely get any dream, you know. Skye said softly, and Liam believed her but still didn't let the matter slide. Then why did Carson do something to you? Liam asked abruptly as the nuts in his head began to work and Skye remembered all the things Carson did to her. Skye looked down at her lap as Liam sat beside her on the bed. Skye, please tell me what he did to you. Liam said and cupped Skye's cheeks, making her look at him. Liam's touch was soft and longing, not burning or rough like Carson's, but his question did bring back memories she was trying to suppress. A tear rolled down Skye's cheek as she looked into Liam's eyes. Liam, she began to say, but her voice cracked and she looked down as tears flowed from her eyes down her cheek. Liam quickly brought in for a hug, gently rocking her back and forth before laying down with her on top of him, sobbing into his chest as he gently stroked her hair, mumbling that he was sorry. After some time Skye stopped and Liam thought she had fallen asleep when she got up and sat across from him. He touched me, Liam, Skye said, and covered her mouth with her hand to stop the sob, but continued. And if you didn't come, he would have raped me because in a twisted way he was in love with me. Skye finished and began sobbing again. Liam looked at her with pain. This was his fault. This was his entire fault. Skye, I'm sorry, Liam said, and Skye shook her head. It's not your fault. I'm just weak, she said and roughly wiped the tears. I don't care what happens next, but if he gets me, I'll kill myself before he even has a chance to try anything on me, Skye said, daringly, and Liam looked at her shocked and he reached for her, holding her close to him. Don't say that. I promise you, Skye. No matter what happens, he won't get you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I won't let him come close to you again, especially for my doings, Liam said. Why did you do it anyway? Why did you kill his brother? Skye asked, and Liam stiffened. So Carson had told her his side of the story. Liam looked at Skye once, then back at the wall. It was quite a tough time for werewolves. Well, not only werewolves, but all the races. But werewolves mostly. We were practically being hunted like stray sheep. It wasn't pretty. My father was the royal of our court, while Carson's brother was the leader of the hunting group of the vampires. He slaughtered 18 werewolf infants. The oldest was 3 months old. When our court found out, the order was immediately ensued to exterminate him. That's where I came in. My dad leads the rally and I was the one who was forced to slaughter him. I hated my father for forcing me, and my mother even more for not saying a thing for me. Carson and I were more than friends. We were brothers. He helped us quite many times, but now I think of it, killing his brother was rightful justice. Blood for blood, Skye. The parents of those 18 infants needed closure, and I'm proud that I killed a murderer that day, for the sake of my people. But I am sorry, Skye, for all the things he did to you, Liam said, and Skye didn't say anything, though she understood his motives. Carson told me why you cared about me. He told me we are mates, Skye said, and Liam stiffened. Is it true? She questioned, looking at him, and Liam looked down, not saying anything, and his actions spoke everything. Why didn't you tell me that? Skye asked, and Liam leaned down and kissed her cheeks. I always hurt you, and I thought you wouldn't want to be with a monster like me. There were times where I wished we were something, but I didn't want to scare you more than you were. I couldn't bring myself to risk the little contact or relationship we had built. Besides, Skye, you can't tell someone they are meant to love you. That's not right. Liam whispered, and Skye felt her heart melt at his words. She felt butterflies in her stomach as she looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Liam felt his heart sank as he looked at Skye. He thought she was scared of him and was crying because she was mortified to have a relationship with him. Suddenly she reached up and brought his face closer to her, kissing his cheek. "Thank you so much," Skye whispered as she looked at him. "So you don't want to go home?" Liam asked as he felt like he was on cloud nine. "I'm home," Skye said. "The pack house?" Liam asked again, wanting to be sure. "By your side," Skye answered, and Liam grinned happily. "But let's take it slow," Skye said, and Liam nodded and hugged her close to his body. When finally Skye began to feel more relaxed and quietly moved away from him and got up. Liam wanted to hold her for some more time, but he wasn't going to force her into anything she didn't want. Skye noticed she was still in the dress from earlier and began to feel disgusted as Liam looked at her intently. "Do you want some clothes?" Liam asked, noticing her look at the dress. "Yes, please, and a towel too," Skye said, still looking at the dress disgustingly. Liam nodded and got up, going to his closet, grabbing one of his dry-cleaned shirts which had shrunk in a size or two and were in to fit him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can wear mine, but I'll need you to get new pants. I'm pretty sure mine won't fit," he said, and Skye smiled, taking the shirt gladly from him as he grabbed a fresh towel, handing that to her. This was maybe the first casual conversation Skye was having with Liam, and she felt nice. She liked it and could get used to it. "Just place them in front of the bathroom door, and I'll grab them while changing," Skye said. "Sure," Liam replied and left the room. Not wasting another moment, Skye stripped out of the dress in the room, not caring that anyone could walk in on her, and then rushed to the bathroom, leaving the dress in a heap on the floor in the middle of the room. She quickly went to the bathroom, grabbing the shirt and towel. Enthusiasm, a smile made its way to her lips as her feet touched the cold tiles. She was going to have a long hot bath. Not the rushed ones she was forced to have in fear of Carson. She filled the bathtub with hot water and felt a delightful sensation go through her body as the water engulfed her. She didn't know how long she laid in the water, doing nothing, and she couldn't even explain how good it felt. After a long time, she began to do her usual bath procedure, which consisted of shampooing her hair and rubbing soap over her body. She practically rubbed her skin raw for the next 20 minutes or so until she drained the tub and wrapped a towel around her body. She made her way to the door and peeked out to see if there were any parts, and to her relief, Liam had kept his promise. There was also a sweater folded with a pair of blue denim jeans along with a pair of grey Uggs, which Skye gladly took. The weather was extremely cold, not to mention Christmas was only a few days away. She changed into the clothes Liam had given her, mostly smelling like him because of the shirt and sweater. Skye stretched her arms in the air as she made her way out of the bathroom. She felt free and alive as she opened the door and made her way down the steps. She didn't even remember when was the last time she had been out of a room alone without being scared. She felt like doing backflips. Skye walked around the pack house slowly, taking her time to examine everything as she made her way. The pack house was quiet until she started getting closer and closer to the dining room. Liam was leaning outside the door and smirked when he saw her. "I knew you'd come down sooner or later," he said as he came to her, and Skye shrugged. "Just enjoying the freedom," she said, and Liam smiled at her. "Come on. Everyone's is waiting for you at the breakfast." Skye nodded, and Liam gently held her hand and opened the dining room door. As soon as she entered, everyone stood up. "Why do they do that?" Skye whispered. "Out of respect. You're the Luna." "What's that?" Skye asked. "Since you're my mate, you have some authorities as me. So practically you can consider yourself as a female alpha of the pack," Liam said, and Skye looked at him wide. "Don't you think that's too much of a responsibility?" Skye asked nervously, and Liam just chuckled. "Don't worry. It feels like it, but it's like you're just the parent of the entire pack. Believe me, Liam said, and Sky laughed a bit as she sat on one of the chairs. People peeked glances at them. Everyone had noticed that Liam had changed and for the best. Sky filled her plate with food and looked at Liam. How many members are there? Sky asked curiously. 1,500. Liam answered, and Sky chalked on her food. Liam patted her back and quickly filled a glass of water, handing it to her. 1,500. Sky questioned, shocked as she took deep breaths to control her breathing. 800 live with us, while the remaining are spread across. Most of them have families and prefer to live in separate houses, whereas there are 2 more pack houses on the property. Liam said, and Sky nodded. Liam, what did you tell my uncle and Jacob? Sky asked, and Liam looked at her. I messaged them from your dad's phone that you went on a field trip and there wouldn't be any mobile signals. Liam said, and Sky sighed. I'd like to talk to my uncle after breakfast. I'll make sure you do. Why don't you invite your uncle over to spend Christmas? Liam asked, and Sky looked at him. How will I answer him why I'm living here and why Dad is? Sky said, although she wanted to invite her uncle. Don't worry. I'll think of something. I want you to stay loose. Roam around the pack house. Get to know people. But if you want to go out, I want you to tell me first and I'll assign someone to go with you if I'm busy. Liam said, and Sky nodded. He was being so sweet to her. Thank you so much. Liam, Sky said, and gave him a side hug, and Liam kissed her cheek, causing her to blush. Rest of the breakfast went by quickly with her practically stuffing herself. After breakfast, she and Liam had excused themselves and had gone to his office, where they were currently in with a cell phone to Sky's ear. She could hear the ring going, and after what seemed like forever, she heard the person at the end spoke. Hello. Hi, Uncle, Sky said nervously. Sky, where are you and why are you calling me from this number? What happened to your phone? Her uncle exclaimed, and Sky shrugged. I broke it at the field trip trying to find signals. Sky said, hoping he would believe her. She heard her uncle chuckle at the other end, and Sky sighed with relief. So like you. Can't live a day without technology, huh? Her uncle said, and Sky laughed. You know me too well. She replied. So you're coming to Australia for Christmas? I can't wait to see you, baby girl. Her uncle said, and Sky smiled. Well, that's the reason I called you. I was wondering if you could come over for Christmas. I want you to meet someone, Sky said, and she could sense her uncle being overprotective. Her uncle asked and could already imagine him wiggling his eyebrows up. Say no more. I shall be there to meet the boy in 2 days. Her uncle said in a horrendously posh accent, and Sky laughed. Okay, see you then, Sky said, and ended the call, handing Liam back the cell phone. So he is coming in 2 days, Sky said, squealing happily, and Liam smiled. By the way, I need you to give me a list of all the members of the pack. Male, female and children, Sky said. While Liam asked curiously, It's Christmas soon. I need to get presents. You'll get presents for 1,500 people, Liam asked, and Sky shrugged. More or less, she replied, and Liam shook his head. I'll get you the list. Just take someone with you when you want to go shopping, but first I want you to meet someone who has been waiting very long to meet you, Liam said, and grabbed her hand, leading her out of the office and down a hallway. Towards a room. Whose room is it? Sky asked as he opens the door. The light of the room was off and sunshine was peeking through a cavity between the curtains. There was a small body huddled in the blankets on a castle-shaped bed. Liam went and opened the window, motioning Sky to come in as he made his way to the bed, lightly shaking the little fellow. Erna, someone is here to meet you, Liam said, as the child stirred and Sky finally saw her. Sky went by Liam's side, waiting patiently for the little girl to wake up. After a few minutes, Anna's torso rose up, but her eyes remained closed as she rubbed them adorably with her knuckles. Bewig BW other, Anna asked, and Liam smiled. Look who's with me, Liam said, and Anna opened her eyes only for them to widen, as she squealed happily when she saw Sky. Sky, Anna exclaimed as she jumped out of bed in a cat-like movement and hugged Sky. Sky wrapped her arms around the girl and got up, whirling her around. IMW is SEDU. I missed you, to baby girl, Sky said, and Anna kissed Sky's cheek, resting her head on her shoulder. Do you want to go out for breakfast? Sky asked, and Liam nodded okay. I'll change you then, we'll go out, Sky said to Ella, then turned to Liam. The list, please, Sky said, and he got up. Fine, I'm going. But first, he said playfully, then went to Sky's shoulder where Annabella's face was resting. He pointed at his cheek and Anna kissed him. Remember to take someone with you, Liam said, and her Dan, I will, as he left the two girls, smiling. Chapter 41. Authors P.O.V. Sky walked down the stairs without Annabella, who had fallen asleep again after exciting herself too much. Counseling her trip with Sky, she had managed to find bags containing her belongings back in Liam's room and luckily found her wallet. She could hear voices from the living room and went straight in. The living room was packed with people watching TV or goofing around. The atmosphere looked extremely casual. Most of them noticed her and turned to her, saying, Hey, how are you? Or sup? Sky just smiled at them. Can someone come to the mall with me? I need to go for Christmas shopping and Liam is sort of busy. Sky trailed off and a girl stood up. She was 5'10" and had a jet black hair that reached her waist. Betty was peeking from the collar of her white shirt, through which you could see her black bra. Her grunge attire looked out of season, but she didn't look muck-faced by the weather. Her red lips looking impressive, something Sky could never pull off. I'll go with you. I was leaving for Christmas shopping until this idiot tackled me to watch a movie, the girl said, and Sky chuckled at her, as the guy she was implying to raised his hands up in surrender. It was a good movie though, he said in his defense, and the girl rolled her eyes. And now I'm late for that. You're going to pack the present with me, the girl said, and the guy groaned, but before he could say anything she grabbed Sky's hand, walking her out. By the way, my name's Carl's ear, and that was my mate, the girl said, and extended her hand, which Sky noticed was also tattooed. Sky, but you already knew that, Sky said, and shook her hand, and the girl chuckled. It's nice to have you back, Luna. I've heard a lot about you and was practically dying to meet you in person. Most of us have actually. We never got a chance to meet you, and then Carson attacked, the girl said, and trailed off. Sky's face had gone passive at the mention of Carson. I didn't mean to, Carla's ear begins to say, and Sky stopped her. There's nothing to be sorry about. You haven't said or done anything wrong. What happened just happened, and there's no denying it, Sky said with a fake smile. You're really strong. You know, we can tell you'll be a great Luna, Carla's ear said, and Sky smiled. They had reached the garage and Sky looked at her Acura. So for how many people you need to shop? Carla's ear asked, skipping behind her. Everyone, Sky replied, and Carla's ear looked at her baffled. 1,500 pack members, Carla's ear asked, and Sky nodded. It would be rude not to get them anything. Besides, I have the list, Sky said, taking out 3 pages containing pack info as ear took them from her. The members were categorized as infants 14 years, children 15 years, 29 years young adults, 30 years onward adults for children, 6 young adults and 5 adults. How do you plan on managing this? Carla's ear said. Goodie bags for children, candies and stuffed toys. For young adults, I was thinking iPod, and for adults, I'm getting watches, Sky said. How are you going to pay for that? Carla's ear asked, and Sky smirked at her, stopping by her Acura. I can manage. Now hop in, Sky said, watching Carla's ear's expression as she looked at the pricey car. Damn, you're fine, Carla's ear mumbled, and Sky chuckled at that. It had been 8 straight hours, and now the car was filled with presents for pack members. She had gone with the initial layout for the presents but got Blake, Reuben, Liam and her uncle extra special presents. She had even gotten something for her dad and Linda, who Liam had told were busy with their vacation and had no intention of returning for Christmas, which Sky didn't mind at all. Well, you're a heavy shopper, Carla's ear said, and Sky laughed. Yeah, but I avoid it. I hate shopping, she replied, and Carla's ear nodded. They were now unloading the car, moving back and forth. Finally, they were done and collapsed on the sofa, taking deep breaths. Now was the difficult part, packing the presents. Sky groaned, and got to it. Skye spent the next day helping everyone decorating the pack house. Liam had explained everyone was coming for a visit and that they all behaved, but that was of no use, as our uncle couldn't come because of the blizzard and had apologized like 1,000 times for it. Currently, Skye anxiously sat at the dining room table, waiting for everyone to come in. She was more than excited as today was Christmas and after breakfast, everyone was going to open their presents. Skye looked out of the window and saw the massive Christmas tree decorated in the backyard. It was still extremely dark outside, and the only source of light was from the illuminating tree that had delicate pieces hanging from it. It looked extremely gorgeous. "Someone's excited," Liam said as he walked in the living room. His hair was wet from the shower, yet he still looked tired. He had been working so hard. Skye doubted that he even slept because apparently she had been sleeping in his room and he never showed up. "Come on. Everyone is supposed to be excited," Skye said, and Liam looked at the empty dining room and then back at Skye. "We are, but not enough to wake up at for in the morning," Liam said, and Skye shrugged. "I can wait," Skye said, and Liam could sense she was hyperactive and he in no way was going to leave her alone when everyone else was sleeping. "Come on, let's go for a walk," Liam said, and Skye stood up enthusiastically. Liam intertwined his fingers with hers and they both walked out of the back door and into the chilly outside atmosphere. They both stepped down the few steps and began walking on the gravel towards the gigantic Christmas tree, underneath which were many presents already. "So what do you think of the pack so far?" Liam asked. "Oh, everyone is lovely, especially Carla's ear and her mate. They are so nice and look cute together too. And the cooking lady is just marvelous. I chat with her most of the time too," Skye said, and Liam laughed at her encounter with the cooking lady. "Well, that's nice to know you're getting along with everyone," Liam said, and both of them stopped in front of the tree. "It looks so beautiful," Skye said, and Liam nodded. "It's tradition of our pack that in every Christmas each pack member hangs an ornament of their choice on the tree. It's to make it special," Liam said, and Skye nodded, looking at the tree, but then something caught her eyes. "What are those ones for?" Skye said, pointing to the big transparent balls filled with glitter with something written on them. They were unordinary ornaments. "Those are special ornaments made by warlocks. The only member who have found their mates hang it with their signature on it. On Christmas Eve they explode as a well-wish to the couple," Liam said, and Skye nodded, looking at them with curiosity. Then she remembered something. "Have you hanged one?" she asked, finally turning around, and Liam grinned at her. "I was wondering we could do that together," Liam said, and retrieved a similar-looking ball from his back pocket with a Sharpie in the other hand. "That's so sweet," Skye said, blushing, and walked towards him, taking the Sharpie from his hands. She signed the ball and then handed the Sharpie to Liam, who signed it. "Come on, let's hang it," Skye said, and Liam gave a soft laugh at her excitement. She had gone through hell the past few months, but she ceased to acknowledge that and enjoy her time. It just proved her innocence. Both of them went to the tree and Liam handed her the ball. "You're taller than me, I won't be able to reach it," Skye said. "I think I have a solution for that," Liam said, and before Skye could acknowledge what was happening, she was in Liam's arms, her feet no longer on the ground as he lifted her up. Skye squealed before she began to laugh with Liam. "There's a hook at the right. Hang it on that," Liam said, and Skye did as he said, making sure the ball was secured. Liam placed her back down and even fixed her hair as Skye looked at the ball hanging there. She sneaked a glance at Liam, who had a longing look in his eyes, making Skye blush more. "Come on, since we have time, why don't you open my present?" Liam said, and Skye could feel the butterflies in her stomach. "You didn't have to. You've done more than enough," Skye began to say, but Liam cut her off. "Nonsense, Skye," Liam said, and went underneath the tree to retrieve a beautiful box. It was a big box and wrapped in a pretty wrapping paper with a bow on top. Skye looked at it, then at Liam, who came towards her and handed the box to her. "Come on, open it," Liam said, and Skye sat down on the snow, placing the box in front of her, and gently removed the lid to find extremely soft cream-colored cloth with copper beads. Skye recognized it instantly without even unfolding it. "Oh my God," Skye said, awestruck as she looked at the dress, which was worth nearly $9. $0. She looked at Liam, who had a grin on his face. Good Lord. Liam, you didn't have to get me something so expensive. Oh God, Skye said, freaking out, and Liam laughed, placing his hands on her shoulder. Calm down, Skye. This isn't even the present. I just wanted you to wear this tonight at the Christmas party, Liam said, and retrieved a much smaller box. This is the present, Liam said, and Skye looked at it. Skye looked at it for a while before Liam nudged her and she opened it. Again shocked to find a beautiful diamond-encrusted necklace. It looked so fragile. Skye looked closely and saw that her name was written on it. She looked at Liam and tackled him into a hug. He didn't fall over and grabbed her just in time, laughing. I see you like my present, Liam asked, and Skye nodded. Liam? They're great, but you didn't have to waste your money on such expensive gifts. You've done so much for me already. You didn't have to do any of this, Skye said, and Liam shook his head. Skye, I could get you the moon and still feel like you deserve something much bigger. These things mean nothing to me. Your happiness is practically everything. I've waited for you so long, Skye. And I just want to do you justice as my queen. I really love you, Skye, and I may not be able to give you much, but I can promise you this, that I'll always love you, Liam said, and Skye looked at him. Skye felt butterflies in her stomach as she looked at him. He looked at her longingly and so sincerely. She couldn't torture him like this when even she wanted him. Liam looked at her lips, then back at her. Before he leaned in. If you don't want me, just tell me and I'll disappear. I'll never bother you again, Liam whispered, only millimeters away from her lips. She could hear Liam's voice cracking at those words, but Skye had already made her decision. I want you, Liam, Skye said, and filled the space between them. Liam couldn't believe what was happening and fell back in the snow from shock, but in seconds processed the sweet reality by the sensations flowing through his body. He wrapped his arms around Skye, gently kissed her, and he could tell this was her first kiss because she didn't know what to do but slowly began to follow his lead. Liam flipped them over, his hands on either side of Skye's head so he didn't crush her while his mouth was on hers, kissing her gently yet hungrily. After a few more seconds he pulled away so he could let the girl underneath him. Breath. Liam looked at Skye, who was breathing hard. She was already flushed because of the cold, and when her eyes met his, she began to blush profoundly, making her look cuter. You look so cute when you blush, Liam said, and rolled beside her, his hands on her waist. You look cute when you smile. You should do that more often, Skye said, and Liam laughed loudly. Whatever you say, Skye, Liam replied. They both laid there on the snow, covered ground, hugging each other until the sun began to rise. Come on, let's go, and they should be awake by now. Finally, Skye muttered, and Liam chuckled as they both went inside hand in hand. And as expected, almost everyone was awake. Both of them went straight to the dining room. Merry Christmas, Skye shouted, and everyone hollered at that. Breakfast went quickly, and now everyone was outside opening presents. Skye looked for Blake and Reuben and saw them wearing matching sweaters, helping the children. Oh, how cute, Skye said, skipping to them. Well, actually, Skye, I wanted to tell you that. I love Reuben. He's my mate, Blake confessed nervously. Tada, Reuben said, and Skye laughed. Now we can all be a happy-go-lucky family, Skye said, and both of them draped their arms around Skye's shoulder. Here's your present, Skye, Blake said, and handed her a big box, and so did Reuben, but a much smaller box compared to Blake's. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No problem. Tell us what you think of it later, Reuben said, and Skye nodded. She was going to open them later. Liam seems happy. He's even smiling, Reuben said, and looked at Blake with a mischievous grin, which Blake returned. Yeah, Skye. Do you want to tell us about your exciting morning? Reuben asked, and Skye abruptly stopped and blushed a deep red. I win, Reuben screamed at Blake's face. You win what? Skye asked, still blushing. I and Blake made a bet that you and Liam kissed, and I knew I was going to win because I saw you guys in the morning, so, Reuben said, and had his arms out as Blake cursed and slammed a $20 bill at it. You two are despicable, Skye said jokingly, then grabbed their arms and dragged them to the living room, which was practically empty. Stay here, she said around to Annabella, who was busy devouring an ice cream. Skye grabbed the little girl who squealed and ran back to the living room and handed her to Blake. She then went and looked for Liam. Liam was talking to a lady who was smiling warmly at him. He nodded, then pointed at some direction, and the lady smiled at him again before leaving. "Hey, Liam," Skye said, and Liam looked at her grinning. "Hey, do you need anything?" he asked, and pecked her on the lips, and Skye smiled. "No, come with me," she said, and held his hand, leading him to the living room and pushed him on the sofa beside Anna, who was taking deep breaths after Reuben had tickled her. "So what now?" Liam asked, and Skye smirked at them. "Now you guys open my presents," Skye said, and dragged in a trolley which was stacked high with wrapping boxes. "Skye, what the hell? We talked about you getting us stuff," Blake said, who had practically begged her not to get them anything. "Oh, chef," Skye said before Reuben could back Reuben up or Liam opens his mouth. Skye grabbed an extremely big box which in no way she could have lifted and pushed it towards Anna, who looked at the huge present baffled. "Here you go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "This is for you," Skye said, and Anna squealed and jumped at Skye. Won't you, Skye? I got you something too," Anna said, and from her small Santa Claus backpack took out a wrapped lollipop on which her name was written but in wrong spelling. "Thank you so much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Skye said, and kissed the little girl's cheek. Anna went to Liam and asked him to help her open her present. Skye then grabbed 2 extremely small boxes. "Here you go, boys," Skye said, and handed them each a box. "What's this?" Blake asked, and Skye shrugged. "Why don't you open it?" Skye said, and Reuben opened his box to find a pair of keys, he asked, and Skye smirked. "Why don't you go to the garage? You'll find what you're looking for." Skye smirked as the 2 boys raced each other to the garage. Skye heard a squeal from Anna and saw that she finally opened her present, a PW incest doll house. Anna screamed excitedly and hugged Skye's legs. "You're welcome. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'll help you build it," Skye said, and Anna squealed again, running off to her friends to tell them about her present. "Skye, please tell me you didn't get me anything," Liam said, and Skye smirked. "Nonsense, Liam," Skye said, repeating his sentence from hours ago as she went and pushed the trolley containing a box heavy for her to carry. "Come on, open it," Skye said, looking at his face, waiting anxiously. Liam unwrapped the box and saw a sort of wooden box with buckles in front. Liam undid the buckles and the box out to reveal different types of equipment, including platinum knuckles, bows, daggers, and all sort of gear one could imagine of. "I didn't know what you would like or ever spark your interest, but I've seen you fight and I thought this might be of use to you," Skye said, and Liam grabbed the gear whose tip was made up of extremely sharp metal. He swiped his fingers over it and blood began to come out. "If you don't like it, then I can always change it," Skye said, and Liam turned to her and grabbed her hand. "This is awesome, Skye. Thank you so much," Liam said, and wrapped his arms around her waist. "You really like it?" Skye asked, and Liam nodded before leaning down and grabbing her lips in his, giving her a short, passionate kiss, until someone cleared their throat behind her. Both of them looked and found a grinning Reuben. "Oh, sorry to interrupt. If you'll excuse me," Reuben said mischievously, and Skye glared at him, and before he could go, she stopped him. "Oh, you're not excused. You're going to help me hand out presents, and after we are done, you're going to go to all the other pack members living in other pack houses and their private homes and give them the presents to all before the Christmas Eve party." Reuben looked mortified by it. "I'll see you later then," Skye said to Liam, and made her way to Reuben, who looked at Liam pleading. Liam smirked his hands as Skye dragged him. It took for continuous hours to distribute the present to every single member and half an hour extra to double-check if everyone had gotten the presents. Reuben had arrived 2 minutes ago and was extremely cranky. Skye currently stood in front of full-length mirror, fixing her dress. She was wearing the exact outfit Liam had gotten her with the same necklace and a pair of glittery flats. The dress reached just above her knees and looked extremely nice on her. After a few seconds, the door opened and Liam walked in. "Wow, you look beautiful." "Thank you. You look nice too," Skye said, examining Liam in his black pants and matching dress shirt. "Come on, or we're going to be late," Liam said as he grabbed Skye's hand, and both of them rushed out to the backyard by the trees just in time to see the huge balls which hung on the trees lift up. They began to levitate in the sky as all of them watched. "I can't wait," Skye muttered as she looked at one ball. In particular, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Wait for it," Liam whispered, and then all the balls began to accelerate and then they exploded. Everyone was like, "Ooh," as the balls began to explode. Their ball was the last as it went the highest and then exploded. Everyone clapped, and just as the music was about to start, all of a sudden loud screams were heard from the inside the house, gaining everyone's attention. Everyone began to panic as their eyes set on the house and began to rush in to see what had happened. Nothing good lasts forever, right? Chapter 40 to Author's P. O.V. It felt like time had gotten slow as she and Liam made their way through the crowd into the house. The strong metallic smell filled their nose, and instantly Skye recognized it as blood. She could faintly hear Liam saying something about the living room, but her thinking was out of focus. Liam grabbed her arm as he led her. Then she realized she had been previously going in the wrong direction. They entered the living room and Skye's breathing stopped by the sight in front of her. There was a splatter of blood in front of the wall by which was a body. The throat neatly slit open. Fresh blood were oozing out of it. Skye instantly recognized the body. It was the cooking lady. Skye was about to run to the body, but Liam's arm wrapped around her waist, stopping her. She looked at him and saw his eyes fixed on the wall. Skye followed his gaze and saw a message written in blood. "You've availed the liberty of spending your Christmas with peace, but on New Year's Eve, you all will reek of blood, of sweat and of fueled screams, for I will show none of you mercy. Give me what I want and I shall leave, or face the war that approaches thee." Skye stared at the message, her gaze hovering over one specific line. "Give me what I want and I shall leave." What does he even want? Someone from the crowd said, and Skye looked at Liam, who was still looking at the wall, now with rage. Skye turned to the person and smiled sadly at him before tears welled up in her eyes. "Me," she replied, and everyone looked at her. "He wants me," she whispered to herself. "Well, he can't have you," Liam said sternly. "We won't let him." She heard Reuben's voice from behind and felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned and looked that it belonged to Blake. Skye shrugged their hands off and moved away from every single one of them. She looked at the crowd in front of her, who looked more than determined to fight for her. "I do not doubt any one of your abilities, but I'll not let you die for me. Give him what he wants and he'll leave you alone," Skye said bravely, although she pretty much knew she was going to kill herself in Carson's presence. "Hell no," Skye heard some people say while some saying, "We can take the motherfucker down." Liam howled loudly and he stomped his way to Skye, before pulling her into a hug. "You're not going anywhere, and if anyone in this pack tried to even think of handling her over, then I'll make sure they die a horrendous death by my hands," Liam said, eyeing the crowd, and everyone nodded. "All down to business. We will fight, and we will win," Liam said loudly, and the crowd of men and women in front of them hollered. "What about crippled adults and children?" Skye asked, looking at him. "They'll be safe. We'll evacuate them," Liam said, and Skye shook her head. "What if," Skye began to say, but Liam cut her off and placed his hand on her mouth. "We'll figure something out," Liam said, and Skye nodded. Liam then looked at the crowd. Skye had never seen a crowd so excited for a war. "We have only a week to prepare. I want everyone on the training ground tomorrow at 4 in the morning. We have to make sure we are prepared to take the bastard down," Liam said, and everyone screamed, "Yes, Alpha," like soldiers. "Go get some rest. It's been a long day," Liam said, and Skye looked at them as they bowed towards them. Soon the living room had gotten empty and only Liam stood there now with her. "Come on, let's go to our room," Liam said, and softly took her hand in his and led her straight to the room. locking it behind them as Sky's mind went to different ways to prevent the war. Sky, don't try to do anything stupid, Liam said, reading Sky's thought, and she shook her head. You guys are not understanding what I mean. People die during a war. It may not be you or me, but then it could be our relatives, our friends. I can prevent that. You can't too. You just need to hand me over to him and then everything will be all right. Don't you get it that you're my mate? I'd die, and without an alpha, the pack will fall anyway, so why not die trying, Sky? I won't hand you over to a person who can't even respect you, Liam said bitterly, and Sky could see tears filling his eyes. I haven't even marked you. If I hand you to him, he'll mark you as his and I won't be able to live with that, Sky, Liam said as a tear fell from his eyes. He gently grabbed her waist and brought her close to him, hugging her, and Sky hugged back. She had never seen him so vulnerable. Then mark me, Sky whispered, and Liam looked at her in the eyes. Sky, think through this. What if you don't love me anymore? Then you won't be able to get away from me because of the bond, Liam said, although he wanted to mark her. He had wanted to for so long. I'll always love you, Liam, and maybe Carson might see that I belong by your side and not his, Sky said, and Liam leaned his forehead on hers. I love you, Sky, Liam said, and kissed her on the lips before he trailed kisses to her neck. I love you too, Liam, Sky said as she felt him graze his teeth on the spot on her neck. This might hurt a bit, but I promise you'll be okay, Liam said as hold on her got tighter. I trust you, she said, and she felt him bite down on her neck. She held in a scream, but that wasn't even the painful part. The real pain began when she felt his teeth extending into her neck. Tears began to smear down her cheeks as she took a deep breath, trying to tolerate the pain. She holds on Liam's shirt tightly, and she sighed in relief as she felt his teeth coming out of her neck. You're fine, Liam said as he licked the mark on her neck, and Sky moaned, still breathing hard. Come on, let's tuck you in. Do you want to change into some pajamas? Liam asked, and Sky faintly nodded as he carried her to the bed. You stay here and I'll get you some clothes, Liam said, and Sky nodded. Her neck hurts like hell as she dazed between consciousness and unconsciousness. Sky heard footsteps approaching her, and she turned her head towards the source but took a sharp breath because of the pain. Here you go. Do you want me to help you? Liam asked very gently, and Sky nodded. There was no way she could have changed into the clothes in this state. Liam gently lifted her and undid the zip of her dress. For some reason, Sky felt completely comfortable with him seeing her in garment. Liam gently stripped her of the dress and quickly but carefully dressed her in one of his oversized shirts. They were huge for her and reached below her knees. He shifted her and tucked her on her side. He smiled when he heard Sky mumble a thank you. Go to sleep. Okay, I'll be here when you wake up, Liam said, and saw Sky nodding with that. She was out like lightning. Chapter 43 Office P. O.V. The next few days passed in a blur. People barely slept and skipped meals to prepare for the war on their heads. There was ammo everywhere, with fighting gears and equipment. True to his words, Liam had evacuated every single child and adult who were incapable of fighting to a safety bunker out if the premises. There were times when Sky thought of handing herself over, but then she didn't want to be a coward and go down without a fight. Yes, she was going to be fighting alongside the werewolves. Not literally, but she was going to stay by their sides. Reuben was sent with the children and seniors to protect them in case a mishap did occur, but Blake was here, which made it better. In a few hours, all of them were going to be fighting for their lives. In a few hours they were going to decide their fate. In a few hours it would be New Year. Time had flown so quickly that she couldn't even comprehend what was going on. The only thing she was sure of was staying by Liam's side as he fought, as he ate, as he did anything. They were together and it felt like bliss. Sky looked at herself in the full-length mirror. She was clad in black, her hair tied in a tight bun so they don't fall on her face. She could see the mark on her neck and its glorious smile. No matter what happens today, she going to stay strong and stay by Liam's side in life and in death. She glared at herself, trying to look intimidating as she walked down, patting the dagger in her pocket, one which Liam had forced her to keep with her. Sky looked at the time. It was 1 in the afternoon. Liam was already downstairs reviewing the plan when Sky came. You're going to stay by north, and no matter what happens, don't move your position. Carson will go on full round attack. You two, I want you to at east and west side of the pack. Same goes for you. Don't move from your position, Liam said, pointing one by one to the 3 groups that stood in front of him in a large mass. He then turned to the 4th group. I want you guys to stay as close to the pack as possible, even though I'll make sure they don't get a chance to come near the pack house. But if they do, make sure they don't enter, Liam said, and they nodded. Take your positions, Liam said loudly, and everyone left. Liam exhaled a deep breath and Skye hugged his side. We'll get through this, Skye said, and Liam smiled at her. I know, Liam said, and wrapped his arm around her side. But Skye, I want you to listen very carefully. Carson is going to give all he's got, so just in case I don't make it, just in case, I want you to run as fast as you can. Get away and forget about me, about everything. Live your life and be free, Liam said, and tears filled Skye's eyes. I refuse to run away from a war that my people are fighting for. Lee, I may not be a werewolf, but these people are my people, and no matter what you say, I'll not leave your side. If you live, I live. If you die, I die. Together forever. Liam. In life and death, Skye said. They had worked hard and she was not going to snitch. Liam cupped her face in his hands and connected their lips together. I love you. I love you too. They intertwined their fingers together and made their way outside to the clearing where their pack members were standing aligned as planned. As the roof and balconies surrounding the house were the pack members holding rifles and archery equipment. Liam was going to leading the main fight with 4 of his warriors behind him. No one had shifted yet. It was decided that they were going to use their ammo first and shift when they really needed to. Everyone looked determined, clad in black from head to toe, as they looked at Liam, who marched to the front with Skye. He then faced the crowd of hundreds. Today, my men and women, we are not fighting for each other. No, today we are fighting our own war. For our own selves and our massacred men and women against the beast who murdered our friends, family, and children. We don't need to be strong for. We are the strength we need. Today we decide our fate, we decide the courses of our lives. Today we fight. Fight with everything inside of us. Every single amount of power fuel to this very moment for our friends, family, and most importantly ourselves. Liam said loudly, and everyone hollered, raising their weapons. Skye and Liam looked at the sky as the sun began to set. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Go inside the pack house, Liam said, and Skye stood her ground. We talked about this and you know my answer already, Skye said as she took the dagger from her pocket and positioned it as she was taught. The only reason Liam had agreed to let her on the ground was that they knew Carson won't let anything happen to her. In his sick, twisted way, he wanted his Skye untouched. The sunset completely leaving them in the darkness. It took some time for Skye's sight to adjust now to the faint moonlight as compared to the others who had night vision. I see movement in the forest, someone shouted, and Liam looked at Skye. Stay by my side, Liam muttered, and before Skye could reply, her eyes were caught at a movement in the woods. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, she said, pointing at it. Suddenly there was a loud screech and voices can be heard of twigs breaking, leaves being stepped over. They were here. Everyone got ready to attack as they looked at the pale figures approaching from out of the forest. There were so many of them. Were they maybe 500? Or 6 perhaps? All looking vicious. They continued to march towards them, eyeing them hungrily, and came to halt. Liam, a familiar voice said, walking out of the mob of pale figures. Carson, Liam replied back. I see you came with the prize, Carson said, looking at Skye hungrily, admiring her from head to toe. Oh, she's no prize. She's mine, Liam said, and removed Skye's scarf a bit so that Carson could see the mark on her neck. Carson's features changed to rage as he glared at Liam before he maniacally began laughing. You're mistaken. She's fine, and I'll fix that little mark of yours where I have her, Carson said, and turned to his crowd. He made a loud sound. like a whale, and clapped his hands together. The vampires wailed loudly and ran towards them. "Attack!" Liam screamed loudly. As soon as those words left his mouth, all hell broke loose on either side. Shouts could be heard from above them, and arrows were fired carefully at the vampires as both of the parties ran towards each other and collided, attacking each other with claws, weapons, and teeth. Screams, blood, and clank of weapons could be heard and seen as far as the eyes could see. Skye. She heard Liam scream as someone tackled her to the ground, not hurting her but manhandling her. Skye took the dagger and was about to stab him, but his head was ripped off his neck in seconds with Liam towering over her. "Use the daggers," he said, and Skye nodded, flinging the dagger as another vampire lunged at her. She noticed they weren't trying to kill her but knock her out. The vampire fell, and with another swift movement Skye slit its throat, its blood staining the ground as well as her. It shocked her how easily she did it. She didn't want but lives depend on it. She quickly got up and looked around. There was blood everywhere. In minutes they had managed to litter the ground with bodies. Everything was chaos. Skye swiped her dagger across another body, hurling her way, as she saw Blake ripping a vampire's head off. Her eyes then landed on a body in the ground and recognized it at once as Carla's ears. Skye let out a cry as she tried to move towards her but was tackled to the ground by a vampire. He fisted his knuckle and aimed for her head, but Skye moved, and he hit her jaw. She cried out in pain and stabbed him in the chest and shifted him off her. She grabbed the dagger and swiped it across his neck, but before she could get up, someone grabbed her ankle and began dragging her by her feet. It was another vampire, but then someone came to her aid and tackled the vampire away from her. Skye searched for Liam through the blood and saw that he was following someone into the woods, killing the vampires in his path in quick, swift motions. She recognized that someone very quickly. "Carson." Skye kept her eyes fixed on him as she moved to him. "Skye." She heard a scream from behind her and saw Blake pointing ahead of her. She turned her head in time to a guy running towards her. Skye ducked in time and he went flying forward, giving enough time to Skye to grab the dagger and aim it right at his neck. She threw it at him and hit his neck at the right spot, watching as he fell to the ground. She looked for Liam and saw a shadow in the woods. Without a second thought, she rushed towards it. Blake wanted to stop her, but he was too busy fighting 3 vampires. Liam walked briskly in the forest looking for Carson, who had disappeared. He knew Carson too well to search for him in the battlefield. That bastard never fought his own wars. "You going to keep running like that, coward?" Liam shouted as he reached the clearing. "Who said I was running?" Carson said, and appeared from smoke in the clearing. "Who said you weren't?" Liam said, and Carson laughed wholeheartedly. "I'll give you a chance, Carson. Stop the war and leave, and I just might feel generous to let you live." Liam said, and Carson laughed. "Or I can claim what's mine and eliminate you and your pack." Carson said, "So be it." Liam replied and lunged at him, tackling him to the ground, throwing punch after punch at him. Carson growled and threw Liam off him. Liam went flying in the air and his back hit the tree, but before he could get up, Carson was choking him. "See, Liam used and no match for me," Carson said, and put more pressure on his neck, and Liam grabbed his arms in a vice-like grip. A crack was heard, but Carson's hold did not loosen. Suddenly Liam felt the air in his lungs as Carson was pushed off of him. Liam looked who had tackled Carson and found Skye. "Oh, look who chose to join the party. I must say you have one hard body. Knocked me down. I like it," he said. Liam growled. He could not waste any more time. "Skye, get out of here." Liam screamed as he shifted into his wolf, but Skye didn't move. "I'm staying with you no matter what," she said sternly, eyeing Carson with disgust. "IWWW, so the mark is wrong. You'll be calling my name all day, darling, after I remove that mark from you," Carson said, and as Skye glared. "Leave me alone. We'll talk about this sudden courage when we get back home," Carson said, and Liam lunged at him, not taking his nonsense anymore. Carson grabbed Liam by the neck and threw him, but Liam was up in a matter of seconds and bit Carson's shoulder. Skye looked for her dagger but remembered she never took out of the body of that vampire. She cursed herself and looked for something. She heard a loud howl and saw that Carson had twisted Liam's paw, and a crack was heard. Carson laughed and plunged his nails in Liam. "Get the hell away from him." Skye screamed and grabbed a rock, chucking it at Carson's face. Carson growled and glared at Skye. who threw more rocks at him. Liam took Carson's distraction and bit his neck, but before he could rip it, Carson vanished to smoke. Skye grabbed a piece of wood lying on the ground, one end of whose was sharp, and staggered towards Liam. "Where is he?" she asked, and Liam looked around. "Here I am." She heard a voice behind her, and before she could say anything she was hurled by her neck across the clearing. Her neck was bleeding from where Carson's nails had grasped her, and her breathing was hard as looked at Liam, who was fighting Carson, but he was too fast. Skye looked at the stick in her hands, then got an idea. "Please stop. I'll go with you," she screamed, and both the guys stopped looking at her. Liam looked at her, and Skye looked straight into his eyes. Her eyes moving to Carson's neck, then to Liam, praying he understands her, but she just had to gamble. "What did you just say?" Carson asked, and Skye sighed. "I'll go with you. I can't help what I feel about you," Skye said as she walked towards Carson. She heard Liam growl, but she gave him a sloppy wink which Liam understood. "And what do you feel for me?" Carson questioned. Skye gave him a smile and wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing his mouth close to hers. "A lot of things," she whispered seductively, and she could tell she had his full attention. "What kind of things?" Carson asked as he slid his hands inside Skye's shirt, causing her to stiffen and Skye up behind him to see Liam sneaking on him, and just when Liam was close enough, with all her power she pushed Carson to the ground, and Liam plunged his nails into his chest. What?" Carson said in pain, wide-eyed. "Your death," Skye replied coldly, and with that Liam dragged his nails across Carson's chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream filled with threats until his stomach, along with his eyes, laid wide open on the ground. Epilogue offers P. O. VW, what? Carson said in pain, wide-eyed. "Your death," Skye replied coldly, and with that Liam dragged his nails across Carson's chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream filled with threats until his stomach, along with his eyes, laid wide open on the ground. Skye fell to the ground beside Liam's wolf-bleeding heart. "We did it," Skye whispered as she watched Liam, who nodded before she heard bone cracking, and he shifted back to human from laying completely naked beside her. Skye blushed, but her eyes didn't travel anywhere. They weren't supposed to. "Yeah, we did." Liam muttered, his voice raspy and drowsy as if he was going to go. Unconscious. Skye quickly turned her head towards him and saw his busted lips and blood-covered long gashes on his stomach. She could practically see his bone peeking. No, Skye said, quickly looking at his torso. Blood was gushing out of it. She placed her hands over it, but the wound was too big. She quickly took off her jacket and placed it over man parts. "Liam, stay awake for me, okay? You're going to be fine." Liam was shaking, and Skye couldn't understand why that was, because of the cold or pain, but still. She decided to take off her shirt and cover him with it, leaving her in her spaghetti-strap garment. "Somebody help. Please," she screamed as she looked at Liam, who was smiling at her. "You did great, babe," Liam said, and tears fell from Skye's eyes. "Please just try to stay awake," she said as she got up when she heard the rustling of leaves and saw a bloody Blake limping towards her. "The hell?" he said, looking at Liam, then at Skye, then to Carson's body on the ground. "Are the vampires gone?" Liam asked as Blake took off his shirt while mind-linking for the members. "We can talk about that later. Right now we need to stop the bleeding until the others come," Blake said. He was breathing hard and there was dried blood over him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Vampires. Gone." Liam asked again, more sternly, and Blake nodded. "Dead. Every single one of them. They had bound themselves to Carson. So when you killed him they all died," Blake said, breathing hard. Footsteps were heard behind them, and Skye turned around to see 3 more members walking towards them. They looked at her and nodded before lifting Liam up, and Skye could see relief in their eyes. Skye followed them as they carried Liam out of the forest, no one saying anything. Just silence, a peaceful one too. And for once everything felt right. As if it was going to be okay. Skye stood in front of the clearing as they helped the injured and collected bodies of their warriors, already preparing for the funerals. They had tranquilized Liam because Carson's nails had a sort of poison, but the doctors had assured her that he was going to be okay. A slow recovery, but still okay. She could hear people weeping and mourning the loss of their friends and family. Silent tears rolled down Sky's as she looked at the blood-stained clearing in front of her. They had won the war, but they had lost many lives. Among those who sacrificed their lives was also David, who was attacked by a group of vampires while securing the pack house. He died a warrior protecting his people. But that was the thing about wars. People die and you have to live with it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can do nothing for the dead, however it all come down with what you achieve. Well, those lives worth it. In their case, yes, they fulfilled their purpose. They weren't a waste. Today they had achieved something much greater than the life lost. They had achieved their freedom, their future, and not only that, she had achieved an eternity with her love, her mate, her Liam. They had scars to prove their battle and a story for the generations yet to come, but today they had marked a new beginning. As the sun illuminated the sky on a new day of a new year, the end surprise offers P.O.V. imprint throughout the forest, his heart beating as if he ran 1,000 marathons. He was supposed to surprise Sky with a special dinner for their 5th-year anniversary. Sky came. Liam repeated her name in his mind with a smile of adoration. As he looked at his phone, he caught a glimpse of Sky's picture, which he had saved as the wallpaper. "That's my wife." He chuckled to himself, not noticing how people were staring at him weirdly. Liam ran for life as he lost track of time. He was definitely going to be grilled by Sky for being late. However, he decided on blaming Blake for his lateness. He knew the beta wouldn't mind. "Probably. Mommy, look at us," Aden said with a big grin. He raised his little paint-covered hands into the air, bringing them back down onto the table. His handprints were then stamped onto the marble table, and Sky felt as if she was going to faint. Amaya, his sister, did the same thing, giggling with delight. "Amaya, Aden," she sighed tiredly, taking her fingers through her blonde hair. The two were only 4, yet they were causing trouble. "Please, Daddy's going to be home soon. We don't want him coming home to a mess, do we?" Amaya shrugged, her blue eyes deep in thought. "I don't know," she hummed, twirling a strand of black hair with her little finger. "Sometimes Daddy is stupid." Aden agreed, his green eyes widening. "Sometimes he mixes up my clothes with Amaya's. He almost put me in a dress." Sky sighed. "Daddy isn't perfect. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anyways, let's put the paint away and start cleaning. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The twins shouted in a union, beginning to do as they were told. Sky exhaled deeply and gazed at a clock. It was 7:30 p.m., which was way past dinner. She was looking forward to Liam cooking for her on their anniversary. She assumed that he got caught up in work again, which made her heart hurt. She was guilty of being consumed with work too. However, she never abandoned Liam on a special day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aden called to her, tugging softly at her hand. "We finished putting away paint. Are you going to help us clean?" "Yeah." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sky smiled at him, ruffling his hair. She grabbed some wet rags and handed them to the twins. She watched in amusement as they scrubbed down the table. 20 minutes later, they were finished and tired. Sky frowned when she realized Liam was still gone, since she realized her husband wasn't going to be home anytime soon. She made some dinner for the twins. 2 simple sandwiches were enough to fill the toddlers up. Then, she put them to bed since they had to sleep at 8 p.m. Due to Liam not coming home early as promised on their anniversary, Sky found herself laying on the couch as she flickered through movies on TV. She heard the door open, but she simply kept her blue eyes glued to the TV screen. "Skye," Liam's familiar voice sounded out of breath. "I'm sorry that I'm late. I got caught up in the pack meeting." He paused when he realized Skye wasn't even listening to him. She kept her cold gaze directed onto the screen in front of her. "Skye," he repeated, tapping her shoulder. He sighed when she didn't respond. Instead of comforting her, he brought up a plastic bag full of groceries so she could see them. "I can make dinner for the kids and us now. Happy 5th anniversary." "You dear," Skye said. "The kids are sleeping. It's 8:15. For heaven's sake. You don't like my cooking?" Liam asked. Skye rolled her eyes, turning the television off. "I'm saying that it's too late for the kids to eat. You know their bedtime is at 8 p.m. And you promised you'd be early for our anniversary." "I know, I'm sorry," Liam said. "I told you that I was busy in pack meeting and stuff." "Right. I know," Skye admitted, pouting a bit. "I just get sad. You know, I am really overreacting." Liam set the groceries down and kneeled down in front of Skye. It almost reminded her of the time he proposed to her in front of all pack members. He grabbed both her hands in his warm ones and looked up at her with glimmering emerald green eyes as if she was some kind of shooting star. "Skye," he said, smiling up at her, "I'm glad that we've been married for 5 whole years now, and we also have 2 beautiful kids. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They look like me, so that's why they're beautiful. Way to ruin the moment," sighed Skye, but she couldn't help the grin on her face. "Well, they have cane hair and eyes," Liam continued, squeezing her hands a bit tighter. "But Amaya has your cute button nose, and Aiden has your delicate soft lips and your smile. They both have your lovely dancing skills." Skye giggled. Liam chuckled. "They are for years old." "Dear, how can you tell already?" Skye clicked her tongue. "I just know. You can call it a mother's special senses." Liam stood up, making Skye's end up along him. He bent down to her height, placing a soft yet passionate kiss onto her lips. She returned the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck to pull him down further. The two were so in love with each other, and even though Skye wanted to be mad at him, she couldn't. "I love you," Liam said as soon as he pulled away. "I love you too. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.